have the right convictions in your heart. And then, yeah, so he immediately kicked us out and doesn't talk to us again.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like a servant of God. Sounds like a businessman.
He's so convincing because he's practiced like all
What
these
you
right
should
things. But then
do.
I slowly worked out. Sorry to keep going. I slowly worked out that he worked out that the Bible is good for his life. Like it helps him run his family properly. So he follows the rules because he knows that they suit his life being good. You know what I mean? He doesn't swear. He follows all those things. But until it doesn't suit him, he's not doing it for God and to worship him. He's doing it because he knows the Bible's true and it helps him. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I used to think the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, me
I
too.
used to think God made it, and so I mean I don't know what phase or where what he knows or doesn't know, or he sounds like a typical baller.
Yeah, no, I told him everything, and every single time I'd tell him something, like say for example, I'd say like rakia, like firmament, the Hebrew word is rakia. Oh, thank you, mate. And instead of like discuss it with me, he would just cross his arms and his legs, lean back in his chair, and be like, "I don't want to discuss this." You know what I mean? Like, so he just completely closed off to it. Just didn't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I would
it's
just.
almost like
I'd be like, "We're supposed to discuss things."
I would take this image, this like little illustration here that I just posted, and like
Yes.
hand it to him, send it to him in the mail, and like if he doesn't respond, just show up at the church and just put a bunch of flyers everywhere on the bulletin board and then leave. Like just cover it everywhere. It's like Earth is flat,
Yeah. Oh, I've been looking for this. I've been looking for this exact one for ages, bro. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Saved. I've legit been looking for that for ages, and I found the blue one.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the verses underneath like that. The blue one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The blue illustration of the same thing.
There's a couple of people that have that as a PFP. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've just saved it. You're an absolute legend. I knew this conversation happened for a reason. I better go, guys. God bless everybody.
Oh, going Mac. Yeah, take it easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Sounds like he's at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Especially these pastors, these churches that
they're
Yep.
In my opinion, they're worthless shepherds if they're not preaching the truth. And they have a curriculum they have to go by. Right? And something else I found out. 500 verses is all you're allowed to use. 500 verses from the Bible. Anything more, you lose your 501c3.
What do you mean 500 verses, Lee?
Like, because it's a copyrighted book, you can only use 500 verses.
The Bible is copyrighted?
Yeah.
By whom?
The publisher. Watch. Here, I'll even look at the
God?
Sefer, which I have in front of me right now. Right? Yeah, it's another rabbit hole, right? It says copyright printed by the United States of America by Sheridan M. or Michigan, Chelsea, Michigan, right? 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 2020 Sefer Publishing Group. All rights reserved except expect as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form other than by the means or stored in a database or retrieval system without prior written permission from the publisher.
Okay, which means 500 verses is what does that mean? Like all your
That's
your
that's the expressed permissions is they can use 500 verses.
who can use 500 verses?
The whoever wants to reproduce it for a sermon or like a teaching for a church. Otherwise, it's copyright strike.
That's so funny that God's word is copyrighted. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
hilarious, right? And they can enforce it. They can sue you for using more than 500 verses.
I would assume so. I mean that is written there for a reason. You know? Let me check the other verse or the other versions of the scripture that I have. I mean, the Sefer wasn't cheap; it was $100 book. Let's see here, the clear word, right? This is just a paraphrase. Well, this just says ISNs. I think I tore that sheet out. I think I did. I had to repair the book. Anyways, no publishing page on that one, which is usually the first page, right? Yeah, this New King James Version, Amazing Facts Prophecy Study Bible, 2011 by Amazing Facts, Holy Bible, New King James Version, 1982, and then the End of Verse Reference Book Information, 2006 by Thomas Nelson, published in Nashville, Tennessee. Okay, this one says the text of the New King James Version and KJV may be quoted or reprinted without prior written permission within the following qualifications. Up to and including 1,000 verses may be quoted in printed form as long as the verses quoted in amount are less than 50% of a complete book of the Bible and makes up less than 50% of the total work in which you are quoted. Or which are quoted. All NKJV quotations must conform accurately to the KJV text, or NKJV text. Any use of the New King James text must include proper acknowledgement as follows. Scripture taken from the New King James Version, copyright 1982 by Thomas Nelson, used by permission, all rights reserved. So this one you can have 1,000 verses. Let's see. Here's another one from the same publishing group. No, this is Words of Christ in Red by Dr. Dwight Nielsen, but still Nielsen Publishing Group. And it just says all rights reserved. Doesn't give you any permissions. This other one that's an NKJV paperback. It's same thing about the 1,000 verses, but only 50% may be used out of one book. So that's interesting about that.
Yeah. Copyright God's word. That's crazy, man.
There's a lot of money in the Word of God.
Oh yeah, it's like really big. Religion is big business. Yes.
And they're gonna have to pay the retribution one of these days for it.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, I can't tell you how much money my grandfather spent on Bibles. Like, I understand, yeah, it's for people that don't have the word, but those words should be free. And also, I'm not sure, but I think there's some special legality with the versions that are in the hotel rooms. Maybe I just opened up another wormhole. It just gives them another reason to call me an extremist, right?
No, I mean, I don't disagree. You know what I mean? I believe they would do such a thing, of course. I
That they would
just
label me an extremist for saying that? For
no,
pointing it
that
out?
they would copyright God's word. I mean, I've always
Oh,
seen it, when you open the Bible, but I never, I never really thought about it until you mentioned it
yeah,
now. Oh, shit.
it's like the end user license agreement. You don't actually read it, you just confirm it. Yeah. Not knowing that you just said, you know, I devote you basically freely give your firstborn son to that corporation as a manservant. Maybe that's what the whole orphan train system was about, huh? But
I
that's
like
just
cans of
speculation.
worms. They're good. Yeah.
Especially when you're
Yeah.
going fishing, right?
Yeah. Especially when you're fishing. I like opening
Speaking
up
of,
cans of worms and looking for the right bait.
any bobber earthers in here, floaters in space. Well, I think Flat Earth Platypus finally switched sides here.
F.E. Platypus?
Yeah.
Did somebody rename him?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, someone renamed. I think people like platypus hang out here because so-called globe Earth servers, the people there are weird, right? And people here seem normal, so they like hanging out here, right? Platypus.
Oh, he can't hear. He's deaf and mute.
For all the other platypus out there listening, yeah, flat Earth is full of normal people. Globe
I
Earth
still
is full
can't.
of
I
weird.
still can't believe he said that. Well, the platypus is the only mammal that lays an egg. Wait, what?
Well, yeah, it is. Like, how do you know that? So if I find another mammal that lays eggs, that makes two mammals that lays eggs. Now your system is broken. You can't call them mammals anymore. Now mammals and birds are the same thing.
Well, no, because the
And
platypus is
turtles.
not a mammal.
You're right. Turtles lay eggs. They could be reptiles. uh,
But think about that. There must have been a time where strange creatures with like birds' beaks and fur existed, right?
hmm.
I mean, we still have some existing today called platypi.
Why is it a mammal? I mean, isn't it more like a duck? It's a water animal.
It's not a mammal because it lays an egg. That's the
Yeah.
only reason why it's not a mammal. It's a basically a big spanner in the gears of the machine of evolution. It's it's a paradox.
It's an anomaly.
Darwin's paradox. Yeah.
Like, so you found a creature, right, that doesn't fit your model, and now that creature is the problem, not your model?
Oh, I'm surprised we don't have platypi deniers.
Right?
Oh,
Like,
these
okay.
evolutionists just be like, okay, explain the platypus.
Yeah, that's the new argument. Thanks, platypus.
You want to deny creation and champion evolution? Okay, well,
Blame
explain the
platypus.
platypus. Where'd the platypus come from? Well,
It's the only. Now you sound like Michio Kaku.
it's
We
the only
believe,
one of its kind.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's special.
it's a unicorn.
It's actually a duck trying to turn into an otter, but it never evolved. It never made it. Yeah.
You ever figured that out? Unicorn means one horn, so corn means horn.
Yes.
Yeah.
One corn, one horn. Yeah. It's a rhinoceros.
So when somebody says it's all right, I don't like corn, just give me a little horn.
I don't know who put the picture of a frickin' horse with the goddamn horn on it. I don't know who, put that image out there. It's a
There's a
rhinoceros.
couple of places where it pops up, right? The latest place it pops up is all over like Instagram, right? All those, look at me, I'm a unicorn. There's a unicorn. Unicorn poops his ice cream and all that crap. But before that, you'd have the British Empire, right? The British Empire was on the coat of arms was a lion on the left and a unicorn bound in chains on the right,
Ah,
signifying the unicorn as being a fallen angel being in chains. So, anyways,
yeah.
and then
It's
you
a
have
demon.
then you have the Indus River Valley civilization that has the unicorn as one of their pictographs of their, and it meant like the
Oh,
leadership, the sheriffs, and
So it's
then Babylon.
basically so it's basically like a mythical creature like fairies, like leprechauns, right? Like
I think it
it's
represents the Nephilim
the Nephilim. Yep. Wow. That's symbolic, yeah.
because it's even in Babylon, and you have the unicorn, which is a beast, and then next to it you have a dragon, right? Tiamat.
Is this on their crest? On their what do you call it? Is it the crest? Yeah. With the lion and the unicorn.
hmm
You know how to read
Fine,
those
I
things?
made the claim. I'll find the image.
It really is like the Matrix.
Okay, that's kind of a bleached out image, but that shows a chain. This one better? Yeah, that one's better. Better readability too. So, here we go. And that itself, those
Yeah.
images kind of date or go back to Babylon too, because the lion, right,
Oh, it's
was
what does it mean? Let me look it up. Yeah.
Whammer,
Hence.
we breathe a multitude of gases. We usually breathe nitrogen with some oxygen in it and carbon dioxide and other trace gases.
There's a lion with the crown on the crown.
It makes me
Lion.
think that these internal combustion engines really run off of nitrogen and it just requires a petrol spark.
The
Atom.
unicorn is
I said
chained.
gases.
The unicorn is chained to the ground, and there's a crown around its neck. These are kings, right? And the lion, is that a king? On a king on the crown that sits on the crown,
Um,
stands on the crown.
you gotta read Revelation again, bud. About the
Hmm.
lion that's had its wings plucked out and made to stand like a man.
This is the beast. There's a harp in there. There's There's 6 lions in the shield, and there's another lion.
But do
And
those
there's
lions have wings?
no.
And you see the chain around the crown of the unicorn,
Hmm.
and the crown's around the neck of the unicorn.
Yeah.
So I think the unicorn represents the little horn or Lucifer, right? Because it's chained like the Statue of Liberty is. And the lion represents the beast that men will worship, the wild, dangerous animal.
Yeah. Whose crest is this? What
That's
family?
England.
You et Mondroit.
Oh, was it London? Is that what London means? Hang on. The royal lion and unicorn coat of arms adorns the Tower of the Five Orders at the Bodleian Library in Oxford, England.
Do it.
Oh, and this one, it's a carving, and the lion has a cross.
Mon. Droid.
It says, known as the Arms of Domination, the coat of arms, or the coat of arms bearing the golden lion and the silver unicorn. This is the royal coat of arms of the British monarch who rules over the United Kingdom. The lion is English and the unicorn Scottish. Oh, check this out.
God and my right is the motto of the monarch of the United Kingdom outside Scotland. It means God and my right. Do et mon droit. French pronunciation. It appears on a scroll beneath the shield of the version of the coat of arms of the United Kingdom. United Kingdom. Motto is said to have used by Richard I as a battle cry and presumed to be a reference to his ancestry and the concept of the divine right of the monarch to govern. It was adopted as the royal motto of England by King Henry, with the phrase, "and my right," referring to his claim by descent to the French crown. That's interesting. And then there's another one here. Honi, you know the writing on top? Honi soit qui mel y pence. I don't know how to say it. Is a
No,
middle.
it's also the same thing that goes around the belt, the blue belt.
Yeah. And this one means, you see the one on top? The writing on top means shamed to whoever thinks ill of it. Usually translated as shame on anyone who thinks evil of it. And used as the motto of the British chivalric order of the Garter. In current French usage, the phrase may be used ironically to insinuate the presence of a hidden agenda or a conflict of interest. The motto appears here. I'll post a link. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean these. That's the first word, and this is the other one.
Why is it Old French? I thought they were English.
I thought it was Latin.
You know, that was Latin.
I thought it was Latin. Moon Mondroid.
Doit it mon dori. Oh, Dorito.
Jew, it's Mondre, Droi. I don't even know how to say it.
And some
Pronounce it.
like, curses to
Wow.
him who thinks ill of it
Wow.
or thinks of it as evil. Well, it is evil.
Yeah, let me post that one. That's the other phrase. There's a link in that thing, but I'll post it. And yeah, that phrase on top. This one. There. Meaning shamed to be whoever thinks ill of it, or shame on anyone who thinks ill of it, of the United Kingdom, or of their monarch, the right of the monarch to rule. Shame on anyone who thinks ill of it, that they shouldn't rule you. I don't know.
Yeah, but they have no right. That's the thing. That's their crest. This whole symbol is the crest of dominion. So you got to burn that image. That way they have no authority. Because this is where they get their authority from this cultic image, It's known as the Arms of Dominion. Coat of arms bearing the golden lion and the silver unicorn is the royal coat of arms of the British monarch.
Hey, why can't hey, Weimer? Hey, why can't we sue the government? Yeah, the UK, British monarch, yeah, and the Pope, they all kind of have the same, to rule, the right to rule. Like unum sanctum is the Pope's claim to the world. So there's that. The vicar of Christ, right?
Yeah, which equals 666 in Latin and Hebrew.
Mhm. Which equals the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
A lot of sixes in there too.
Yeah, this one's a little bit stranger because you can see a cross on the lion.
Hey, that's the same one, yeah. On the streets, gangsters or gang members do this thing. They tag, so they put their tag somewhere. It's usually some kind of sign or
Yeah, dogs do that too. They
letter.
just piss on things.
Exactly, right. So that when you see it, oh shit,
It's my territory. Can't
this
you
guy's
smell it?
yeah, exactly. That's what these things are. When you see these symbols everywhere, you're like, holy crap, Coca-Cola owns this too. Oh yeah, dude, Coca-Cola owns everything. Yeah, oh, and Disney, they own everything. Oh, I see your gang signs everywhere I go. It's like it's a coat of arms. It's a gang sign. It's
Yeah, and
graffiti.
that Target retail store has that sign, you know? Oh,
Yeah.
that's because it means it's a target. Then where's the rest of the
Duh.
bullseye? How come it just looks like Saturn?
Right.
If it
Yep.
was a bullseye, I mean, you got the 100, the 50, the 25. Where's the 10 and the 5 ring? Come on.
It's also an eye.
Yeah. Like CBS.
Yep. Or HAL 9000. A Space Odyssey. It's just a circle and a circle. Oh, look, it's the heliocentric model. I mean, the eye. I mean, Saturn. I mean, HAL 9000.
So I wonder how many. Are there any Globers in the house that has a misconstrued conception of gravity?
Of course. Of course,
Every single one
they're
I've talked
all,
to. Every single
yeah.
one I've talked to.
And
They talk yes on
spheres
that part.
and eyes and pretty much everything.
I can't even get onto the flatness of water with them. It's like gas pressure without a container. Oh, because gravity? Okay, well, explain gravity. Can't get past that explanation of gravity. They keep wanting to say, well, the model states what model? So if you're
Yeah.
saying the model is what academics say, then the model is Newtonian.
Oh, I stopped
But
looking at it. I stopped
Newton's
looking at
been
it.
discredited.
Yeah. I stopped trying to argue with people, right? When they come here, I stopped trying to do that. I try to think more like I treat it like as an interview. Nowadays, like you're either going to be accepted into our, awesome community or you're not. You know what I mean? It's like an interview because it's like, all right, you're not smart enough to figure this out. Mute next, or ban next. You know what I mean? Like because if we treat it like we're trying to convince people or prove something to people, I mean, it just turns into a shit show, or you feel exhausted after. Well, I
Hmm.
do. So I try to treat it like an interview. Like, look, we can't. Not everyone is going to get it, and not everybody's going to be accepted into this very privileged community. That way,
Now
you
you're
know what I
making
mean?
whoa. You're making us sound like a secret society now all of a
Well,
sudden.
not a secret society. It's more like Team Awesome. You know what I mean? Look, we're not just going to accept anybody, all right? You have to be smart enough to know how a sphere works. That's the first thing, right? Second, you have to trust what your eyes see because look, if I'm asking you to watch my back, right, and there's an enemy about to shoot me, and you think that enemy can't shoot me because he's on the other side of the ball and the bullet has to travel. You know what I mean? We can't have that. We need people who know what they are seeing, right? You know what I mean? Like people like that. Like, it's just a litmus test, not a secret society. Hell no. It's more like it's more like a football team. You know what I mean, or a basketball team, and these are tryouts. You know what I mean?
No,
But
no,
nah,
no. I don't
you
even
need more
think it's that
practice.
complicated. I think it's a more rudimentary IQ test.
You're right, right. This is like, look, come back later when you're good enough. Come go do some more practice. Do something else with your life. When it hits you, like, I think I really want to learn about this, then they're ready. You know what I mean? Like, then you can teach. But if they're not ready, then they can't learn. You know what I mean? It's like most of them are here to troll. Most of them are here to gawk at you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, people like flat earthers exist? That's bullshit. I mean, what kind of people are they? They're probably like really crazy, stupid people. You know what I mean? So they come here and they get confused. So
Well,
I
also
mean,
that, not just that, but like if they look at a video on YouTube, it has a fucking Wikipedia tag.
yeah, exactly. And almost all videos have that now.
And do you know what it says in that Wikipedia tag? Flat Earth is a belief that the Earth is a disk in space.
Yep. Yep. And when you look at Freemasonry stuff, right, and it's Freemason stuff comes up, like the Wikipedia link that comes up says nice things about them. But when we bring up flat Earth, it says like it's an archaic belief. It's like, oh yeah, I see what's
It's an
going on.
archaic belief, but then again, when you dig
They
deeper through Wikipedia, flat Earth is believed by the Masons.
they are now having advertisement signs in the small towns of New Zealand of Freemasonry.
Wow.
Yeah, believe. Yeah, I drove through. I
So
should have took a picture. I drove past and I was like, wait, what? Like, and there's a billboard sitting there on the side of the road, advertising Freemasonry. Yeah, for that particular town. Yeah, I was like, what? Like, I never seen that before.
They're
So
not supposed to welcome or advertise or recruit. However, I've caught a couple of them trying to convince me to come down to the temple there and talk to a couple of people, and I was like, "Why? I swear no oaths before men."
right, yeah, no, but yeah, that's what I mean, I drove through and I thought, did I just see that? And so I was driving through to another city for work, and then 2 days later I'm driving home, and then I decided to stop and read it, and I was just to make sure, and I was like, yep, that's Freemason advertisement. So
was it a billboard? What was it?
it was, like how you see a real estate sign
Oh
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that, right? And they have they have these real estate type signs that look just like a real estate sign. I said it was blue and gold, and it had the Freemasonry symbols on it, and it said
Square and compass.
like Central Hawke's Bay Freemasons welcomes you to the retail. It's like, what the, it's like, holy like, I was like, I guess they own this. They basically, it's like you were saying about tax. I was like, they're basically stating they own this whole bloody town.
Yeah,
They're stating that, like, to anyone who drives in there. It's sort
yeah,
of, that's what I felt like they were saying. We own this place, so don't come here unless unless you
yeah.
get down with the brothers.
That's the feeling you get when you see them, right? When you see these symbols around, it's like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I was, high level Mormon, so I know all about it, and
mm,
you know, lucky to get out, but
yeah,
it's the same stuff, man. It's
same
crazy,
kind
crazy
of,
stuff.
yep, same kind of um, um, pattern of recruiting and symbolism.
Yeah, man. It's just, it's like,
The,
whoa,
the,
man. Like these, then they must be ready for something because buying out towns like that. And I'll tell you something else that happened, right? So exclusive brethrens. So the B&B that I was staying at, I spoke to I had breakfast with the owners, and they said to me, they said the neighbor just like, a couple of houses down, they said a dude, the exclusive brethren, walked off the street, walked into their property, offered them 2 million cash for their property. Obviously, they
Dang.
took it. But they were like, they sort of said to me, "Can you believe that?" And I said, "Do you know what's actually going on right now?" And they're like, "No." And I said, "If an exclusive brethren is offering 2 million to just buy properties straight off the street," I said they're putting their money straight into real estate because they know
Yeah.
there's a huge crash coming. There's a worldwide crash coming, and it's coming soon. Because people don't do that. Like what they're doing right now, that's not a normal thing, right? Like to just walk off the street and start buying stuff with cash. So yeah, that's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, it was like Rothschilds, during the French Revolution, when everybody was not selling, he started selling because he had inside information on the war. When Napoleon lost the war, he started to manipulate. So it's like having inside information, knowing what's going to happen. Yeah, and just like the crash of 2008. You guys remember that one with the real estate CDs? But I think the opposite has happened. And plus, New Zealand is like, man, it's like one of the place, like the elites want that place. Like, got everything. It's beautiful.
But there's a lot of money here. That's for sure. Like there's a lot of money pouring into this country. That's what I'm saying, man. Like when I'm meeting good people who are telling me these things, I'm starting to sort of put all this information together. And I'm like, man, this stuff is really happening. Like dudes are really, just loaded with cash, and they're just doing this. They're just buying, and when I say like a property, this isn't like that's. I mean, if you look at the cost of New Zealand property, it's very expensive. So it's not a good time to buy right now. You know what I mean? It's just so high, but they know what's coming, and they can't leave their money in banks. They can't leave their money in stocks, anything like that. They're putting it all into property, and I think they're looking at New Zealand because if we look at the First World War, Second World War, New Zealand always sits on the outside of those. Nothing happens to New Zealand, right? Even when they're having world wars, and I believe
Yeah.
even when World War III happens, nothing's going to happen in New Zealand, right? There's not going to be no bombs, no very few, damage here. It's all going to be in those major regions, which is just like World War One, World War Two, and so they know that, which is why they're pouring money into this country. Like it's just crazy how much money's coming in right now. Yeah,
You
crazy.
reckon
And
it's just you reckon it's just the resources that they're interested in, or also the Maoris, the
well,
people, and
I think it's one that it's a country where you will have your basic in terms of resources, like the biggest oil basin sits under New Zealand. So the untapped oil, right, of the southern hemisphere sits underneath New Zealand that no one's got access to. Although there was some deals starting to happen before all of this stuff started going on, but there's a huge oil basin apparently under. I mean, makes sense, right? Because if you look at like there's oil in many parts, and I suppose there's probably oil under Antarctica too. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And so this is sort of the place that they use as the launching pad when they go to and from Antarctica. So
yeah,
you know what I mean? So
yeah.
if we just look at those kinds of resources, they know that they're there preserved. But at the same time, I think it's more about preserving their, I guess, their
Secrets.
immediate wealth, right? And preserving their knowledge, making sure that after all the other stuff goes down, around the world, that then they're going to be able to then move back out and retake everything, start to put everything back in place, or as they do, right? As they reshape the world and rename places,
Right.
and we already know
Reset.
that and they're going to create.
Great
We know
reset.
they're going to create. Is it 7? Yeah, 7 unions. So they've already stated they're going to do that in the Agenda 21. And
Yeah.
in those Georgia Guidestones and all that sort of stuff. So it's all
Deep
it's all there.
deep underground military bases. You heard of those? DUMS? Deep underground military bases.
Oh, they have heaps of them here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I saw it right
heaps of
then
them in
where
New
they
Zealand.
are. Yeah.
Yeah, they're building them all over New Zealand. Very
Yeah.
wealthy. Yeah, I mean, there's
I,
I've heard from people who've been telling me, especially in the South Island, that there's contractors that just go in and they're just building whatever they want. Like the council just like we have these councils, sort of like city councils that approve or disapprove what you can do, and apparently like these guys are getting whatever they want, and other people have tried to get I guess council help or whatever, and and they've had to jump through lots of hoops, and they don't have that money to just throw at these guys. But apparently, these guys just pay money and they can do whatever they want, put in whatever they want, build, without even being looked at. So,
yeah,
so I
they
heard
own
that.
everything anyway, so yeah. It
Yeah.
shouldn't
So
be
I heard that
hard.
from some builders and that were telling me that they're just like, man, like these dudes, they just pay the council, and the council lets them do whatever they want on their land. They don't have to do anything, no permission, nothing. They just, who knows what they're doing, really. It's some very, very interesting. Well, I mean, these are very remote South Island places. So in the South Island, it's obviously a more remote place. So they expect if there is any trouble in New Zealand, it will be in the North Island. South
Mm.
Island's not going to have any at all, and because there's about 500,000 people that live in the South Island. I guess it'd be very similar to like Greenland or something like that. You know what I mean?
Man, they've got all that land to themselves.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
that's
yeah,
crazy.
500,000 people, and I mean, if you look at the map, South Island's not a small place.
Dang, I know, man. It's huge.
Wow.
What the hell, man? Like we don't know what they're doing there. You know what I imagine, man? I imagine I imagine there's a base where everything that you would need to restart civilization if some kind of nuclear war, happened and everybody, you know what I mean? And I imagine there's a base with everything, all the construction, all the technology, data, computer, everything you would need to rebuild the world if like I always think about that, like 'cause I would do that, I'm one of those people that saves everything and tries to prep for the ultimate
Well, makes
prepper,
sense,
government.
right? Makes sense. I
Yeah,
mean, I hear that Utah's pretty set up like that, right? I hear they got granite
right.
mountains with big, huge vaults and all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff in there. So, not to mention whatever they've got underground. So, if that place survives, they obviously have everything to start again. So,
But then also
they,
it being so close to Antarctica, and world leaders always visiting Antarctica. I mean, that's kind of sus.
yeah. Well, I mean, nothing goes to Antarctica that doesn't go through New Zealand first, right? Like
Right.
this is the gas station for Antarctica, really.
Yeah.
So anyone that gets sick there ends up in our hospitals, right? Like the last guy who went down there, that astronaut, what's his name? The real old dude. Neil was it no? Neil
Armstrong.
Armstrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one of them. Buzz Aldrin, I think Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, it was Buzz Aldrin.
Those old.
He went down to the Antarctica, tried to do something, cross something, and he ended up in our hospital here, and he was like, "What the hell is an old dude like that trying to do in Antarctica?" And he said
Yeah. It's
they
like
well, the excuse was, he believed that was the last place unexplored or something like this. Sort of. He wanted to go for one last adventure, right? It's like, are you kidding me? Like the dude's, the dude's
You've been to
so
the
old.
moon. Who cares about
Yeah,
Antarctica?
yeah. This is
Wow.
true. This is actually what happened. I was just like, this is
It,
insane, man.
it's
Like,
like this guy never went to the moon. It's like,
yeah,
are
like,
you sure you've been to the moon, bro? Like you act like you haven't left Earth. Like
yeah, yeah. Like, why the hell would you should be retired and enjoying the last years of your life, and he's trying to do something great down in Antarctica because he ain't done shit, trying to prove to himself that he's worth something, so he's going down to Antarctica.
I think it's for a ritual or debriefing or briefing of some kind.
Yeah,
'Cause
obviously
I
it's
hate
something. Yeah, you know what I
I
mean.
hate to say
Obviously
it's
it's
because of
something.
flat
Yeah,
Earth, but they have been very active campaigning against flat Earth. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is because of the Mars, like the faces he was making as Donald Trump was talking about going to Mars. He made the faces, then he has to
right,
go there.
right.
Like John Kerry had to go there while the elections were happening, during his campaigning,
Oh yeah,
during
I
his
mean it's
the
nuts, right?
hell?
Like
The
it's
Pope? Yeah,
nuts. Yeah,
yeah. It's like what?
like why do
Something's
you
going
why do you
on
need
here,
to
man.
stop? Right? Is that so important that you got to leave the campaign that you're supposed to try and win?
Yep, yep.
No, no, I don't care
Bill
about the
Clinton.
campaign anymore. Yeah, I don't
Yep,
care about the
George Bush
campaign. I'm
Senior.
going now.
Yeah, George
Crazy,
Bush
man.
Senior. When he went down there, he came back and he said something like, he went down there to find out who was going to win the election. It's crazy. You know how the popes pick the pope, right? They go inside, blah blah
Yeah,
blah blah,
yeah,
do some ritual, then the smoke comes up. It's like that. It's like some kind of ritual like that where they go down there and consult something. And I'm like,
yeah. There's
"Hmm,
something. I mean, there's definitely something going on, but
yeah,
it's the one
it's
place,
crazy.
right, that they won't let us go in. You know?
Exactly. And they control the entrance to it, especially New Zealand. I always wonder about the South Island, the natives, the locals, the natives there. Like what,
Yeah.
if there are any stories, if somebody knows something or if any investigations into, what these people are doing down there. You ever heard anything or know any?
Well, not from the natives. You hardly see any. So, I went down there. I didn't
Wow.
see one. I didn't see one, man. All I saw was
Wow.
uh, was Europeans. I didn't see a single native, not one. And I traveled, you know, sort of halfway down, crossed, and then came back up because the flooding started coming, and so I quickly got off that island. That was only a couple of weeks ago. I was down there, and it was beautiful. And I'm not going to lie, it was incredible. I loved it, but I was just like, man, like, where are the natives? Because
Yeah.
because I'm a native, so I would have been able to sit down and learn from them and be able to hear their stories and hear some of the
Yeah.
apparently they are there, but they mustn't be. They must be in the deep south, right? Like they must
Yeah.
be
I wonder.
further down, so they're not anywhere from the northern hub. But I will tell you this, man. Like I walked into one of those lodges, man. Crazy stuff. Like pretty sure it was like a Freemason stronghold.
Yeah.
Who I learned to get out of that place quick. So just didn't feel good. I knew I was in the wrong place. Shouldn't have been there. I won't go into too much details, like in this channel, but it's just, yeah, it's one of those things. You just, when you're not, you're somewhere you shouldn't, you just get the hell out.
Yeah.
When you're somewhere you shouldn't be, you're like, this don't feel good. Yeah, so I sort of had one of those experiences, and I'm pretty sure I walked into like a high level Mason lot because this was like, I was driving across just farms. And then there's just this beautiful lodge, which looked like at the front, you think it has an area like a restaurant area. So I thought anyone could just go in and order a hot drink or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it wasn't one of those kind of lodges. It wasn't it wasn't for the ordinary
For
person,
public.
right? Yeah, I was like, oh, you see when the two dudes came down, from above, and it was like I could tell the way they're looking at me. That they were either like like some sort of government, you know what I mean, like high level CIA style government, like SIS or something like that. It was either something like that, or they were just full on high level warlocks or masonry or something like that. Man, like it's creepy. But that place was money, 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 right? Like when I
Damn, yeah.
walked in there, you could just everything in there. The seats, I mean, I was looking at this stuff and I was like, man, this stuff speaks royalty, you know?
Yeah.
This is like somewhere the royal family must come and stay, you know? It was not your normal. I've never seen anything like it, you know?
It
Yeah.
was creepy, scary, rich, wealthy looking, right? Like the wealthier,
Yeah.
the creepier.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, I mean, it was like this super wealthy place, but it did not feel good. You know, it was like,
Yeah.
I felt like I had walked into a dark alley, right? And I was about to get my head cut off. You know, I was like, "Whoa, why do I feel?" You know, like I felt like this weird, creepy man. Like, and I was
Yeah,
just like,
man.
"Yeah, yeah, I shouldn't be here. I need to get out." And yeah, we got out quick. And even because I was just like, "Oh, my wife and one of my sons wanted to go toilet." So I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I'll just go in here and grab us some hot drinks, and you guys go find the toilet." And then I came out, and they were already on their way towards the car. They're like, "No, no, no, we're not going toilet here." You know, it's like, well, I was like, "Yeah, we're not. We're getting in the car." Like they sort of sensed it too. Like they just sort of went, something didn't feel right here, right? And they're like, "We're out," you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was an experience. I will say that, you know, definitely an
Yeah.
experience.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's normal for some people, but I think if you're a Bible believing person, you get that, you have that instinct, that this is against what I believe in. You know what I mean? Like this is obviously the enemy, of
Yeah, I'm standing in some kind of Satan's temple, right? Like
yeah.
that's what it felt like. I'm like this ain't no church, man. This is like, you know, this is like the
Yep.
opposite of what I can sit in a graveyard happily, but I couldn't walk in that place again. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'll pick a graveyard over this any day, man, and at night. You know, it's like I'll even
I'll go
walk in a
for a walk
graveyard
in the
at night.
graveyard.
Yeah, I go sleep in the graveyard, then be here, man. This place was, this is strange. That was so too strange for me.
I mean, that's Freemasonry for you. I mean, it's so yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a. Like you said, at the end of the day, the funny thing is, right? You go away, you've obviously have the experience, and then you think, well, it is what it is, So I'm gonna live to fight another day. I'm not gonna test fate. No, no,
Yeah.
no. I
What did
value
they
my
say
life.
to you though? Did they ask you a question like what were you doing there? What do you need? Type of
No,
like
no,
that?
no. They came down. The way they positioned themselves was like you would position yourself to take someone out. Like one went to like one stood on my left and the other one moved all the way to where the door was. Like almost like to block me from being able to leave, right? If I don't know, if I
Yep.
cause trouble or, it's like kind of like, okay, this is, that's not good when someone moves to the entrance, right? So you have one guy come talk to you, one guy moves to the entrance, you know, and that's not a
Wow.
good sign, So, and I kind of looked at them, and the weirdest thing is, right, they had no lights. Like I looked at these two men, and they had no light about them. It's like looking at dead men standing there, like if that makes any sense.
Yep.
They
Yep.
just had no presence about them. It was just like looking at dolls. They looked like dolls, standing dolls, and I was kind of looking at them, and they're very pretty. They were very pretty people. elderly. They were sort of old too, but they were very pretty old men. You know, like I said, man, they were like dolls. You know, and I just thought, yeah, I'm not meant to be here, and they made that quite clear because I just basically said to them, this isn't a place you can buy a drink, is it? And they went, you know, and they kind of looked at me and they just said, no, it's not. And I said, oh,
Nah,
I'm
man.
very sorry. You know, you got to be polite, right? Like, I'm very
Right.
sorry. I'll be on my way. And they're like, yes, you best be doing that. That's, you know, it was that kind of conversation. And then they just
Wow.
watched
Wow.
me. They just watched me walk out the door, and I was like, I just said, let's get. I looked at my, you know, my wife and it was sort of hurrying to the car, and I was just like, get to the car, we're going. We're not, you know, we're not going to
Wow.
hang around here any longer. And you know what the weirdest part, right, is on the way out, we could just see all these strange men, like just men. There's no woman anywhere, just men, you know. So we were just like, man, this is weird, you know. Very weird.
That sounds scary, especially with when you have your family with you, man. It's like,
Yeah, it was one of those things I should have paid attention to. You know what I mean? Like you just casually driving. And I
yeah,
kind of think maybe I was meant to go on there to experience that, so that I'd pay more attention in the future. You know,
yeah,
instead of just
yeah.
walking into places like thinking it's something when maybe it's not. And yeah, and I should have realized, like, if there's something in the middle of nowhere, right? There's nothing, just farms and, you know, and not even like houses with farms, just farmland with for miles and miles and miles, and then and then this thing, right, this lodge out of nowhere, and I was like,
I've,
oh,
al- there's a lot of lodges here in Sydney, and I've always
right,
wanted to visit one just to, just to visit one, and maybe even talk and get some information from someone. But I've never tried it. And I don't want to really be somewhere I'm not supposed to be, like you said. Yeah. So, damn, sounds scary.
yeah,
I've
it's
always
not
heard,
a, it's not a good feeling,
right?
man.
Their slogan. Their slogan is, um, "They make good men better, and yet they staunch you and your family."
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I think I might have been
crazy.
I think I might have been the wrong type of man, you know? Like
Right.
it's like,
You
yep,
probably
good
did.
man. Yeah, it was an experience, you know what I mean? It was an experience. So
You're not the right type of good man.
no, no, definitely not, you know, like
You're not the good they're looking for.
yeah.
These
But
aren't the droids you're looking for.
yeah, yeah, it was you know, I have to wonder, like,
Um,
you know, like cuz it's very rare for me to come across people that where
yeah,
I just felt like there's just no spirit about them, right? There's no, like, I couldn't sense anything, any life about them. It was like weird, man. Like, you know,
like
like
they're
when
in
you
a
look at
cult.
someone, yeah, you know, well, you know, when you look at someone, right, and then you can sense uh, like whether they're happy to see you or there's, you know, you just engage with people, you can kind of get a sense there's light there, right? There's this connection, but there's just nothing. It's like talking to a dead man, you know? No emotion, no feeling. I couldn't feel any connection from them. Like I was even wondering if they were even human. Like I was like, man, maybe they're not even human. Like you know, like weird.
Yeah. Should have
It
went.
was just it was just very strange. You know what I mean? Very strange. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Not
Masons are
something
weird like
I've
that.
happened before. I've never had something like that before. So
I've had one experience, but he stole my job at a like a hardware store, like like Bunnings.
right, right.
In America, yeah. It's a manager job, hardware manager. Way back like, almost 20 years ago. This brand new guy just shows up. I've been there for like a year and a half. Yeah, this brand new guy just shows up. And I'm up for the manager position, I've been waiting for it. And I come in the
Yep.
following weekend, he's the manager.
Oh
And,
man.
and the week, but with the week before, he took me to lunch and everything. You know, showed me his ring, talked to me about Freemasonry that I should join. I had no idea at the time. I was like totally blue pilled.
Right.
So I came
Yeah,
back
yeah.
and my job was gone. Oh my God, I was about to rip my head off. Like, what?
Wow.
It's like, what? I got so angry, right? I went home
Right.
confused, like, like I looked up Freemasonry. Well, later I was researching Freemasonry and I found it, and that's when I was like, these motherfuckers. This motherfucker stole my
Yeah.
job. Like, yo, are you people everywhere? I mean, it's a goddamn bunning store. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
pay my bills. God, it
He
was
just went in
crazy.
there, said, "Look at my ring, buddy. Let's
Yeah.
go to lunch. Look at my ring."
Hey, this guy was wearing his ring to work when he first came to work. And then when we went to
Wow.
lunch, he kind of showed it to me. You know what this is? Like, no. He's like, Freemasonry. I'm a Mason. It's like, no idea what that means, bro. I but but I found out, when I found out what it
Yeah.
meant, I was like, this son of a bitch took me to lunch, fucking, was he trying to tell me, hey, I'm
It-
about to take your job, bro?
I think it was. I think it was testing you, man. Like I think it was just seeing what kind of person you were, whether you're someone that he might want to
Yeah.
indoctrinate. You know.
Well, he did ask if I was interested. I was like, nah, bro. I'm like, from the hood type of attitude at that time, and
Uh,
yeah, but he was like happy-go-lucky, like sunshine, everything is fine. And then well, anyways, I quit the next week. Like I quit. All those
right.
guys that it's like, look, man, this is some bullshit. I don't know what's going on here. I left, went home. But it was when I researched Freemasonry and found out who they were that it all kind of clicked. Like, I understand now. Finally, some closure.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
But
Oh man.
they
Rough.
they've got some connections, man. Like I'm like everywhere,
Yeah, man.
everywhere.
And it's not just small stuff. Like they can, like the. I guess the more they like you, the higher you climb, and I mean, when you get to a certain level, right? Like then the money really pours in, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
But
I saw that opportunity, right? Like they were what I was being offered, um, business opportunity, and I chose not it. I chose to find out the truth about stuff, and so I realized because I thought I wasn't comfortable with it, even though I knew if I chose it right, it was going to set me up for the life, and my family were going to be like. I mean, I had enough, right? But this was like offering you another life, right? So there's having enough and having a happy life, right? And then there's
yeah,
this other life they offer you, right? Where you can have anything you want, man. Comes to money. Don't
all you have to
matter.
do
Like,
is bow down and worship their master.
yeah, well, they don't tell you that part, right? You know what I mean? Like they sell it to you first, and then I'm sure that part will come next, But
I always think
yeah,
about the temptation, of Jesus. It's the same offer that was made to him. You know what I mean?
that's
At the
right.
mount. Yeah.
I never
Took
thought
him
of
to a
that,
high
but
place. Yeah.
that's right. It is. I mean, I'd be a liar if I didn't say I didn't do the math, right? Like I sat there and I did the math, and I thought, man, like what this dude's offering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like this is pretty good, right? Like I'm thinking this is pretty good.
I asked
But,
this question, why
yeah,
me? Right? I always ask that question, why me? What do they want from me? Like, what do they want from me? Do they want my children? Do they want my life? Like, what am I gonna have to do? Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, what is it that they want from me? Like, well, they want your life, of course, and everything, and your strength, and you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
because,
Well, they want your loyalty. They want your, you
right,
know what I mean, like absolute loyalty. So they're
right,
looking for people who. This is what I believe. They're looking for people who will keep their word, right? They're looking for people who are the kind of
honest,
people who will keep their promise, right? So
yes,
and because that's the integrity part is the big part. So even though people are like, these guys are scumbags, I tell you what, these guys have integrity. It's just that their integrity is warped because they'll do bad stuff because they'll do it to be loyal to their brothers or their
Yeah, just
and
like the
that kind of stuff.
Jesuits
Yeah. So for the most part, because they're keeping their word, so they're keeping their integrity.
to
It's just
themselves, and
it's
they're
just everyone else. Everyone else is just cannon fodder. At the end of the day, sort of
uh,
thing. So yeah, it's just a very
I always say
interesting thing.
I always say Freemasonry is modern day Judaism or Kabbalah. That's all it is. It's the rebellion. Those men that God swallowed opened the earth and swallowed up. With Moses. It's those men. Those men with the Talmud, with the teachings of
Right. Yeah.
Babylon that kind of snuck in. Yeah, it's those guys. It's always those, and they've seemed
Well,
to.
you could take it another step further too with the Babel as being
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Talmud.
yeah.
Right. Right.
It's the
Yeah.
same idea. Yeah, where everybody is cattle. It's just cattle and the brothers, right? The brotherhood, what they call it. If you see your brother, this is what I read in their manual, that if you're a judge and you see a brother come into the courtroom, he is your priority. You have to get him off. You have to get him off, right? And this is in the courtroom. So imagine anything else, like a job. And you walk in and this is a fellow Mason. It's like, yeah, you're getting the job. That guy who's been here for a year and a half
Yep.
working his ass
Yep.
off for the job, don't worry about him. You're getting
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
He
It's
ain't
like,
getting nothing. It's going
yeah,
to you, buddy.
yeah, yeah. So
You're
it's
one of
just like
us. So
that.
it's going to you.
Yeah,
Yeah. Absolutely.
one of us. Yeah, one of those. It's like the mafia. But that's why
But
I
yeah.
stopped working so hard at these jobs. I just try to enjoy my time there with the people I work with, and not worry so much about. I mean, you do your work, but it's like,
Well, find joy in it, right? Find joy in
right.
your work, and
Yeah,
don't do a job if it makes you unhappy. Find something that brings joy.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, brings joy to your life.
Because God is making an offer as well to men. God offers a contract to men, a covenant, he calls it an agreement. It's for the same kind of, God is offering it to us, and the devil offers it to us, and we get to choose. So it's like, well, God has been offering all these years of my life. God has been knocking at my door, and this guy shows up with a couple $1 million, and I just give over to him. You know what I mean? It's like God is still
Right.
knocking, and
Yeah.
waiting for you
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
accept his offer.
Yeah. I had quite an awesome weekend in terms of, so I did my work stuff, and that was cool. But man, this, like, I had, I guess, spiritual experience, where just amazing things happen for me, like that I wasn't looking for or expecting, because just in my work, I'd been praying for a certain thing, like certain direction in my work for a little while, probably a few weeks now, and I
Yeah,
just put it aside and, focused on my family. And I said, I'm not really sure where I need to go with this work thing. And then I got to the point where I was going to a work conference, and I said, yeah, just can you send someone to me to help me with this? Because I don't know which way to go with this, right? With this particular work thing. And, so I go to my work thing. It's great. I make good connections, and I'm pretty happy because I'm thinking, okay, at least the pathway starting to open. But that thing that I had asked for didn't happen, right? That person didn't come to me and say, "Hey, I've got exactly what I was looking for," right? And then after the work thing, they have like a where you go to, I guess, like a restaurant, but it's like a bar restaurant. So
yeah.
it's like that type of
Thanks.
place, and we have like a conference room for with all the other executives, and we all went up there, and then it's sort of the business after business, right? It's like I guess where everyone can just relax, and we've done the work side of things, and now it's just relax. And it's funny because this is where all the real business happens, right? It's
Uh-huh.
like you go, you know what I mean? It's just so weird how that, how that works, right? Like you go to the workplace and you do all this other meetings, blah blah blah, and then when you go and everyone's buying their dinner and getting their drinks or whatever, and just relaxing, and then you're meeting each other's wives and that kind of stuff. That's where everyone's making deals, man. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm just sitting there like, okay, this is okay, and I'm making good connections. And then, as the night goes on, right, people start to leave and they're like, bye, 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 sort of thing. And at the end of the night, there's me and my wife and one other person, and she remained behind, and I didn't notice at the time, but she wasn't eating, right? She just was drinking water, just just meeting with everyone, but not eating any food or anything like that. And but we engage, and she basically tells me the very thing that I've been waiting for. She doesn't know that I've
Oh yeah.
been
Wow. Yeah.
waiting for someone like her, right? But she just says, "Hey, I need to come to speak to you. I heard you talking earlier in the work thing, and I just was waiting for an opportunity just to speak to me one on one, right?" And I was
Wow.
like, yeah, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then she starts telling me what she's wanting to do, right? And I'm like, holy cow, this is the one, right? And but the weirdest thing is that I am feeling, right? I'm feeling that spirit, that good spirit.
Mm. Mm.
And it's kind of buzzing me out because I'm like looking around, and they're starting to shift everything into the nightclub phase because it's getting on to
Yeah.
the it's past the restaurant phase, and now they're getting ready for the clubbing, right?
Like 10
So
o'clock
they're,
ish. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So they're moving all the tables out below, and we're still upstairs in this glass conference room. We can look down, and I'm thinking, isn't that, I'm just thinking to myself, like, isn't that amazing
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
That like God can act wherever you are, right? Doesn't matter what
Yeah.
kind of place you're in. If and it's just me, and it's just me and her up there with my wife, and there's no one else there except for like cleaners and stuff that are getting the place ready for later for the evening. But there's no other like guests up there or like people up there, and so we're having this, we're sort of going. I'm just going with it, right? I'm like, okay, I'll see where this goes. Not sure what I'm supposed to do here, but obviously you've got a plan. God's got a plan. There's something definitely I need to be aware of. So I'm just going with it, right? And then I'm sitting up there and thinking, okay, this is really cool. And at the end of that, sort of our business stuff, I'll say, yep, I really like this. This feels like what I want to do, and I'm with you on this. And so we make some good deals, right? And then, we talk a little bit about spiritual things, which is always a good sign, right? When
Mm.
you're feeling the spirit, and then someone wants to talk a little bit about spirit things. So we're talking about that and our beliefs and whatnot. And, she sort of come from a Quaker background. And I said, okay, cool. I don't know too much, but I know a little bit about Quakers. And I
Yeah.
said, so, so we're talking a little bit. And then at the end of the night, I said, okay, I guess it's time for us to go. I guess we should have a prayer, right? Like, let's have a prayer to close up our evening since we've had such a good meeting. She's like, yeah, I agree with that. Let's do that. And so she says, oh, can you say it, right? So I'm saying this, I'm just saying a prayer, right? Just being grateful for the day, good day of business, good day of pleasure. And I start getting this, information about her husband, right? That he's been real sick and that I need to pray for him, right? So I start praying for her husband in the middle of this prayer to say,
Wow.
asking that he'll be healed, give him breath and all this sort of stuff. And when we finish, right, I'm looking at her and she's looking at me and she's like, how do you know my husband? I says, I never met you before. This is the first time we've ever met. I don't know your husband. And she's just like, but how did you know he was so sick? And I go, well, I didn't know that. Like, I said, I
Wow.
said,
Yeah.
I say my prayer, and I felt, this is what I need to pray for. And she told me, she said, oh, my husband, he collapsed last week, and he's been having seizures, and he's been in hospital. And I was like, oh man, like I'm sorry to hear that. And she said, and he just got home, so he's been diagnosed with epilepsy, and yeah, so she was just blown away, right? That this prayer was about, you know, healing for him, and she was just so amazed, and I was sort of like, wow, that's cool, right? And but I had the feeling, right, that I needed to do more for her, right? I wasn't sure, but I just had that feeling like I need to do more than just pray for her, right? So we sort of leave, and we go to leave, and but I've got some leftovers. Like they had all my meal because I didn't eat much. I just mostly did business, so I put all my food into. They put all my food into these nice, like silver,
Yep.
I don't know, like containers. And so I just said, "Oh, would you like to take this food for your husband?" And she was just so grateful, right? And I realized in that moment that she didn't have any money for food. So she had come
Oh
to this business
man.
thing, man. She had come to this business thing, and she was doing her best, right, to mix and mingle with all these business, but she didn't even have enough to buy her a meal at this very,
Yeah.
exquisite restaurant. And I was like, "Oh, you idiot!" I was like, "You idiot! You should have bought her, her food."
So
And
good.
you know what I mean? Like, here you are sitting there doing your thing, and you don't even see this. But I realized, right, this wonderful, lovely young lady who's she was an American. She escaped from America in 2018. She arrived here just before all the COVID stuff started over there, and she has a New Zealand born husband, and so that's how she ended up there. And so I was just like, wow, like, okay,
Yeah.
um, obviously she's meant to be there. And so anyway, we go leave, we leave, and I'm walking with my wife, and we're heading to where our car's parked. And I said to my wife, well, I feel like there's something more we need to do for this woman, right? And I'm like, I know she's sort of parked down that way. Let's get in our car and we'll drive around, and we'll just come around, swing around one time, and if she's still in her car, we'll tell her to follow us, right? So we roll around, and she's still in her car. She's just sitting there, and pull up next to her and just say, "Hey, come follow us," right? So she follows us, and we go into a little part where there's like a bank machine, right? And we pull up there, and there's no one around. And she pulls up, and I say to my wife, "Go grab some money." So she goes in, and we grab about a few $100, maybe $300, something like that. All right, and I just
Mm.
just hand it to her. Say, "Hey, this is for you, right? This is from Yeshua." And she's
Mm.
like looking at me, like, what? And I'm like, it's from Yeshua, man. It's not from me, right? This is from, because he's telling me you need to do more, right? You need to do more. So I'm just like, okay, I got you, right? So I give her this $300, and I'd given her like money before, all I had in my wallet, which was like, I think it was like $15. And my wife said, "Oh, actually, you did pay for some chips that I bought. Bought for her because she saw she wasn't eating, and so she got her some chips and said, 'Hey, would you like some chips?' And she went, 'Oh, thank you.' And I didn't see all that, right? So basically, about $320, right? I'd given her in total, and then we went off, like we drove off. She's in shock, and it's like, it's cool, man. Just I just keep pointing to this guy, like, just look up. Don't look at me, man. Just look up there, So we drive off, right? And we drive to a certain direction. And I said to my wife, I don't think we can get out this way because it's like driving towards the wharf. And my wife's like, no, no, there'll be a road at the end. So we drive blocks and blocks and blocks and get to the end. And, there's the road on the other side and a fence in between, right? And then no exit sign. And I'm looking at my wife. She's like, why do they put their fence there, right? So we turn around and we drive back, right? And I have to go back all the way back, block, 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 and then right where we were before. And she's still there, sitting in her car. And I'm driving past, and I can see in there, it's just bawling her eyes out, man. And I'm
Mm.
just like, oh man, and I just carry on, and I'm just like, man, she must really needed that, you know. She must have really needed that, and God knew, right? And
Yeah.
so I get, so I head home, and I'm a little bit bummed because it was a late night, and I thought I was gonna get some, right? Like my wife's beautiful, and we planned to have like we had
Yeah.
we had the kids with my mum for the night. So this was like one of those, those perfect nights, and I was so tired, and she was tired. I was like, I was just like, damn, man, like, but I'm like, okay,
I
it's all good.
gotta
It's all,
wait till next
all
week.
good. Yeah, right. I was like, it's all good, God. I was out there, I was doing your thing, and
Yeah.
it just
Yeah.
took this long, and so now I'm gonna get back to our B&B, and I'm just gonna go hit the sack, right? And I was just like, man, like that sucks, but but I was so tired, like I was literally so tired that
Yeah.
I hit the pillow and I was out, right? And then the next day, the next day comes, and here's the coolest part, right? The next day comes, and we're having breakfast with the owners of the B&B. They're just sitting there, and they like to make breakfast and chat with us. And
Yeah.
they're like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
man, we're having a good talk, having a good chat, and they're sort of a retired couple. He's an accountant, and and she's just a lovely, I guess, accountant's wife, and and I says to her, because I was going to get my wife wants to get another freezer because I've already got three. No, I've got two freezers and, like, one of those fridges with a fridge freezer. So
Mm.
I've actually got two freezers and a fridge freezer. And my wife wants another freezer because she thinks the whole world's going. She thinks the whole world's going to shit at the end of August, right? Because she watches a lot of this American stuff, right? So she's telling me,
What?
no, the whole
Uh,
world's going back into
what?
lockdown, and you got to go
What?
buy another freezer so we can fill it with meat. And I'm just like, we've already got like three freezers. She's like, no, we need one more, just to make. And I'm like,
Are we
oh my
gonna get the
gosh,
electricity?
yeah. Well, I'm off
Electricity
grid, so
goes out.
I'm off grid, so electricity don't cost me nothing. But still, like,
Oh, nice, nice,
I'm like,
nice.
where am I even gonna put a fourth freezer, right? And she's like, it doesn't matter. You'll be thanking me, right, when we've got plenty of meat and
Just
everyone
put it
else
in
has
our
got no.
bedroom.
Yeah, and so so I was like, nah.
Uh,
I was just like, I wasn't feeling it, but she's my wife, right? So if that's what she
yeah,
wants, that's what I'll
yeah.
do, right? So anyway, I'm sitting there and I say to the owner, I say to her, hey, her name was Sally, right? And I say, hey, Sally, you wouldn't happen to have an old freezer that you're getting rid of, right? Like that you might want to sell. And she goes, no, I don't. And she goes, but actually, she goes, here, because she just had her kitchen remodeled, and she had a very nice Westinghouse, practically new, maybe 2 years old, um, oven that goes in like a wall oven. She goes, yeah, but I got one of those. And she said, and I've been looking for some nice people just like you. You can have it for free. And I was like, are you for real? Because I'm actually, we've been doing the free modeling, right? And I was just like, and we talked about that, right? We talked about putting it was like, yeah, what do you think we should put a wall oven into this part of our kitchen? And we're like, yeah, let's do that. I was like, man, those things aren't cheap, right? And yeah, she offers me this one that's in mint condition, right? She said, yeah, because they just upgraded their whole kitchen, and this one didn't suit. It's the wrong color because they went from
Yeah.
white to black. So they changed everything to like black decor. So they got rid of the white one, right? Like, and I was just like, and my kitchen is white, like, I've got the white kitchen, right? So I'm just like, man,
Perfect.
that's the perfect, right? So I'm just like, wow. And she's like, you can have it for free. And he's like, yeah, you can have it for free. And she goes, and by the way, I got a brand new single bed in there, and because I got a son, a few sons, and I just sold my special needs boys bed, right? Because it wasn't the right bed. She goes, oh, I got a brand new bed in there, and this is literally like 2 months old, not even used. They haven't even used it. Still there, brand new in its wrapper. That's a $600 bed, and she gives it
Man.
to me. She gives it to me for free, right? The total cost of the oven and the this is the crazy part, right? Total cost of the oven and the bed came to $3,200.
At least it wasn't
Wow.
already free.
No, I mean he gave her
No, I gave
$320, right?
I gave her $320. This woman I did not know. And the next
So
day, I didn't expect this, right? I didn't expect this to happen. The next day, I got 10 times back,
10
10
times,
times what I gave
I was gonna
away.
say, wow.
And
So,
because I did, I only checked those prices tonight because I went just to make sure. I said I got to check. Like this.
yeah,
I mean, I was already like I already knew I was blessed, right? When I received
yeah.
what I received, I go, but I didn't know like how much these things actually costed.
That
I was just
that's
guessing, right? I was like, oh, that bed's probably $300, right?
wow.
But then when I get home and I'm actually putting everything into the house, right? I'm like, hang on a second, I gotta check this out because I said this bed feels so good, right? Comfy, strong. I check it out; it's a $600 bed, right? And like I look it up,
Man,
I'm like, holy cow, this is a $600 bed and it's brand new. And then I'm like, let's check out the other one. I was like, wow. And then I added them up together. It was 30. I had this feeling, right? I had this feeling even before I did it that it was gonna be that, right? 10 times what I gave away.
oh,
And yeah, and I just I went to my wife and I said, you know, that formula that we keep using, right? That we give and we keep getting back every time. I said, man, look at this. And I showed her and she's just like, yep.
blew her
But she
mind,
said, yeah, she said the problem is people think we're giving money away because we want more money, you know? I
eh?
said, I says, I know it looks like that, right? But I said, genuinely, like we do it when I guess for me, it's like when God says, "Hey, can you do something for me?" Man, you answer the call, and
You
just
get
like the
10
word
times
says,
back.
just like the
Yeah.
word says, that the windows of heaven open, and you get blessed, man. Like test God, right? If God asks you to do something, test Him. And I
But
tell you
so
what, man, wow,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, especially how you helped that woman and her husband, how you guys, man, it sounds like something. Yeah, it sounds like
Well,
one
that's
of
a
those
better.
stories in the Bible, how God orchestrates everything, and for everyone's. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, that's the
Amen.
whole thing, right? It's a living, like for me, right?
Uh,
God is living, bro. Like for me, like God is a
yeah,
living thing, man. Like it's in my life, I see that, and I'm just like, there's no coincidences, man. There's no
yeah, you're blessed,
coincidences in
dude.
that. You just if you listen, if you listen, then you see that. And I think back to that time when I could have rolled with the masonry stuff, right, and went for all that money, and I go, man. I may not have what what they were offering. And I says, but every time I listen to God, He increases me. And it's not just in like temporal stuff, right? It's not just in money or riches. It's more than that, right? It's these experiences that I walk away knowing that it's real,
Yeah,
and I didn't even need like I would have been happy even if I got nothing. Like I was not expecting to get anything back.
Hmm.
I truly wasn't. But the fact that God decided to do that to show me that He wanted to do something for me, specifically too. It wasn't just like, yeah, I'm gonna give you $3,200. He's like, yeah, you've been talking about getting one of these ovens, right? Here you go. You
yeah.
know,
How's that
and
woman doing? How's that woman and her husband?
$2,700. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, that was so what that was on Saturday. So I just emailed them tonight just to let her know because I
Wow.
didn't tell her. I didn't. I've
Yep.
been traveling, and I only just got home this evening and sort of sat down, and then that's like I said, that's when I got to look at the actual value of those things. So I've been traveling through that whole weekend and
Well,
stuff
that's an
and
amazing
working today.
weekend, man. Yeah,
Yes.
that is. Gosh.
And
Uh,
so I'm looking forward to catching up with him and seeing how his health's doing. Really want to see how his health is going. Um, and I'm gonna plan to go down and take them to dinner and meet her
yeah,
husband. Because I was just like,
yeah.
man, there's something more about that. Like I'm looking forward to creating a friendship with this this couple. I just sort of felt
Yeah.
like that was important. So
A calling, yeah.
yeah,
Like
well, we
work.
got
Something I
a
find
business. Yep, you
something
go.
I find interesting, right, is once you start delving down into that rabbit hole for like conspiracy, right, of like things that aren't adding up, and you try to do some research, and no matter how deep you go, all roads lead to Jesus, and the war is, about stamping out his name, stamping him out completely. I
Right,
mean,
right.
anything from Illuminati, Federal Reserve, Jesuits, Freemasons, Zionism, the elite, Hollywood, transhumanism, the fake Jews, the globe,
Yeah.
all of that. I mean, you go all the way down to the bottom of it. And like right now, there's even new fractals of that rabbit hole breaking off.
Right, right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's so bad that, some subjects are really tainted worse than others. So that's why we can't talk about certain subjects.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. There's a censorship, not just for truth, right, but for those connections, those experiences, those human connections that we have that all lead us back to that same
Yeah.
place you're talking about.
There's a reason why conspiracy leads to spirituality.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. Yeah. And I didn't tell a single one of them that I was a flat earther. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there in business and I'm thinking, I wonder what would happen right now if I just turned around and said, yo, by the way, I believe the earth is flat. Or, something like
Oh,
that, right? And I was just thinking, I wonder what would happen. Sometimes I sit there and I toy with that idea in my head, and I thought, I wonder how many of them would just laugh,
you,
or they would actually seriously come and talk to me, or I would
you
just
should
be like
consult
the
the missus.
invisible man. Yeah,
You should
yeah,
consult the missus about that. Hey, babe, what if I just jokingly no?
yeah, yeah.
No,
What if I just tell
come on.
all these other business people that the world is not what it appears to be,
That
right?
I'm crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be
Oh
like,
man.
yeah, no more business with that dude. Like,
Mm.
but it is
I think once
interesting. Yeah,
I think once you work with people long enough and they get to know you, and they know you're not a crazy person. You're good. Got a good head on your shoulders. Then maybe then mentioning something like that might not sound crazy to them, but I think when first meeting people, it might put them off. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you got to be wise, right? Like, you have
Right.
to be strategic when you try to wake people up, because
Right.
um, people do not react well when you throw it in front of them, right? You have to, like you said, you have to take your time and feel it out, and then if the opportunity comes, right, then then you do it.
Plant the
That
seed.
that
Yeah.
just gave me an idea. I think we should all like go under our true names and try to get like hired on to these space agencies and all that, and like infiltrate from within and let them all know, hey, it's really flat. Look at this document. Hey, it's really flat. Look at this observation. Look at this. Look at that. And just good idea, huh?
Right? Yeah, yeah,
It's a good idea until you realize they already know that it's flat. You're the only one
Yeah,
that's
they'll
trying
be
to
like,
wake
they'll be
people
like,
up.
yeah, what do
yeah,
you want? Just shut up, take your paycheck. So,
yeah.
okay.
Like, hey, yeah, they'll be like,
We
hey,
know, dude.
Joshua, remember we're not meant to say that like in public. We just do that in the office, bro.
Yeah, like
Like,
start winking at you, like
yeah.
start
Remember at the
winking at
orientation, right? We're meant to keep this stuff.
Remember the
Oh,
the oath?
That's only
yeah,
for inside the office. You can't say that on the assembly
yeah,
floor.
yeah,
Remember that disclosure agreement you signed
yeah. He's like,
when we
they're like,
hired you?
you're obviously at one of the high levels, so since you know that, so yeah. Remember, we're not meant to tell the other guys working here.
Don't ask, don't tell policy.
Yeah,
We don't
it's like,
ask
oh,
people if they're flat earthers,
yeah.
and we don't tell people we are flat earthers.
Oh
Absolutely,
man.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, Yeah, no. So it's just, and you know what the weirdest thing about my weekend was is, so I went to an area that's always beautiful and sunny, right? And for the whole 2 days I was there, it was fogged in, and that never happens like to this place. And it was really kind of creepy, right? Like it's like you stare out the window and just walls of fog. It was like that TV show Fog that I know there's like a series out, right? About the fog. It looked like that. And someone in the I don't know, they said jokingly, right? Someone in the meeting said, "Oh, it's almost like there's a ghost standing out there." And
Wow.
everyone looked at the window, like everyone looked at the window, and I was like, "Holy cow!" Like I hope that like she's just like, it almost feels like this place is like there's just all these ghosts here. Yeah, we're just like, okay, okay.
Man.
Yeah,
You
it
ever
was a
seen The
creep.
Mist?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. It was like that mist, the mist, right? It looked like
Yeah.
that. It looked like that show. Just we were in, we're in, and we had full glass windows. So, our walls were full glass windows looking out towards the boats because we were in meeting in a conference center. Oh, of course, overlooking the ocean, right, with the wharf and all the boats, and it was like that, right, with all the fog there, and you could just see the little parts of the boats with the fog, and it was like, oh man. It's like that Mist. I was thinking this is just like that movie I saw, that TV show, Mist. That Mist one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. It's like, man,
What
what's out
man,
there?
what's happening in New Zealand, man? Like, especially in the South Island, like shit.
Yeah, yeah.
500,000
That
people.
was odd, man. That was odd, man. That was an area called
It could,
Hawke's Bay, which would be like your California, right? Very
yeah.
similar to like that California, where it's just always clear,
Yeah.
always sunny. You know.
It was like very unusual.
I bet you Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and who else? Elon, like all of their wives are sitting down there trying to conjure up Lilith or
Well,
something.
it's the funny thing you say that, because where I was, right, you could, if it's clear, I would be able to see the point, Mahia Point, right, which is where they're doing the whole SpaceX thing, man. Right?
Ah,
That's where the whole SpaceX
and
base is.
Aberdeen, you know, yeah, I
So I
don't
was
know.
just like, I was actually thinking, like, is this all fogged up because somebody's covering something? Like, it felt like that, right? Like, I was thinking, man, what if they had the ability to fog this place just so no one could see what's going on over there, over at Mahia
Yeah.
Point, where SpaceX spaces, right?
Yeah. I was
It
gonna
was
say that
weird.
too. Are,
That's where,
are they
that's where
able?
Elon would have been. Elon would have been over there, Yeah, so that's odd, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about HARP, if that's even possible. You heard about HARP?
Yeah,
How they
yeah.
can control the weather? Yeah, yeah. It makes me wonder if that's actually possible, that they can control the weather.
Have you seen the Rain Machine?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen it. How they, the rocket, right? How they use the rocket to
Yeah, it's a rocket engine, but it's not really a
engine,
rocket.
rocket engine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I just had this thought. Imagine how cool it would be, right, to have a jar with a storm in it, right? That you could just sit there and have it on your shelf with a little, with a little storm raining. This is like a monument to joy. Man,
The
wouldn't that
high
be
pressure
cool?
to low pressure system going on in there.
Yeah. Actually, how about having a whole right? How about having a whole dome-like sphere with a whole
Yeah.
little farm thing going on, and then have little rain things. Man, this, you know,
I think they're
you
able
can-
to. I think there is technology. I think they are able to manipulate the weather. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they should have that capability already. but I can't be sure. I don't know. What do you guys know about it? HARP.
I know the first HARP project was a space gun, a bullet that they tried to shoot into space, and they failed.
Space. You mean into the firmament?
Yeah, well, it was called
Yeah.
the space gun, and they tried to shoot a bullet to see if they could get it to orbit, and it failed.
Right. Obviously, it failed.
But it's a high altitude aurora research project.
It's definitely something, that obviously it's sending a signal, a powerful signal into the atmosphere.
I think they're
So,
mapping out the weak spots so that they can induce a pressure above to cause a collapse underneath and create an earthquake. I think that's what
yeah,
they're
I would agree.
the Earth
That
Smasher. Enki's Earth
Earth,
Smasher.
yeah, I would agree that earthquakes seem to be because there's one of the things that I saw when I looked up evidence on this HARP thing, right, was that there were reports from places that were having these earthquakes that they were seeing rainbow-like patterns in the sky or colors, and apparently that showed up. Those same rainbow-like patterns showed up in Christchurch right before the Christchurch earthquake, and yeah, so that seems to be a consistency of this rainbow effect that shows up. So we're not talking like a rainbow that crosses the sky. We're talking like a rainbow that's in the sky. Shouldn't be, like these rainbow colors are showing up.
Almost like this. Shoot, where is it? Right here.
That's
Right.
mine. You're posting
Oh
it. You're
shoot!
posting it in my
My
DM.
bad. My bad.
I'm just gonna 100% it. Thumbs up.
Pretty awesome photo, huh? Awesome photo
Yeah.
right here.
Right.
Oh
Like
my
that.
god.
Yeah.
What
See,
is
it's
that
not.
big thing? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not going where a rainbow should be. It's like that. And
Yeah.
apparently one those showed up before it seems to show up right before the earthquake. So in the sky, almost like
Wow, what is that? What is that?
The moon's in the background, and you can see some stars too.
It doesn't look like a rainbow. That looks like a big sphere, circle in the sky, like a very big
Like a
circle.
refraction of the firmament.
Is it? Oh, okay. Okay.
well, that's what shows up before these earthquakes hit. Apparently, so, and they're saying that they suspect this is coming from HARP. It's or whatever HARP's hitting. It's doing something right off the firmament and then coming down like almost like playing pool, right? I'll hit my ball and dung and come down
You know
here.
what? I remember working at the store this one time, and I come outside for a cigarette break, and I look up in the sky and I see a cloud, and the cloud is like a wispy cloud, and it's got like multiple rainbows in it. Looks like an oil slick, right? And like
Wow.
a month later, we had a huge earthquake. So
Wow. Yeah, earthquakes, man.
kind of reminds me, you know how you ever heard the story of the Australian Aborigine tale of the opal?
The-
No.
no.
That there was a great rainbow that had hit the ground, and where it hit the ground, it changed it to this solid rainbow, which is the opal. That's their tale. So, and then they also have like what was it, the rainbow serpent in the dream world?
Yeah. That's here in Australia. The rainbow serpent. Yeah. But I heard. I've read and heard that story was fabricated by the Freemasons. The rainbow serpent.
Yeah, because a rainbow serpent would indicate that it's a light projector, and there is a rainbow serpent as well that they just
Yeah,
discovered.
I don't think it's native to Australia, the Kuris.
No, it's not. It's
yeah.
South America, I believe.
Right. And I think it was brought in and integrated into their whatever cosmology slash I don't know why,
Yeah,
but I
because
was looking into it.
they always point back to like South America with the plume serpent,
Yeah, with
like
the plume serpent.
Tupac,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Tupac. Do you know what Tupac's full name was?
No? Tupac
Tupac.
Shakur?
Yeah, Tupac Amaru Shakur.
Amaru Shakur, yeah. What does it mean?
Amaru means plume serpent in the Peruvian language, and
Wow.
Tupac is an Indian word for bright serpent,
Interesting.
shining serpent.
The shining serpent, like a seraph, like a seraphim, right?
Yep. So he was the shining serpent, the winged serpent, right? The feathered serpent.
Yeah.
And then Shakur, I'm not sure what Shakur means, but I have a feeling that has something to do with the Khalifa story. The leader of the Amazons, the giant women. Supposedly California was supposed to be an island.
Khalifa.
Yeah.
That's what California was before. Yeah.
Well, no, that's where it got its name
Came
from.
from.
Yeah, Khalifa. In
Ah.
fact, in Spanish, California's Khalifa. It does not mean flower. That's Florida. Kind of like America or American means Amaru Akon or Amaru the chief, the leader, the king.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's always the
occultism everywhere.
serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always the serpent too.
Oh, and then there's a rock here in the Americas, right? It's called serpentine or serpentinite, and that's where jade comes from, and
Oh,
asbestos.
yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is one of the names for jade.
Well,
The
one of
serpent
them
China
that's a
too has
nephrite,
that,
not
right?
jadeite. That's nephrite, not jadeite. So yeah,
And, and
China. Well,
Australia,
Myanmar has a different kind. It's an actual jadeite. It's a different kind of mineral, but it's still an asbestos.
dude, friggin' New Zealand has all the frickin' jade. I mean,
Yep.
like one of the most the greenstone.
In
Yeah,
fact,
yeah, we have greenstone and we have dragonstone as well,
Right?
and they had
Yeah.
monolithic
which is
axes.
black jade. Black jade, we have black jade as well.
That's the hard one, eh?
And the monolithic clubs and the monolithic axes for ceremonial killings. That was also in Mesoamerica.
Something with the precious stones, right? The jewels and the crystals.
Yep.
I wonder if there's some kind of I don't know, magical properties, or I don't know, something about the crystals we don't know about.
Guess where all the stones are too, man?
Well, we
In
did.
the South Island,
South
bro.
Island?
Yep,
See.
I
in
think
the
we
South
discovered
Island.
the magic with quartz radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely quartz is something special,
So
right?
if quartz can do radio signals, maybe the Urim and the Thummim with the chest plate that they were using for the communication device, the ephod, perhaps all of them put together was something special and unique to where the wielder was able to have a communication with the Most High.
Well, how many stones were on the ephod?
12. Then you
12,
had the
right?
Urim and the Thummim, which were on the shoulders. So that would be 14. And that
14.
reminds me of the 14 dragon story. 14 dragons flying in the twilight of the night. 14 dragons united, teamed up against one. One fell from grace and was forever chained, imprisoned, scoffed at, never to be allowed to participate. Thus the 13 lucky families of the dragons. And the one that shall never be and will always be hated until the end of time. It goes on.
Where's
That's
that
just
from?
it's from somewhere.
14 dragons.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look for it. I came across it one time. I can't
Okay.
remember where it is. It's like an old English, so it's like a poem. I think it might be like Gaelic or Scottish or something that it's translated from. Not sure, but yeah, it's a interesting thought, you know.
Lore, maybe?
Yeah, lore. The 14 dragon lore. But you'll probably come up with like some like strange anime game or something.
Yeah.
RPG.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that like a lot of things I've tried to look up recently that I've found before has referenced just video games, and it's impossible to find the real information on it.
Yeah.
Or
I've
even like
noticed
the
they've cleaned it up.
meaning
They've
of
cleaned up.
like the Greek letters and all that.
Yeah. They cleaned it up so yeah, the algorithm redirects you to what they want you to find versus
Yeah.
then that screws everything up, you know. What kind of search engine is that anyway?
Like here's the weird thing, like Gimel, right? Which would be gamma. That means camel.
Hmm.
And let's see. Hang on, let me grab this book here and open it up, and I'll tell you what it means in Hebrew.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated about dragons.
Foot or camel. Foot or camel.
Foot or camel.
Mm-hmm. And the next one, Dalit, is tent door or pathway. Hasn't everybody ever heard of closing that door? No. It's better to face these kind of things with a sense of humility and rationality. That's the true meaning of that song.
The word dragon means huge serpent.
Terrible,
Dragon.
terrible serpent, terrible lizard. Yeah.
Giant
Monstrous
sea
lizard.
fish. Giant to see clearly. Visible or I have seen.
And it's
I'm
kind
looking
of
at the
funny.
etymology.
Listen to this,
Yeah.
right? Like we know from like the Hebrew stories of the what are they? The Philistines, that they worship a god called Dagon,
Yeah.
Dagon,
Fish god. Yeah.
which is pretty close to Dracon, right?
Dragon.
So it was a fish.
Dagana. Dagon. Dagon. Yeah.
The dragon, the Leviathan. Yeah.
Dagon. Yeah. Dagon. Yeah.
Which ties
Was a
back
god.
into Remphan. Yep.
Was a god worshipped in ancient Syria across the middle of the Euphrates, especially in Tutul. It's also known in Mesopotamia, where the rulers regarded as god capable of granting them kingship. Yeah. Let me check the etymology. Yeah, dragons versus dinosaurs.
And so you could always make that other parallel too with a Dogon people.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would be the Phoenicians. I don't know.
Yeah, because they're all English words, and they always come from a fabulous animal Common to the conceptions of many races and peoples from Old French dragon. Oh yeah, huge serpent. Yeah, right. Dragoon. Like they don't write anything about it.
Yeah, because it's scrubbed. Like
Used
I
in the
noticed
Bible.
I noticed
Yeah.
like last year when this whole lockdown thing first started, I did a little bit of research and I went to the root word research and that's how I found entomology.com, right? And when I first looked up, it was just a sticky poisonous substance pertaining to the root of a plant and or the sticky or the liquid venom of a serpent, right? Or of a viper. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. And then it said, see also the same thing with an ology after it, right?
Hmm.
And I clicked on that, and then it said, oh, well, the later coining of, small toxic matter that is not alive, right? So you can't kill something that's not alive. And it basically goes back to what it meant, it's pertaining to that, which is where the study of this pathogen comes from. And then it was always like bacteriophage. I was like, oh, that's cool. So yeah, and now it's like if you try to look that word up again, it's completely different meaning. It's kind of hidden.
on etymology.com.
Yeah, because it now says,
Etymology.
and now I don't even think it says snake venom in there at all.
Yeah. Oh, English is the magic language anyway. Anyways,
Yep.
to me, because it's made up of so many different languages. It's like
I think
spelling.
English, how they say English is like a relatively new language?
Yeah.
I think it's an ancient language. I think it might be the language of Babel before the tower was constructed.
Really, you reckon?
Possibly. It's got a lot of other languages, words into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah. So it's like it's going back to that, right? Like what
Yep.
it was, and now it's going back to it. It's like,
I mean, we could talk about that a little bit more, but it's not really the flat Earth, but it kind of is. I mean, why would you need a tower, right, to reach the firmament? But you look at the United Nations building, right? Or not United Nations, the European Union building, right?
yeah.
It's shaped like the Tower of Babel, how it's, illustrated in pop culture and all that, and books and all that. But it also sits there and says, many tongues, one voice.
Yeah.
Yep.
You think NASA is the tower is I mean, they did use that in the European Union's was it I think it was on the coin, right? Or no, it was on the Olympics. Remember in one of the Olympics they used the Tower of Babel as artwork. There was this artwork. Do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember.
One of the Olympics, I think it was the last one we had. Well, anyways, yeah, they had the Tower of Babel, like the unfinished one. Like, oh man.
This one right
It's
here?
like, yeah, that's the image, but yeah, I mean I think that's it. That's not the image though. There was an actual image like the one on top that XO posted. It was like that one, but it was like wow, look at that thing. It is. And they put it right in your face, like, yep, from the Bible, but why would we lie?
There's a couple other ones, but was it like a higher elevation where you can
It
see
was
that they
almost like
left
a
it
cartoon.
unfinished.
It was almost
Oh,
like a painting from the past that they used to, like a coin. You know how you would stamp something on a coin? It had
mhm.
that look to it. Let me see if I can find it. Tower of Babel Olympics. Yeah, I think it's the one that XO posted. I think it was something that looked like that. Yeah, I know, right? Build a tower to heaven. But in the future, well, I think this is. I've seen some plans for the future that they plan to how to launch things into space, and the idea is one, the balloons, right? Facebook and the whole balloon, Google balloon, whatever project, and two are towers. They want to build these big towers that goes up into the sky, right, into the clouds, and then platforms that can launch into space from there. So it's like Mount Olympus. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
I should post links. I mean, I read this a couple of years ago. I can't really remember. Was it? Yeah. You guys ever read about that? Okay, let me look for links.
Can't say that I have.
Future of space. I can't believe it. I'm not.
Hey,
I'm not going to Google
what about
that.
this real quick? Did you hear of anything about the 11th? Has anybody heard about the exercises that are supposed to take place on the 11th
11th of
this month, August?
no. What have you heard?
The United States, I think it's somewhere in Texas, is conducting drills for EMP readiness,
Oh yeah,
and they're
I've heard
expecting
people.
power. They're expecting
Yeah,
power outages.
yeah, I've
Um,
heard people talking about it.
I've heard the other ones talking about it too, sitting there saying that at the end of it, when it comes back online, it's going to be a different system, different internet, and new monetary system, hardened against EMP, hardened against takedown.
Oh wow,
But that's just
wow.
speculation. Won't know until it happens, right?
Wow.
Well, there is something weird going on with the crypto world at the moment. So seems to be this uneasiness
Yeah.
about it, right? Like people, because there's a law being put into place in the US around it. So they're worried about because they think that the law that they're putting into place potentially will kill because they'll be taking away their access, right? Everybody who trades, they want to know who's trading it, all that sort of stuff. It's just gonna it
I
basically turns it into money,
I
right?
personally, if I was going to invest, I would invest in like the gold backs. And this isn't just money
Right.
backed by
Yeah.
gold. This is actually
Those
has
those
gold
Utah
in it.
ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. It's just so something weird's going on. Like I said, with these guys buying up property with cash, something's coming very
Oh,
soon.
Ireland even has one. Kingdom of Bonifay gold back. Utah, New Hampshire, Nevada, Goldback Wallet, Utah. Yeah. And you can trade directly from Bitcoin. We accept Bitcoin and other cryptos.
Uh,
And then it doesn't matter, where it's illustrated from. It's got a specific weight of gold value. 1/200th of a troy ounce of 4/9 gold. 1/200th, 1/1000th, 1/100th, 1/200th, 1/40th. So it's almost like cryptocurrency, but for gold, But like the 1/20th is $180.
Which makes sense, right? It makes
Yeah.
sense. So, yeah, definitely a system's getting ready to. Or
And they've
maybe this
already
is one of the tests, right? They're testing their system.
and it's already increased in value because the one that's $180 used to say $50. The one that says 36 used to be 10 because it's face value 10.
All right. So this is yeah, it's definitely happening. Yeah. But anyway, it's been a pleasure, my friends. I must be off to bed. I got a big day tomorrow. So
Oh, and
All right,
gold
Jay.
dropping
Yep.
big time. All right, Dave.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
enjoyed
thanks for
chatting with you.
yeah. We enjoyed the story, man. Good weekend. Good talk. God bless.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, bro. Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah. But I'm not, just to put it out there, I'm not a finance expert. So don't take any of my advice. But if I had money, that's what I would do.
This is not financial advice.
Yeah.
Saying you should, but I
I'm
think
not
you
saying
should.
you should. I'm saying I would because it's actual gold money
Yeah.
that has increased in value already, even though the price of gold has dropped. It has still increased in value from the time of the pressing, which was like 3 years ago, because they're on the 3rd series now.
Yeah. What about basic universal income? You heard about that?
Yeah, I heard about the BUI. The BUIs, they're trying to, or yeah, the
You reckon that's gonna be the future of
Bo Jiden's trying to roll that out.
Well, it's been planned in the works for a long time now. Of course, Elon Musk has been pushing it for years now, and
Don't they have something
it,
like that in Australia?
no, not yet. I think it's gonna roll out like everywhere together. You know what I mean?
Possibly after the 11th.
Who knows? I mean, the Great Reset. Think about it, right?
And then you won't be able to do anything unless you have a certain passport denoting that you're part of a certain person, certain
Mm-hmm.
corporation.
Yep.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. And you guys got the Jolly Roger on your flag, don't you?
I don't know. There's a kangaroo on our flag. What, the
Yeah.
Australian flag?
Yeah.
There's a Southern Cross on it, and yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
You've never seen the Australian flag?
Yeah, but I remember it. This might be like one of those things where it was just like wannabe Mandela effectiveness type thing. But I remember there being in the top left corner, like where we would have our field of um,
Yep.
stars. It was the
Yep.
British flag, and then you had the Southern Cross.
Yeah. That's
Was
what I
going
see.
back
When I look at the Australian flag, I see Britain, right? Represented by the the red, but the Southern Cross represents the place. So Britain owns this place. That's what I see when I see the Australian flag.
Well, it's not Britain. Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
I see. That's what I see.
yeah,
It's yeah. So that's what I was thinking. Okay,
Britain's bitch.
that
I mean, the
that
Queen's bitch.
particular location. No, it's not the
Yeah, yeah,
Queen's. Not even that. It's the Crown, right?
yeah. The crown.
And
Yeah,
you take your guys' flag, right? But where the blue background with the Southern Cross is, right? You
yep,
replace that with the bars from the US flag. You know
yep.
what flag you have?
Oh, what?
The West India Trading Company
Yeah, this guy.
pirate flag.
It's a pie. Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
So we have been pirated. We're under a pirate dictatorship.
Yeah, well, that's what flags are, right? Flagships.
Yep.
Flag is represent when you see a ship, you look at the flag it's flying, right? And
Yeah,
you
but
know what kind of ship.
I'm saying the powers that be, the ruling class, are the marauders.
Yeah, maritime law. So I'm just always saying, we are living on ships, flagships. You know.
Yep. That's why I
Commodity.
don't recognize any court that has gold fringe around the flags.
I never liked flags anyway.
Well, the gold fringe around a flag, like a flag does not have gold fringe. Like you look at the Australian flag, I see a couple examples, no gold fringe. But I bet if you were to look inside of a courtroom with a judge, there'd be a gold fringe around that flag.
Mm.
Just like
What does
in
that mean?
the United States, it indicates admiralty. So it's maritime law inside there, and it doesn't apply to you because you're born on the land, not of the sea. Your person is born of the sea. And the sea is chaos, also represents space. It's part of the control. That's why it's red and blue, right? The red represents control, and blue represents chaos. So red is order, blue is chaos. So out of order. Yeah. Order out of chaos.
Chaos out of order out of chaos. Like the Big Bang.
Yeah. How does an explosion create something?
Order out of chaos.
Without there being an intelligent design behind the explosion. And even that intelligent design there, see? So yeah. It's crazy. We've all been fed lies from the tablecloth. Everything in school was a lie. All history was a lie. The only thing we can be sure of is the days that we live in are confusion. Once again, Babel. Especially when you try to tell people, like red pill people, and they look at you like you're crazy. That's by design.
Yes, exactly. And I think if you're aware of that, then you can have it's easier to kind of manage.
But see, here's the thing:
Conversation.
just like the other part of that covenant is they will look for us and they will not see us.
Yeah. Days are coming when people are going to want to hear the truth, but won't be able to find it because we won't be around. We're all dead. Or
because you all killed us already. You know, when you found out what's going on, we're already gone. Then what are you gonna do? You're gonna fight amongst each other and turn amongst each other and kill each other off.
Hi, what's up, man?
Oh, hey,
That's me.
Dadum.
Dad,
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, man. I just came in to show a friend of mine. Like I said, oh, there's a great channel I'm on, and trust me, they'll be speaking some truth right now. And I came in. I didn't realize that my mic was on, man. We're just listening.
Yeah. We thought you were trying to chime in, man. Yep.
Yeah. My friend is like undecided on flat Earth, but he doesn't believe that we go around the sun. You know.
He doesn't believe that we go. Well, what Earth does he believe in? Like a geocentric model Earth, or?
No, he's not too sure whether it's a sphere or flat. I think he's, yeah.
Did you tell him about the radius and how spheres work? Here's a good one. If you were on a sphere, you will always see more sky than ground because sphere.
Yeah.
That's
Look at the Sonic the Hedgehog pick of the bonus zone. Sonic bonus zone.
We're just on a quick dinner break. We've got to go back to work in a minute, but he's looking at it from a faith standpoint of his faith, like I have faith too. And so basically it's not like a salvation issue. It's not But I'll be honest, man, it's what brought me to faith. I realized there was a creator when I realized that we're on a flat earth, you know. So we're just talking about it, and I just quickly jumped in here. But listen, guys,
Yeah.
we're going to shoot. I appreciate that. All right. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Talk to him about the curvature, man. Yep. All good.
Curvature, yeah, some good
Yeah,
documentaries.
the radius. Yeah, just tell him about the radius. You know, it's not so big. We've been given the measurement, and it's not there. I mean, you can start
Exactly.
there.
Amen. And also, how
Job.
NASA deceive, eh? NASA are liars.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's
try to
not
stick
just
with
NASA.
with the.
It's
Yep.
all the space people, even the millionaires.
Exactly.
But try to stick with the ball first, and the sphere. Once he understands that he's not seeing what he should be seeing,
Yeah.
that's when it starts to unravel for him. You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if you get him to focus on that, yeah.
All right, we'll do.
And
Thank you, gents. I gotta
Yeah,
go.
mate.
Bye bye.
Job 38:14.
Yeah, Job
Yeah.
38:14. Okay, I'm gonna look
Yep.
at it. Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Yeah. Have a good day, mate. Lunch. Hey, man. At least he spends his lunch breaks here, man. That's good.
He's all, oh yeah, let's just chill into this. They're probably just dropping some red pills right now.
I
It's
used
like, I
to
don't
buy
know, it's kind
people
of
lunch.
quiet right now.
I just buy people lunch just so I can ask them questions about flat earthers. And you hear about these flat earthers? You know, it's like, what? Wait, are you one of those fucking crazy flat earthers? Like, no, I'm saying, have you heard of it? You know, and then I'll start with. It's always good.
This next little meme type spell, I don't have any words for this at all, but just what the fuck.
Oh, the QR code. Look at that. Yes.
It's a demon.
Oh, yes. Yes, the QR code. It's how you encode information. It's how you put information into an image.
Like a mark.
Where did you find that statue picture, or where did the meme come from?
To be honest, this popped up on my YouTube feed. Or Facebook feed.
So it's like an ancient relic, supposedly.
Supposedly, but I'm not sure the origin of it. I grabbed it so I could try to 10-eye it, and I haven't done it yet.
What do you mean 10-eye it?
10eye.com. It's the reverse image lookup.
Found it
You did?
on YouTube. I typed in QR code ancient god, and I found a video with that exact same photo.
How do you 10-eye something? What do you set the number 10, or how do you?
Basically,
Ancient Mayan statue. Yep.
You upload
Go
a
ahead.
photo that somebody would send you, or a photo you find on the internet somewhere, and you're trying to figure out more about it, and it will do a quick search that usually takes about a minute or less than a minute, and it'll scour like all these different websites for a match of that photo, and usually they'll find it, and then they'll say, this is the source, this is the source, this is the source, and then you go to the
What do
website.
you put in? So where do you go? What's the site called?
10eye.com.
With the number?
No, it's just 10 TIN. TIN. EYE.
Okay. EYE. That's what I couldn't figure out, because it could have been 10, the number 10i.com.
Huh.
Okay, cool.
No, it's a good thing for like finding out catfishers.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I've never heard of it. Awesome.
Yeah. So like a lot of these memes that are going around causing a lot of fears, like, yeah, that photo, that's from 2013. Or this incident, it's from 2013, 2012. And then they turn against you. It's like, look at this website, look what it says. How could it be dated back in that far in an article? Think about it. That's fake news. Oh, okay.
Hey,
Comes
is
up
talking
with 41 results.
You got 141 results?
No, just 41.
Oh.
Well, it's useful. I'll use that for others. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Like there was one image where like Obama was supposedly on that Pedo Island, but no, that was in Jamaica.
Fake.
Yeah, completely fake.
What
And
about the one where he's? What about the one where he's walking with Michelle when she was still a man?
I don't know. I never looked that one up.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah.
Bill Gates, I think, is supposed to be with him or something.
I think the big reset is probably going to have something to do with 5G, automation.
Oh, it comes up. It just read the QR tag is all that did. Dang it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep looking to see where this came from, but I don't know if it's real or a hoax or so.
Right. Let me take a screenshot of just the idol.
When it comes to computers, ancient knowledge, there's a connection. There's a connection. I know there is, because the computer's modeled after the brain, and encoding information. You know how we when you send an email and they say it's secured, it's because it's being encrypted. Encryption. Encryption comes from, I think Caesar was the first one, right? But the modern day encryption of information comes from John Dee. John Dee and Edward Kelly developing. These are the guys that developed what we call science today. So, I mean, the connection between computers, this whole network and the past, I mean, I'm still trying to, look into it, but I
Didn't
know it's
John Dee
there.
use a black mirror too?
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say today when he was here. Dave, when he was talking about the South Island, is John Dee was looking for a magic circle to perform the ritual.
Apparently it's a
So,
Mayan idol.
a Mayan idol.
Really?
So they use the city of Prague. The whole city is a magic circle. So when you look at places like Washington, D.C., when you look at cities themselves, you can pretty much consider those magic circles. And when they perform their rituals, spirits are responding. So that's that's the scary thing, is like we are probably living inside a magic circle and not even know it, driving around, like the way cities are designed by Freemasons. Do you guys know Freemasons design all cities?
Well, they're also based on the Star Force that used to be here, or they used to be more
Alltech Mexico.
recognizable.
Allteca. Yeah.
I think.
Well, what was it? Does it say that it has like an origin that it's dated?
No, that's the website that everything's linking back to. Like even a deciphering of, or a decoding of that code, a rendering. It goes back, it refers to this website. It's what the QR code was showing. Alltechmexico.com.
Encryption.
And you go there, and it's just a bunch of like robotic arms and grabbers, things like that, servos and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Weird. Man digs up the metal from the earth, right? And then builds these things, that it's not
These
natural.
things that they create to worship. Never bow down to your own creation. First and foremost, it's a grievous sin. You are told to only bow down to the Most High. Don't bow down to your own creation. And how many of these tech giants are doing exactly that right there? They're just like, oh, how mighty is my
It-
machine? How mighty is my Windows? How mighty is my Apple?
how mighty are my rulers, are my controllers, right? My masters. Look at the phones they make for me. Look at all these toys they make for me, so I don't have to do jack shit but be lazy and toxic and annoy the crap out of people and just be the worst kind of human being I can be. I'm so thankful for technology, right? That's how they think.
Yeah.
So I don't go out and do things I'm supposed to do, but I stay home and occupy my eyeballs with entertaining images on a black mirror that appear out of nowhere. Is that magic, dude? No, it's a smartphone. It looks like magic. What the hell is that? You know what I mean? It's like, is that witchcraft? Bro, do you even science? It's technology. Magic, you know? Images appearing on your screen, just like that. Like, where are these images coming from? Is there somebody in there? Like, are those little people in that? No, dude, it's technology. What? It's it's magic. Oh, I get it. I get it. Right.
Oh, this is Mick West that says this.
Oh, that guy. What did he say?
Here, I'll just grab the website. Oh man. To the site, Metabunk.
Oh yeah, that guy. You know he was here, Mick West. He came here to talk to
Mm-mm,
us. Yeah.
no.
I woke up this one morning, turned on the thing, and I heard this guy talking. You know, like da 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 da, and I was like, man, this guy sounds like one of those assholes that try to come in here and bullshit us. You know, like, you know what I mean, like nice, like trying to sound. I didn't know it was Mick West, and then I jumped on and started going off at him, and then somebody said he was Mick
Worse.
West, and it was like. This guy is Mick West. It's like he sounds like every other dumbass that comes here. It's like you're Mick West. Can't wait to meet Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, just the way he talks. I've debated him too. I've got video of
Yeah,
that too. And he's so creepy. The way that
yeah.
he delivers, the way he talks is so condescending and so obviously,
Dishonest and yeah.
yeah,
Trying to be
completely.
highbrow insulting you.
Yeah, trying. And it's so
Yeah.
calculated. You can just hear it in every word he says.
That's what pissed
Yeah,
me off, and yeah, was the way he was talking. Like,
hmm Yep.
you
Well,
know,
you just don't understand. So if I could explain it in a way that you'll understand, then it's like it's under his breath, kind of like, oh, it's so creepy.
yeah.
He had one of the he did a special interview with one of our friends from the other hangout that we were at, and she was interviewing him because she saw him, I think at the IPS. She met him at the IPS thing that he did in Vegas, and she agreed to do an interview. So she was interviewing him about flat Earth, right? And then there are a couple different interviews you can hear, and then he came out with this book that was like basically like why do people believe in flat Earth or other conspiracies type book. And then he wanted to get her to do an interview after this whole COVID thing happened, and he was totally trying to rope her in to saying she didn't believe it was real, that the COVID was real, and trying to make a parallel between people that don't believe in the spinning
Yeah,
ball and you can
yeah.
just tell she wouldn't let him print it, she wouldn't let him publish it, but she sent it to me and I got to hear it, and it was just so like, and she got him a couple good ones where he just could not answer and totally changed the subject about flat Earth, but then you could just tell his whole purpose was to try to make a parallel, make a direct tie between these two things to,
Correlate.
I don't know,
Yeah,
incriminate her basically.
yeah. Because that's the thing there that's out there right now, right? Oh, you must be a flat. Are you deny
Yep.
vaccines? You must be a flat earther. Like
Tie
they're
the
trying to put.
QAnon stuff to it. Yep.
Yeah.
There's this one guy that I know on Hangouts, which is now chat, but he's still on Hangouts because he doesn't realize, I'm on a completely different platform that has more abilities on Hangouts than you do on Hangouts. Oh no, the science doesn't back that up. Okay, but yeah, he's like evolutionist, ball earther. Anything science says must be true. He doesn't even refute what science says. He says he reads science daily. He's from Melbourne.
Melbourne, yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
reads science daily.
he reads science daily.
Told him I have a bridge I want to sell him.
He's all, well, what's the difference? What's the difference? You scared? What's the difference? You explain to him the difference. And he goes, oh, that's just a formality. It's like, no, it's a completely, what it is a completely different definition than what you're holding true to it to be. Right. And he just, it's like all of them that read science, it's like, okay, well, name a paper. What's the name of the publication of the paper that you're reading? You know, who puts it out? Is it botany? Because I can agree that you take care of flowers and you're a botanist. Is that the science that you're reading? Oh no, just science. Okay.
Just normal science.
I call him OK Monkey's nephew, and he's just like, well, yeah, I am.
So Bob's not your uncle. It's George. George is your uncle.
Harambe is his uncle.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was like that. Everything that comes out that's new, like it was like it was fueling my imagination, my fantasy. You know what I mean? Like, so whenever, like, what killed it was when they said that they have discovered Earth-like planets. Yeah. All right. I was like, oh my God, how? And then when I looked into it, they're like redshift. I was like, what? Wait. That's when it kind of like, I was like, wait, redshift? What the fuck?
Yeah, they're making a lot of assumptions there.
Right.
They're
It was
making
like
a lot of assumptions. Yeah.
It's like, wait, you cannot determine an Earth-like planet by looking at redshift. I was like, no, these guys gotta have something better. You know what I mean? And then it got worse, and every time they come up with something.
Did you know that a microscope,
Yep.
or even not just a microscope, but also a telescope, by nature of design, there's a major distortion.
The glass, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shape of the lenses.
I think they all have some distortion.
Yeah.
All lenses.
Yeah, I'm
Some
a
of our
scope
eyes.
I'm a scope smith, and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
you're very correct.
Yeah, there's always some
Slopes.
kind of distortion.
You make
Because
lenses?
glass. Yeah, because it's a medium, right? We talk about refraction,
No,
so
I'm talking the concave and convex arrangement of the lenses that they use. When it's coming towards
Yeah.
your eye, it's always convex, so it seems wider than it should be. Things are
Mhm.
skewed.
Mm.
Objects may be closer than they appear,
Yeah, like
but
in the mirror,
these ones,
yeah.
they may be further, type of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, when they use telescopes to look at the moon, that's not really refutable. That's already distorted in some way. Even a photograph would be a distortion if
Yeah.
you think about it like that, because
Yeah,
the
that's
lens of
true.
a
The photographs, yeah,
photo
all
aperture,
photographs. Yep.
one of the same things, but I think it's the other way where it's condensing and inverting the image onto the sensor. I mean, it's things like this that keep me up.
Let's ask the
at night.
scope smith. What more do you say about that?
Yeah.
Whoever that was.
Ryan.
Is that Ryan Earthington?
What happened?
Oh, are you a
Like
scope
with
smith?
that,
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I have been, but or been actively working. But yeah, it's something you don't ever forget, really.
What kind of lenses what kind of glass were you making?
We got our glass from Japan. It was about the only thing we outsourced. Everything all the aluminum, all the bodies, all the the housings, the reticle housings, the objective housings, the eyepiece housing, everything was machined in-house. We machined our own glass, but like I said, we got it from Japan. So yeah, it was some of the best glass we could find.
To make what?
Hmm?
To make telescopes?
Oh yeah, everything we made. Look up U.S. Optics. It's a company I used to work for. They everything from assault style scopes for close range all the way up to sniper rifle or sniper scopes and spotting scopes as well.
That's the job you left in California.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a fun job, especially with all the cops that used to come in there. That sounds funny to say, but they would always,
Stories.
it was they would love to come in there because they love to spend money and they like their guns and stuff, and it's just from being in there all the time and seeing. They get used to you, so you get pulled over. Oh, hey, Ryan. All right, take it easy. You heading to work? Yep.
Gave you it out
Yeah, they just let you go.
or no? That's cool.
Just remember me next time I want a scope.
Oh yeah, could you give
Perks.
deals and stuff?
Yeah. I'd give a couple $100 off, get out of a ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that's just people, right? Being people.
That's how the Freemasons work.
You scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You had to do a lot of shooting, and learned a lot. Yeah, it was a great job. Wish I'd never left.
But that's what where you're working in California, right?
Yeah, it's a company in Brea, just not too far from the mall.
Is that by the tar pits?
No, that's in LA. That's La Brea.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I
I
haven't been in the
remember the
tar
Brea.
pits in ages, man. I even forgot about those.
I guess for propaganda.
Like I've been out to Pasadena a couple times, driving people out there, go take care of what they needed to with their family, because I was driving for the senior center, and I noticed it smelled like gear oil out there, and come to find out that there's still oil derricks out there, but they're disguised in the residential areas. Looks like a
Hmm.
windmill or a tower, and it's like, well, what's that about? Oh, that's an oil derrick. Oh, but it still
Huh.
smells like oil. Like especially Yorba Linda. Yeah.
Yeah, Yorba. I lived I lived in Placentia my whole life.
Oh,
Right next to
okay.
Yorba. But yeah, I'd seen the derricks all over the place. But as far as like La Brea, I wonder if that's the narrative they tell us is exactly what's going on there.
Yeah.
Bunch of dumb animals that just decided, hey, I'm gonna go walk into this sludge and die. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and there was a frozen like ice age cat that was found.
Yeah, the
It had
saber tooth.
no, there did not have saber canines. It
Hmm?
looked like a lion, like a mountain lion.
Yeah.
Maybe it was.
With like longer fur on its chin.
Yeah, yeah. I used to look at pictures of a saber-toothed cat stuck in a tar pit next to a freaking mammoth, woolly
Yeah.
mammoth, right? Like, what kind of stupid animals
Yeah.
are
Does it really
these? Right?
ever?
Aren't pachyderms known for their intelligence and their memory?
Right. But again, elephants aren't stupid. I mean, if The woolly mammoths, like they have the best memory ever. Like I think they would know not to go into the tar pit. Like why are they in tar
Like
pits?
predators, please head for the sludge.
The
Look, on
will
my
never catch
down.
us here.
Come on into the top, boys. The temperature's
It's
fine.
warm.
It's exfoliating.
I was trying to get a drink, and now I'm stuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
buy that narrative at all, man.
You go to the museum, right? You see this saber-toothed tiger trying to crawl out of the tar pit. Like, how did they get in there in the first place?
Well, millions of years ago, animals were a lot stupider than they are today.
Well, hey,
Shut the fuck.
I can tell you how they got there. They got there the same way how peaches get in a can. They were put there by a man.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That's
like the
an
peaches in the
evil
can
tar pit.
analogy.
Yeah, the tar pit is like probably like the flytrap flower, plants. Like,
Oh
I've
man,
got something sweet for you. Come on in. It's like, ooh, this tar pit looks delicious. Let me just. Oh no, it's got me. Help!
What is
Help
that?
me, woolly mammoth.
That's shiny, but it's not water. Ooh, what is that? Is that tasty?
I'm gonna jump in. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Mom, now you know.
Mom,
Don't jump in tar pits, kids.
this
Hey, we should
water.
do like a really bad animation and do a skit about that, about the lunacy of it.
How dinosaurs and ancient animals were dumber than the cavemen, right? Than the Neanderthals. Neanderthals were like, look at that stupid cat.
You know, the
Jumping in the
T-Rex had a
tar pit.
walnut-sized brain.
When they say you have a bird brain, it's like, birds are super smart, right? Oh, yeah, you're the bird brain.
What about those supposed T-Rex bones that they found with soft tissue still intact?
Yeah, right.
Like on Jurassic Park?
To me, it seems like
not a mosquito.
one of the
Yeah.
dragons that was slain and buried and didn't fully rot.
Yeah,
Mm.
very well could be. But I mean, that shit that they showed us in Jurassic Park was obviously, a huge predictive programming as far as
Yeah.
DNA and replicating things and yada yada. Now it's okay. I remember
I was so
back
excited.
then it was like
Chickenosaurus.
yeah, I remember back then when they were first talking about it, how it was unethical and there's no way we would ever do this. Science would never do these things. I remember those talks, and now here we are.
Yeah, and shortly after that, they created the human rice hybrid. It's no laughing matter, dude. And then shortly after
What would we do without the human rice?
right? Well, shortly
is
after they
that?
okayed it for the market, what was it? Taco Bell came out with like the healthy white rice instead of the Mexican rice or Spanish rice. And it's like all the restaurants started having all this rice coming in. It's like, stop eating that stuff. It's
What do
sweet
you
and
mean?
green.
It's
What do you
not
mean
rice.
human rice? What do you mean by that? Rice with human stuff in it?
They're
Yeah,
using
human gene.
DNA.
Why? Why did they put that in the rice?
So ask the FDA.
It makes it taste better.
It makes it last longer.
It's like the potatoes. They first monkeyed with the potatoes, pun intended.
Oh my
And
god! Yeah.
they added some gene from a deep sea slug that produces a chemical like antifreeze,
Fuckers.
so they can
Pretty
grow them
soon,
year round in the wintertime and they won't freeze.
So DMSO?
Huh?
pretty soon, look,
DMSO
soon-
it's a chemical that they use to freeze things in because as long as it's encased in DMSO, it won't no cells will be damaged.
so banana
Not
crocodiles
some
are
of
not.
that.
So banana crocodiles are not a crazy thing, right? I mean, it's okay for me to say that, right? A crocodile that looks like a banana. Yellow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
Okay.
and
I
what
just
what's
wanted to
crazy
say
now
that,
is they've made a bunch of guinea pigs, right?
but not. Yeah. Oh my, dude. That's why I was
Hamsters,
Yeah,
I was look.
yeah,
That's why I was
genetically
looking.
modified hamsters.
yeah. We're
Well,
called humans.
what about humans? So what about cryptids? That's why I was looking into
Oh,
cryptids lately.
this new creature that's born from prodigious birth from mankind, not having the shape of mankind, will be called human.
The hue of
Human
man.
unculus.
Yep.
Hue. Oh yeah.
Homunculus.
Yeah. Like a golem.
Kind of makes you wonder, is it hue or human?
It's hue like Hue hue.
Not
Like color. The color.
not CUE.
The Human Show.
It's only a hue of a man. You know, not the whole thing. Just
Yeah, just a shade of a man, right?
yeah, a shadow of a man.
Right. A
Like
type.
what they was saying. Yeah, when he ran into those guys, they looked like dead men. Like nothing in the eyes. The
Yeah, that
Masons he
was
ran
interesting. I
into.
was hearing that guy.
Yeah,
I had some questions, but he was gone by the time I got in.
yeah. I had some questions too, but we'll catch them next time.
You talking about Day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
when he was talking about those Masons he ran into, and they looked like they were just shells of just human flesh standing there, but nothing inside. Hue
Mhm.
of a man.
This is a little off topic, but do you guys believe in like possession, in
Yeah.
being influenced by a nefarious deity
Yes.
of some kind?
Yep.
Spirits. Yes.
I'm going to take it a step further, right?
I've seen it
What
with my eyes.
spirit is smokeless flame, right? We know
Oh,
that alcohol burns that has a flame with no smoke, almost an invisible flame, like light, but no light from it.
Okay, so being is that most of us don't really have a denomination or anything like that. I know what the Catholics would do. I know what other religions might do in that sense. If that's something you thought, I'm not saying I think I have demons. Well, I think we all do, but anyway. So where would you go to get them quote unquote exercised? Like
you
Yeah, if you
go
don't
to the
trust the priests
exorcist.
anymore.
You go to the exorcist. His name is Yeshua, the Son of God. Like the guy that exorcises demons. Like demons listen, spirits listen to him. When you mention his name, it has that power behind
Yeah,
it.
but we being his followers should have the ability to cast out demons
Right, that's what I mean.
if
Through
we have
through
if we have the right faith.
right through the exorcist. The
Well, just
see.
no, his name alone is the
Yeah.
power to do so.
Right. It's before him, no one has ever been able to exorcise a demon. Like, yeah, maybe some people have been brought back to life, right? That's been done before, but not driving out a demon. So when he did that, when Yeshua did that, drove out demons, everybody lost their minds, and they even went so far to say that, oh, it's by the power of Beelzebub that he does these, that he drives out demons. It's like unheard of, to
How
drive
does
out a demon.
how does a devil drive out other devils? I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's what he said. As he said, that doesn't make any sense.
this is
But
my host.
yeah, yeah. And I think there's a lot of a lot of people, like when Christmas comes around. I thought about this, like the spirit of Christmas, right? When you think about how we say these, right?
Yeah,
Or
now you're
in
starting
the
to think.
right, or when they say in the spirit of, fill in the agenda here. So there's almost like a spirit for everything. Doubt is a spirit.
In the spirit
Yeah.
of the occasion.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
starting
of
to
the
believe more
occasion.
and more every day about you know uh, things that influence your life. Things that make you make you not necessarily make a stupid decision, but make a decision that will lead to something that's not, you know what I mean? Like I'm
Yeah.
really starting to believe that kind of shit. And it's scary.
You believer in the Bible? Do you read the Bible?
Yes,
You-
sir.
Oh,
I'm not,
okay.
you know, I do find a lot of wisdom and I do consider myself follow the Bible. I have a lot of questions though.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. If you read those four, especially focus on the words of the Son of God. Like I think that will help clear the confusion up. And you'll know
Coincidentally, those four books that you just mentioned were the complete and composition of the Nazi Bible.
Matthew,
Oh yeah,
Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah.
yeah, the Gospels. Yeah, Gospels. It's where you'll find him speaking. That's why. That's the cool thing. Like his words are in those books, and those are the words that you want to cling to. So memorize them and remember them. So when you do encounter these spirits, or when they come knocking and trying to talk to you, through your thoughts, through what you see, what you hear, and I think it's all about what you expose your senses to, through that these spirits approach you, because these spirits approach you when you're curious and drawn to something. Then they'll you're
Yeah,
it's like you're giving them consent to come and entertain you.
that's
So,
me, man. I've always had a problem with vices.
yeah, we all experience it through our senses. And that's why we have to be careful what we expose our eyes and ears to, especially where we go and what we listen to. And that's why he says, that's why what's his name? King David says, I have hidden your word, your law in my heart, so that I may not sin. Right? It's like, meaning he's memorized it so that he can call on it. I mean, it's right there in his mind. And I think those four gospels are it becomes your shield. It becomes your these are your arms when you go out. And spirits come to you, or thoughts come to you. But you invite them by exposing yourself to these. You know what I mean? To whatever thing. So that's why you just stare into the Word of God and just keep reading it, and I 100% it will strengthen you. Yeah, I think yeah, that's a promise. I can make that promise.
I wish
100 guaranteed percent. Yeah. Go ahead.
my wife didn't have to go to work. I want to have a Bible study down with the family.
Something I find interesting is, when you start looking into something in scripture and like say there's somebody else that you're watching on YouTube or whatever that, has some good teachings, or you talk to other groups of people that, you're trying to hash things out. Oftentimes what you're looking at will be brought up in the discussion. And I find that like, you know how some people say, "Oh, conspiracy." I don't think there's no such thing as conspiracy or a conspiracy. I'm sorry, there's no such thing as coincidence. Everybody will think, "Oh, that's just a coincidence."
Hello.
Hey,
Bonjour.
Hey guys. Hey, what's up, Bong?
How's it going, the Enoch man?
How you doing there, Ryan? You guys down to have a smoke with me?
I'll join you.
Ooh. How about you, Bong? Bong.
I think he went to go grab his.
Oh.
It's only
Oh, my
good.
bad. I was on push to talk. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you're totally ignoring me. You lie.
No, I was saying hi. I'm ready. I was saying I have one packed, ready to go. Anyway, I didn't know I was on push to talk. My bad.
I'm
Fine,
about
I'll
to
load one just for you, Enoch. Okay, loading
sweet.
one up.
I gotta
Load 'em
find me
up,
some
boys.
flour around here. I haven't had flour in over a year.
Yeah, you feel like
Dang.
lonely when
Time to
it's
fly. Yeah.
you feel alone when it
If I took you guys to space, would you then believe? Like, bro, I'm always in space, bro. I'm always in space. It's flat from up here, man.
And they're going to take you on these high altitude flights, these high altitude, high speed flights, and the passengers are going to look at you like, see? It's like, see what? They're not showing us no curvature. They're not showing us shit.
Hey,
So,
You
Raj,
know what? I've seen that kind of dress right there, that kind of striping occurring in real life.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. I put the video, that image that you provided with the QR code made me think of this video I just watched the other day about the Nephilim
Wow.
looking like clowns with the stripes. And then he puts this, that first image is like an entity that seems to be attached to this person through this special lens that they were able to capture it with, I guess, or a picture or something. And he's comparing it to the Beetlejuice, and a lot of these clowns have that black and white checker Mason type thing going on.
Which makes you wonder, those creepy clowns that have been showing up everywhere.
Well, he is the ghost with the most, so.
Well, what creepy clowns have been showing up?
I do like the beat, the music.
Before
Yeah, it's been going on for
2012,
years.
before the lockdown in 2012, there's been more and more instances of these people dressed up like clowns holding axes.
But like in real random spots.
Yeah.
Like out in the middle of nowhere where some kids might just be out exploring. They'll just come across this fucking clown with an axe or something. It's random weird shit.
But he won't try to attack them or anything? He'll just be like standing there?
I don't remember. Were there any stories of them actually being chased or attacked? Do you?
I can't remember. I don't recall any of them.
Doesn't the black and white stripe come from the sea snake, being poisonous?
Well, you're not
sharks
thinking
won't
about it
attack
like
you.
that. It's duality. It's the good and
Right.
evil.
Right. And then
Checkerboard
there's
floor.
the chessboard. Yeah, the chessboard.
That snake is more blue and white.
Right.
Are
it
you
is.
colorblind, Bong?
No.
Oh,
No.
I mean, it would have
I
made sense.
forgot.
It's
Because I was wondering where the stripe pattern come from. And I was like, zebras?
the least dangerous of all the sea snakes.
But sharks won't attack you if you wear striped, black and white striped, clothes. They'll think you're some kind of poisonous. Like I think the animals, the shark sees it as poisonous.
I think Enoch's gonna play a zombie.
Oh no. But I do know I can play something though.
Enoch is on one.
He's on one, yeah.
I'm on one.
How those gummies wore off, and now you're
I'm
coming
gonna
back.
tell you what I'm on. And I'm on a flat plane. Everything that I observe is observably flat. I know there are such things as mountains, and yet it's still on a flat plane. And your mind will still keep on thinking, oh my God, it's making me insane. When I observe the world, everything looks the same. Everything that I observe is on a flat plane. When you see the airplane take off, how it's insane. You would think it was taking off some kind of curve, but it takes off a plane, 'cause it's called an airplane. It's in the air and it takes off a plane. That's why it's an airplane. How these words make you insane. Oh, 'cause you think the world is upside down, when the world is right side up. When you do a handstand, do you think you see the world side up? Ooh, how we live on a plane. When you keep thinking it makes you insane. Yes, we know we're on mountains and still we see all the same. No matter how high you go, everyone else knows. When you observe the world, it is as goes. There is no curve, and you can't prove gas pressure without a fucking container and the spin of the globe. And is as follows. And you can't prove the globe. And those points follow. That you can't prove the globe.
I'm standing. I'm standing up. Yeah, I'm standing up. That was awesome, man.
I'm
Did you
throwing
just
you a
make that up?
I'm throwing you a sack of weed. Catch it.
I'm throwing weed at
Hey,
you.
that's greatly
throwing you-
appreciated, bruh.
I'm throwing you my panties.
Oh no, I don't know about that though.
Oh no.
Hey, that was pretty good, man.
Dude, I gotta write that shit down.
Yeah, I was wondering, were you just going with it? Did you just
Yeah, that's all,
wing it?
dude. That's all
Free flow.
flow.
Dude,
You need to write, dude. Write
you
your
need to
stuff,
start
man.
writing down some of the what you just said so you don't forget.
Yeah.
Like these things, I know it's
Hey.
recorded though.
Oh, there it is. Let me check
That's
the
true.
stream. Yeah, right. I'm gonna check the
Yeah.
stream.
Whip it.
Good old
Hey Bong,
technology.
dude. Like if you could totally go back, bro, listen to it and then let me know. Like what you think.
I will. Yeah, yeah. Let me. Yeah, I wanted to grab it. Where are we at? Pause. Time is 05:36:08 Central Time. Let me write that down. All right. Yeah. Carry on.
I can totally like listen to it and probably figure out the sound because I play by ear. So
Where are you at,
Yeah.
Bong? Are you in? I mean,
I'm in
Doc-
Australia,
Are
Sydney.
you?
Yeah. The time is on when you go to our YouTube. When you go to the YouTube channel, it
Yeah.
has the that's the time that we all use to timestamp the videos or where what we want to chop out.
Just so happens
Yeah.
to be mine.
Is it? Okay. Central Time. So you and Helio are yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, Enoch.
dude,
boss
that would
DJ.
be awesome, Bong. Dude, you're amazing.
Do Boss DJ. Come on, Enoch.
Yeah.
Do Boss DJ.
What's Boss
Sublime.
DJ?
From Sublime.
Sublime, dude.
It's
Oh man, I'm
so
sorry.
nice.
Dude,
I want to
dude,
hear the
Let's
same
do some.
song
Let's
twice.
do some group karaoke to Sublime.
I feel so bad because like I don't know
I
how
don't
to
know any
play.
Sublime.
Yeah.
Well, it's cool how you how you just had a smoke and something came to you. You know, the feeling was right, the vibe was there, and you just went at it. You know, I know it's hard to record those moments. You know, they don't happen when you're conscious of recording it,
Yeah,
but it's
dude,
good that
like
we have the live stream. Yeah.
there
Yep.
was this one time I was sitting down like playing my guitar and some girl was trying to talk shit, right? And she was just making fun of me. And I just started playing some chords, bro, and I started singing. Dude, it got to a point where she got so like everyone was laughing and ooh, bro, she was chasing me. She was hitting me. She was mad. Like,
But you,
yeah, what I can sing and I can sing and talk shit too. Like, I just don't like to. I just choose not to, you know?
yeah.
'Cause I mean,
Well,
huh?
it's an ability you have, so that's how you. I think it's how you express things.
I just don't find it
When,
necessary. But I mean, I could if I wanted to. I just choose not to.
do you have recording stuff? Do you record or do you just play? And
To be honest, bro, I just go out like downtown and I just go and play. That's all I do.
yeah, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good, man. At least you're working on your craft. That's awesome. Yeah, recording is a headache, anyways, and mixing.
Like
Yeah, all good. Man.
I used to always have a problem writing a song. Well, I used to just like write songs before. Damn, like my ex-girlfriend, she told me that all my songs sounded like kindergarten songs. I felt bad. Cause
Her
they were
ears. She has
so
kindergarten ears. That's why. She probably
like
wants to hear something you know, something like what's her name? Like a WAP song, you know, maybe or something like that, or some Britney
my
Spears crap.
vocabulary wasn't very high, so she would like listen to Panic at the Disco and like those kind of bands. But I like, and I mean, my lyrics were kind of just plain and simple, but I've been kind of studying and learning words and getting educated by you guys, and it's been very helpful, to be honest.
I like the words you used in that song, like you know the mountains and how
I
you
like
made
to
some of
pick
them rhyme. Yeah.
I
That
like
was
to
pretty
paint
good, man.
pictures in people's minds, bro. You know, because I think that's because my teacher was telling me like that's an ability that artists have, right? When they
Yeah.
speak and talk, when they play songs, and he said that an ability that I have, because I didn't know at first that he was trying to describe me on how I play, because when I learned how to play, I told him I said I don't know how to play. And so he showed me a couple chords and I started copying and he was just, "What the heck? I thought you don't know how to play." I said, "I don't. I don't." He says, "Wait, so you just watched me?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay." And then so he showed me like basic chords. I came back the next day and I sang a song to him. And he said, there are different types of artists that have a certain kind of ability. And your ability, he said to me, was that I can paint a picture in people's mind when I speak my words. Like you can paint a picture when I speak to you in a song. And
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily have to rhyme either.
Yeah, you should write, man. You should at least try and write a
That
song.
means you're a bard. That's your gift.
Yeah.
A what?
A bard.
What does that mean?
It's one of these people that will go around the countryside and do like satire about the king, which was really speaking truth in the form of song.
I still don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
It means you're a music writer. You're probably a musician slash, that's your ability, special ability.
Oh, like a gift?
The king's a beta male.
It's weird. I feel like sometimes I don't have to even rhyme with my words when I play. I can just sing it. It doesn't necessarily rhyme all the time. Yeah. No.
Yeah. I mean, if you write, you'll know, you know what I mean, where you are as
Right.
so you can then start. Yep. Go ahead.
I know exactly what you mean too. And I have written a song for my girlfriend. I shared it on here. I have written a song.
Oh wow, I never noticed
Yeah.
that. Okay, this has like some connotations to me apparently.
Totally thought you were
Anyways,
talking about me. Okay.
a bard is one who writes ballads or a poem, right?
I
Song.
see.
But it says synopsis as the victorious army of Edward I marches along the slopes of the Snowdon Mountains near the river Conway, and they encounter a Welsh bard who curses the king. The bard invokes the shades of Coaldo, Urine, and Marado, three of the Edward's victims, who weave the fate of Edward's plangent line into the various mysteries and misfortunes of his deceptions or of his descendants. The bard goes on to predict the return of the Welsh rule over Britain in the form of the House of Tudor, which wow. Okay. And the following of the British poetry in the verse of Spenser, Shakespeare, and Minton. Finally, he tells Edward. So yeah, that river is related to me, and the House of Tudor is the red rose that's on my family's crest. So kind of interesting.
House of Tudor.
That is cool.
Which kind of makes me think, hey, I originate from Wales.
Oh, yeah. So you're a brother of mine. Haha.
It's either that or Ireland, because there's a land and a river named that.
We're still
Ireland
brothers.
is interesting, man.
My last name is Knight. My name derives from the name like knight in shining armor.
Yeah, mine was Silver Knights.
Yeah, we have a mine has a red spur.
Let me see if I can
We have
find it.
red. Ours is red. Our coat of arms is I have it written down.
Yeah, I had it posted. I gotta find it.
Ordo Regius Mag. I can't even pronounce that shit, dude. I'm not even gonna try to finish and attempt it anymore. Like, I'm gonna sit down and fucking hit this bowl real quick.
Now, see, here's the thing. Since the armor is silver, I know that's Silver Knight, right? Like White Knight kind of thing. Oh, shoot, where's the thing? Oh, I just gotta scroll up. No, image. There we go. Scroll up. Where are we at? There. That's my family's coat of arms, and you see the Tudor Rose. But this is the one out of Ireland.
Ireland. Isn't Ireland where everything comes from?
I don't know. But here's the House of Tudor. Now I don't know if it's like the same or in opposition. It's the War of the Roses, right?
Mm.
It's like we're painting the roses red. We're painting the roses red.
Isn't that Freemasonry though? Like,
because it's a decree. Otherwise, the monarch will say, "Off with our head."
the Rosicrucian, right, or something like.
Yep.
Yeah, the Rosicrucians.
My
Yeah.
family's steeped in the Rosy Cross.
So Masonry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ireland and Scotland, right? Like
Well, Ireland and Wales.
on Wales.
But see, it says Principality of Wales. So I'm thinking maybe my land might be one of those 13 bloodlines.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
Well, I don't have any children, so I'm breaking the curse. They're gonna have it.
oh, these days is kind of. I mean, it's kind of hard to have kids these days.
No,
A
I
lot of
think it's
cost.
easier to have a kid than it is a child.
Oh, uh,
And what's crazy is like Trump's coat of arms. Ooh. Have you seen that?
no, what does it look like?
Oh, it's a
It's trippy.
spear tip going through a square.
What does that mean?
Tip of the spear.
Tip of the spear. You reckon he's going to come back? People think he's going to be.
So I found.
He's not done. I don't think he's done.
I don't think he ever left. I don't think he ever was in there either.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So upload a file. Okay. There's this one. And then this one's mine.
And he's a Black Knight, apparently. Trump.
A Black Knight. What is that?
I don't know. I found this other
Oh.
one that's similar to it. The Black Knight with the frog on the crest.
Mine
the
is
wall.
Mine is the one with the red spur, and then there's one with the blue spur. Oh shit. Oh, you have to click on it. Sorry. It won't show it.
Where did you post it?
On live.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, because
There's
it's
one.
GIF.
Yeah, you can see one that's mine is the red spur, and then there's one with the blue spur. If you have to click on it.
Yeah,
I guess.
same rose, same flower, bud. We were brothers in arms.
But mine is the red spur though.
Oh, the
At least-
spur. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
Mine-
meant cavalry or equestrian
We
knight.
still have the rose.
Why do I have two?
Huh? You said why do you have two what?
Two coats of arms. There's one that's in red and black and white, and there's another one that's in yellow and green and same name. One says England, one says nothing.
The ancient arms of, and that would be England because it's the lion that's forced to stand like a man. Kind of like the white
That
horses
one,
that are
the
on
one with
trumps.
the one with the red spur, the one that you see on here, that's the one I have on my chest.
How do we reclaim our birthright?
Huh?
Like, how do we reclaim our right? Because if we were knights,
Right. Oh, how do we reclaim that?
that means we owned land.
Yeah, but I mean, first it would have to go to the eldest. Yeah. The father should still be alive. If the father isn't alive, everything goes to the eldest.
Yep. I'm the
My crests
eldest.
are boring. Fuck them.
He's like, fuck my crest. Damn it.
I denounce them. They're no longer my crests.
Nah, dude, don't do that. Don't say that, dude. Your crest looks awesome.
My crest is like a cannabis leaf in the middle of a, like, instead of a shield, it's a cannabis leaf, right? And then there's these on the center.
What's crazy, bro, is that the one with the roses, because when you brought up the rose, the whole thing, like, in Wales, like, you're absolutely correct. Like, we are brother in arms.
Well, what about? Are you even spelling it correctly? Right? Are you sure it's not Arthurton? The Three Sparrows?
Yeah, it very well could have been at one point a variation of the name, but I've always known it to be EA. I'm pretty sure it's been changed.
Yeah. Okay. So it's the Phoenix.
The black crow sitting on his head.
Hey, Ryan, yours
That's
doesn't
not a
look
crow.
bad, bro. Yours doesn't look bad, man. It looks pretty cool.
This is the surname meaning of the surname.
It just
of
doesn't.
Arthurton.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It's just like I don't. There's not much going on.
It's like the unicorn with the crown that's chained.
Are you talking about the swan?
Yeah, it's a swan in this one. Another one, it looks like a phoenix, and it's a red crest on the Atherton
Oh,
or Arthurton.
How you doing, Joshua?
Pretty good.
what's ridiculous? Like, because if you know about the pagan culture, like the pagan history, the stories and stuff, because that's where all our names come from. That shit.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think about, like, where our names all come from.
Okay, so possibly you were keeper of the messenger pigeons or something. I don't know.
Like,
Maybe.
well, there's a lot that I found out about my name. And also finding out that because I'm also pansexual, like, just, yeah, like, so there's a lot. There's just a lot into it.
you doing?
I mean, I'm not
Joshua?
into paganism or like, or witchcraft or anything like that. I just know about it,
Yeah.
and it's just,
Oh, okay.
huh?
Ryan, that green one with the green cross hex thing, that's
Oh.
also Eaton. Eaton. So
Who's that?
Like the
well,
electrical
yeah,
company?
yeah, EATON. Eaton coat of arms and family crest. But I don't see a bird on the head, I see feathers. What's crazy with mine is, why is there a black dude wearing a crown? A wreath on mine.
You're black nobility.
Makes sense, right? That's why I was like, maybe I'm part of that, one of those 13 bloodlines.
See, that's what I mean. You got something interesting to look at. I got a fucking castle with a lion sticking up the top, and another one with a crow. Two of which I have no idea which one is actually my crest. Then again, I have a lot of Creek Indian in me, so I don't want to put too much thought into this type of thing.
Right. Just interesting. I think it has to go with your father's 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 father. Always from the father on who you truly are. Because they always say you are your father. And that I have
He
no
said
idea.
from your father's bloodline. I was like, what?
Yeah,
I mean,
because
I got what you were saying, but it was just crazy. It was funny.
like with me, I don't know my father. I've never met him. No idea who he is. The name on the birth certificate's not him. So
Sorry to hear that, man.
it is what it is. But it's like one of those things. Like I don't even know who that would be.
If it makes you feel any better, my dad ran out of things to teach me, and now I have to go to the actual Father, in heaven. I have to look up to him now as a father to teach, because our dads. You become a man, and then you're now like him. He's, you know what I mean. But I'm not trying to say there's no value in fathers, but that's where I'm at right now with my dad too. Like Jesus said, our earthly parents do their best, but our Father in heaven knows what's best for us.
Well, it's almost like it's not like I didn't grow up without a father. I had a stepfather who would like constantly remind me that I was his stepson, right? I don't know why, but he's just wanted to be a jerk like that, It's whatever. Hey, it helped made
That's fucked
me
up.
who I am, No, it's cool.
Well,
So I kind of looked forward to my grandfather, my mom's father,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much who like made me who I am, taught me the things that I know.
Yep.
So I feel, man, I feel for you, bro. And like, so I grew up. my mom and dad like divorced, and then after living with my dad, we he sent us kids to live with my mom. And when we were living with my mom, this dude would constantly say that I was dumb, constantly telling me that I was stupid,
Same
telling me
here.
that I'm not gonna amount to anything when I get older, or when I grow up. When I get out of high school, he said I was never gonna be anything. And then I started being a boxing coach. I mean, I look at it now. I'm an entrepreneur. I sell my own, you know, stuff. I sell coffee and like I'm not gonna let this guy get me down, man. You know, he's been calling me stupid and say I would never be anything. And then my ex-girlfriend's mom told me or told her that I wasn't gonna be anything. And I mean, I found out because my pupil in my eye has a hole. I have a hole in my retina, and so I can't continue my boxing career. But I know I can teach it, so I want to be able to teach my boxing. So when me and my wife get married, because right now she's going to college, and we're gonna open up our own business, and we're gonna help kids, and I'm gonna teach kids to self defend themselves.
That's good.
Al was locked up with somebody, right? He had his girl, right? And he was in love with her, had a child with her and all that. And she kept getting victimized. So he's like, no, I'm gonna teach you some things, work out with me and do all that. And then because this guy helped out the impoverished and the less fortunate individuals, like charity work is what he did. Housing mainly.
Yeah, I have
And
a passion for that myself.
what he did is he signed her up for boxing classes and self-defense classes. So one day there was there was an argument that broke out between him and his girlfriend, and she beat the snot out of him. Broke his ribs, all that. Then called the cops on him, and he got arrested for domestic abuse, even though there's not a mark or anything on her. Crazy.
She got arrested?
No, he got arrested.
Oh.
And he's the victim.
He's also a man, guilty until proven innocent.
Yep. I also found out, like in California, if you get in an argument with somebody or a disagreement and you walk off and you take your own phone and you just break it, it's domestic violence. How many people do you know that get all mad, storm off, and chuck their phone at the ground? It's domestic violence.
You are committing domestic violence against the foe. Against the foe. Really?
Hate crime. Breaking your Android.
So if I get angry and I go outside and I
slave
punch
abuse.
the bag, if I go outside and I start punching my punching bag, that's domestic violence, right?
Yes,
Is
because you're showing aggression.
Right.
What? Okay, you know what? Fuck the bullshit.
That's just San
I
Bernardino
have a
County,
fucking
though.
punching bag in my fucking backyard, and I fucking sorry.
I'll break any gosh darn thing of my own that I feel like.
Hey
It's
man, I
absolutely
watch
crazy.
TikTok videos. These TikTok videos make me laugh. It says like they put, if I break into your house, what would you do, bruh? I'm sorry. First of all, before I call the cops, I'm gonna break your legs, and you might not be alive. So
Don't call the cops. Why would you call the cops? Fuck them. What are they gonna do?
I said before I call the cops. Well, what are they gonna do? They're gonna pick up his dead body. Is what they're gonna do. They're gonna clean up the mess. Okay, it's not my fault. The dude fucking came into my house.
I can't remember if it's New York or California, where if somebody burglarizes a resident or a business and that individual gets cut by glass or breaks their leg, they can sue the owner of the business and or resident.
California for
I heard
sure.
somebody talking
Because
about
look,
this earlier,
your
bro.
house has to be safe for us to break into it and rob it properly. You know,
Right?
I'm
this
about to
is
hit you with a
neglect.
bow and arrow, bro, right in between the eyes.
Yeah, that's just not. That's just
No.
bad housekeeping, neglect. That's all kinds of things. I mean, imagine if it was your children that got cut by the
You know,
window.
there's an off, like, no bullshitting. Like, there's an off
It's a good
switch
thing the
behind the
burglar tried to
uvula.
break in so I can fucking cut his ass.
There's an
An
off
off
switch behind the
switch.
uvula.
What's that? What's
Wait,
the
what?
uvula?
You know that hangy down part in the back of your throat?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's an off switch right behind that.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to hit the off switch with one of those buttons when it comes out of a
You
piston.
know, terminate,
Mm, mm,
termination
yeah.
switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The uvula.
Instantly breaking the throat can.
Well, it's not necessarily the throat; it's the brainstem.
Well, I mean, you're still hitting the throat area.
Yeah, but like just aim for the teeth. Then it's like a shotgun blast.
Well, the
And
thing
remember,
is,
if you ever have to
it's not
do
that I
that,
have to.
if you
Huh?
ever have to do that, you want to make sure that they don't suffer. Because if they suffer and survive, you'll have to pay for that.
No, I know what you're
There's
talking about, but for me, like, I know what you're saying. The thing is like, I'm a boxer, and then not only that, I went to school for massage therapy, and then I learned about the human anatomy. So now, like, with me knowing about the human anatomy and me knowing boxing, I know certain places where to hit somebody. I don't even want to strike anyone. So, like, I know exactly where you're talking about and where to hit somebody, and it's like that's so
Yeah.
deadly, bro. And I was like, if like, and what you were saying too, like, if that person suffers, like, you can be in trouble for that stuff, and it's like I
Yeah.
understand. So it's like I already knew what you were trying, like where you were going at, and then I was like, oh, dude. And for someone to suffer, I was like, man, yeah, like I already understand, bro. And it's like for anybody else who doesn't understand if you work in a medical field or if you actually know anything about the human anatomy and then you start palpating around that area and you start to pay attention to your body, you start meditating, it starts to get scary. It really does. And then you're like, oh man, I know how that would feel.
Did you say palpitating, or whatever?
Oh, palpating. It means like when you're feeling on something on a surface
So
to
like
feel how.
molesting?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Anyways, never mind.
Yeah, just kick them in the shins. I mean, I know it sounds basic, but it's right there, and your foot is right there, and the shin is right there, and you just boop, and he's
The
down, and he's done. I mean, it's right there.
That reminds me of the Monster Squad. What should I do? What should I do? Kick him in the balls. Wolfman don't have balls. Wolfman
Kick
got
him in the
arms.
clitoris.
Because nobody is expecting it, right? And if you're wearing steel toes, even if you're not wearing steel toes, if you kick somebody in the shin, it's over. It's like the worst pain ever, unless if you're a kickboxer. That's different. Or Muay Thai fighter, my bad. You know what I mean?
Or if
Shin
you're
kick.
I
or if
was
you're
about to
Peter
say,
Griffin and you
bro,
trip and
like,
fall
what
and
if
skin
they're
your
a
knee.
Muay Thai fighter, bro? And they can take that shit, man. You be in big trouble,
Well,
bro.
your average punk asshole, is not a Muay Thai fighter. Trust me, Muay Thai fighters are not going to be picking on people.
Right.
They're not. Yeah, they've got better things to do.
They don't fucking sit there and try to practice. Oh, I know somebody's gonna hit me in the shits. I better make sure.
Yeah, like if he kicks, I'm serious. Like this is why, like I do Wing Chun, man. Like I do this, the whole Ip Man thing on TV. I've been doing that
Yeah,
since
I practice.
before Ip
I
Man.
practice Wing Chun as well.
Yeah, see, so kick him in the shin. Pow!
I
Quick
know exactly that
line.
shit's gonna hurt, bro. Like,
Yeah.
or
So
fucking,
it goes like
or
this.
fucking
Like this.
the toes.
So it goes
Fucking
like
top of
this.
the toes.
Shin kick. It goes like this. Shin kick, jab, boom, and he's down. That's it. Because he's gonna lean down when you
Shin
kick him
kick,
in the shins. He's gonna
shin kick, and throat
lean
punch.
down, and then no, not the doesn't have to hit the throat. You just launch it at the head. It's a big round thing on his shoulders.
Or the
Just shin
nose.
kick. Yeah, wherever on the big sphere that's sitting
Make
on the
him
shoulders.
cry.
Yeah. Bang!
Make him cry.
I don't fight fair.
Right.
simply-
sneaking
I'll
Fighting
simply
fair is
drop-
for
nose is
losers,
not
I'll take
man.
a
fair,
Like,
knee.
bro.
yeah, suckers. Only
Hitting-
suckers fight fair.
Yeah,
I'll take a
hitting somebody
knee,
in the nose
grab
is
his
not
nuts,
fair.
and yank him to the ground.
Hitting somebody in the nose is not fair, bro. You hit someone in the nose, you instantly make them tear up. No matter
Well,
what,
that's
dude.
the thing. Yeah, you know what I tell people? Well, I'm not a fair person, so who cares? I'm like, yeah, bro, that's me. That's how I am.
Spit it.
Hey, why do left jabs cut so bad?
Oh yeah,
Because
the body weight, because it's
Is that what it
fast.
is?
No,
Well,
it's
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 fast,
a it's
right?
a straight punch. It's a straight
Yeah, it's a straight
point
punch.
from A to B.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll notice like my knuckles will be all right, but they'll be cut.
Oh, you know why? Because you haven't
Oh,
conditioned. You
you're
haven't
not
conditioned
punching.
your knuckles.
You're not
You
punching
gotta
correctly.
So
Go
what
to the
you
beach.
do? So what you do? Like I used to punch the punching bag with my
Pound
bare
sand.
hands. Yeah, but the thing is about our skin, right? Like
No,
you
not
can give
my
it more
knuckles
power.
my knuckles are fine, but the person I jabbed is cut above the eye.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Weak face, I guess. You can't really train your face to take a punch.
He said weak face.
Yes. In Wing Chun, there's a saying, right?
That's what I
the
mean
head,
by the
right?
jabs cut, the hooks don't, but the jabs cut. And it's because I'm right-handed, I'm right-fisted, right power fist, but for
Hooks are
some reason
slow, man.
my left jab just pops them.
Hooks are
See, I don't-
slow. See, hooks have to take a longer distance to travel, right? It has to go circular. There's round, circular, curved path as it travels. So it takes more time. The jab is a straight line from A to B, which is the fastest route that you can take. Pow! And then if you snap it, if you coordinate your body and snap it, you know what I mean?
I'm no slouch. I mean, I can definitely throw down, but I won't get to that point. I will pull my knife first. I will pull my gun first and say, back the fuck off, or I'm going to hurt you.
Speed, like when you develop your speed, especially punching, like your speed, no one can see your punches. Bam! He's down. He
Yeah,
might
that's
have
the thing.
a knife in his hand. Boom! You'll hit him. He needs to distance himself, right? Well, you would expect to be distance, right? But me, I would close that distance because it's harder for him to use the knife when you close the distance.
I carry a
because
karambit
Yeah.
the size of my entire arm.
Well, that's the thing. I took Taekwondo and Kempo.
Yeah.
Which is just American style karate, which later
Yeah.
went on to I could, if I wanted to, after I went to a certain level on that, I could have moved on to the kendo, which is the sticks and weapons.
Yeah.
But I didn't, and then from there, I just basically learned how to defend myself, right? But the way that I fight is just like street fight, no stance, no nothing. But
I bought
the
a
way
wooden dummy.
the way that I strike and I keep moving and all that, it really like frustrates them.
When I was researching stuff, I used to be a boxer. I used to do all kinds of stuff, but with Wing Chun, I really had to make the decision. I was like, man, am I really gonna dedicate my time to practicing this? What if this is bullshit like all the other fucking, stuff? No, I'm not saying Muay Thai and all that is bullshit. I was just looking for something good, something efficient, something that worked. And I never knew it was Bruce Lee's thing. You know what I mean? Wing Chun was this book. I read this Australian guy, his book on Wing Chun, like the basics of Wing Chun. Something Jackson, I forget his name. He's got a beard, and the way he explained it was so mechanically simple and sound. Triangles, straight lines. It was scientific. It was biomechanically efficient, like the best way to use and it wasn't just for fighting. It was
Do
like
you
this
see
model
how
to
relatable
use
it is to boxing, Bong?
Yes, yeah, well, yeah, there's a lot of similarities, and I point that out, but people get angry. Wing Chun people, they want to get angry, like, oh no, Wing Chun's the best. It's like, yeah, whatever, you don't know what you're talking
And now they get so mad because they don't understand that Wing Chun and boxing is very similar. It's very actually because
Well, that's
Wing
why those
Chun
people
is
never get
divergent
better.
and it uses
Yeah,
and you use your
because
legs and elbows and
they're
catching.
stuck. Well, they're stuck in this model. You know what I mean? Like of I have to do it this way or else. Like, how are you gonna grow? Like, when you play the guitar, right? Do you just play one style of music and be like, yeah, this is the way to play the guitar? No, you learn all kinds of music. Then you develop your style, and your style just comes out from it. Learning all kinds of martial arts is good. It's
Hey, can I
yeah,
answer that?
yeah. Go ahead, man.
So I train in MMA, right? And in my gym, there's this guy that's done Wing Chun, right? So when we
Mm,
would spar, we would spar in boxing, right? This dude, man, he found a way to mix Wing Chun with boxing, man. And I could tell you, bro, this dude
that's
kicked
cool.
my ass, bro. He kicked
Yeah,
everybody's ass.
yeah.
And
That's a practitioner right there. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
bro,
a
you couldn't
real. Yep.
you couldn't telegraph his punches, bro. His punches were like impossible, bro, to like predict and
You
to
can't
like
see. Yeah,
real
yeah.
shit. You couldn't, dude.
I bet
True.
you
Yeah.
his punches were a lot more faster than and it was different the way he was punching.
It
Well,
was,
the
yeah.
jab, the boxing jab is the same idea as the Wing Chun punch, except there's the idea of springing, whipping. You know what I mean? Where,
And when he
pow,
would catch, he would catch your punches as well when he would when
yeah,
he would strike you, huh?
Yeah. No,
well,
not all the time, but a few times, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, that's a person that's actually thinking and practicing and, like a real scientist versus pseudoscientists or science.
I
But
know,
yeah,
bro.
you got to combine everything, and develop the art that you're practicing. You know what I mean? Like, you don't just stick with one style and be like,
Yeah, there are
that's kind
different
of
kind of
kills me.
elements.
Well, there's you. You're the man. You're the developer. You're the thinker, right? And yeah, all these people have done this for thousands of years, and they've passed on something that works. But it's still up to you to develop it to suit you, because you could be a really tall, big guy, and there's some things that you can't do, right? So you have to customize, your fighting style so it fits your body, right? The power and strength would be your thing, versus a short, skinny guy, speed and would be his thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's customized, customized to you. But yeah, Wing Chun is also, it's an awesome base starting point to kind of add on to, add stuff to when you're boxing is awesome too. But the whole bending of the body is counter, is against the Wing Chun principles. You got to move the whole body like a jab. You step forward with a jab, like you got to move the whole body. But then Mike Tyson's got that sidestep. Boom, that sidestep. He can't hit you, but you can hit him. That's awesome, man. What the old man, I forget his name. Damasio uh taught him sidestep. Bow. Beautiful. I mean, when you see him, back in the day, the old Mike Tyson videos.
Yeah, I got
Bruce Lee was
it's really old.
yeah.
The 1911.
In my view,
Number
it's
of
the prettiest looking gun in the world, man.
Especially with pearl handles,
Yeah,
pearl,
it's
pearl
beautiful.
scales.
That one
I
I have
call
right there. The one I have right there is custom. It's got a, I guess it's a rosewood handle and it's got the rubberized grip.
it the white horse, the white colt.
that's a nice knife though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my baby. I don't leave the house without my karambit.
Do you practice with it, fighting?
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
see the smaller karambit?
Yeah, the foldable one.
Yeah, those are sick, man. Caswell is the guy who designed it. And he sold it to CRKT, but he still makes his. He still has a deal where he can make his own too.
Yeah.
They're just the designing that they put into that knife is just like nothing I've ever seen. It's absolutely perfect.
So I wonder
I don't
if
know.
the normies even see what's happening.
You don't know. You know, I don't want to say hell no because a lot of the family that would have told me to shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear any more of your stuff. You sowed your seed. Now shut up. Now they're calling me saying, where should I get this? Where should I get that?
Right? Like
So,
I've noticed that like people in like just in public and in the stores, right? They'll look around at everybody with fear and like, it's like, what are you guys so afraid of? Like, I was wearing a mask in the store
yes.
today because the rule is here, if you don't have it, you got to wear it. So I wore it. And everybody, and I sat there and I talked to the cashier and I go good on you for wearing your things. So you don't, you're not going to do that, but there's going to come a time where,
There's gonna be a
you know,
choice.
yeah,
I'll have a choice though. I will take death.
yeah. But it's almost like, yeah, I don't know.
We all
That
die.
whole giant that supposedly they found in Kandahar.
Mm-hmm.
The army carried that off.
Yeah, as far as people and they're being scared and everything, and there's this essence of everyone's suspicious of everyone else in the story. You can just cut the tension with the
Yep.
knife, the butter knife in the air. But you know what it boils down to in my view? It comes down to the fact that especially when they see people that are strong enough and to not wear a mask, to just go along with life as is, you're shining a light on their insecurities. You're shining a light on their lack of faith in God. That's what that is. They're bugged because you're not following the rules and they are. It has nothing to do with scared. They're not scared of shit. They just want you to do it because they have to. I really truly believe that it boils ultimately it just boils down to the fact that people don't like other people shining lights on their insecurities, on their shortfalls. And their shortfalls and insecurities are the fact that they can't walk outside without a fucking mask on. That's not my fault that you're agoraphobic. That doesn't mean I have to fucking wear a diaper on my face, bitch. Fucking Karen.
You know how many people I've seen driving down the highway with one of those masks on inside their car?
It's ridiculous, dude. Yeah,
They
I've seen the
need
same thing too.
they need to be pulled over and slapped, and just said have a nice day, and then told have a nice day.
It's like, your car has a HEPA filter.
Dude,
More effective.
Dude, this whole mask shit is retarded, bro. Like, I don't know about you guys, but where I'm at, in order for me to work, bro, I have to wear a mask. Like it's not company policy where I work now. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's even more stupid, bro. Where in my store, bro, that I work in, they don't even let people in without a mask, right? You need to have a mask for you to enter the store now, or they'll kick you out. It's so ridiculous in California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna
Without
get
it, you
worse.
can't.
And the
Without it, you
government
can't buy or sell.
the government has made it 100% completely lawful for them to be breaking the law the way they do by discriminating. I mean, the millions, or not millions, but the thousands of people that are discriminated upon every single day. That 10 years ago they would have been able to sue the shit out of that company. Nope, not today.
Yep, exactly. And it's so stupid too, bro, because like,
It's for
some
your
of the
own good.
customers, dude, some of the customers, bro, would ask me to put my mask over my fucking nose, bro, when it's all covered in sweat and dust and it's all nasty. Ugh, it's oh my god, it's pissing me off, bro.
I mean, it takes a special kind of asshole to think he has the right, or to think he has any reason to mention whether or not you should put something further on your face or not. Who the fuck are you? It wouldn't go over well when motherfuckers ask me stupid questions like that.
Real shit, but
But
hey,
then
bro,
again, they don't ask me stupid questions like that because 9 times out of 10, I got a gun on my hip. So fuck off.
that's good, bro. Like, they think they can tell me that because I'm a fucking employee of the shitty ass fucking store, bro. But hey, you know, I get those people back, bro. I found a way to get them back.
Good for you. I mean, I'm not all about revenge and, that kind of thing, but fuck those guys, man.
Well, see, when it comes to a time where they say you have to do this or you can't work here anymore, that's when I just sit there and say, well, you know the earth is flat, right?
And you know what? Yeah.
How would that be lawful, though? And it will be, but it's going to take everybody to stand up and say no, and they won't. They'll be cheering it on. The majority will be like, "Yeah, get those motherfuckers."
Oh yeah, the majority are gammas, bro. It's just getting worse and worse by the day. The clown world.
It is. We just can't fall for what they're pushing. They're pushing for
Clown world,
for
right?
civil war. They want us to team A to fight team B, whether it be black and white, man and woman, vax, unvax, whatever. They're just waiting for us to do something so they can call in the forces and legally be able to legally tell us to stay in our homes, with streets being
They're
policed
waiting
by the
for us
military.
to go against each other.
Those who you think might not have been, though, are the forces that are the ones that run forces, and those are the ones that run forces. Some of them were the ones that burn crosses.
Order out of
Some of
chaos.
those that work forces try to sing their blood crosses.
The Earth is flat.
Whatever happened? I thought they were supposed to come make a
You
comeback.
believe in a lie. Da-dum, dum. You believe in a lie. Da-dum, dum. Because that's just what they told you. Da-dum, dum. And now you run patrol.
And now you do what they told you.
Yeah,
You believe in a
but it's
lie.
Rage Against the System.
It's what?
Rage Against
Rage
the
Against
System.
Machine.
Machine. Huh.
They were
It's
supposed
ridiculous
to
that they
do a
got-
comeback. They were supposed to do a comeback like a year ago, and then I don't think I've ever heard anything about it.
Yeah, but I think the name that they were coming out with was under a new company, a new corporation.
Oh, was it?
I think
Either
they
way,
changed. I think
long
they
as
changed
that,
their name.
as long as Zach and that bass player are up there, I don't give a shit.
I just find it ridiculous that in the year 2021 they got people afraid of the fucking air. My goodness. It's just ridiculous, right? Especially when you just tell them outright, bro, that why are you afraid of the air? They give you just such like the what the fuck look. It's just priceless, man. I don't know if you guys experienced that, but that's priceless when you tell them that.
Now I want to listen to Rage Against the Machine. Damn it!
Go for it.
I want to get a copyright strike.
It's good. Yep.
Dark times are coming, boys.
Yes, they are.
You mean that they're
I've been
already here?
screaming it from the mountaintops for
They're
the
not
past 3
quite
years.
here yet. We're kind of in the gray zone.
The
On the
Grays, I like
precipice.
that.
The next thing you're
We're
gonna
at the
see,
door.
the next
of
thing
it.
you're gonna see is a huge food shortage. Just keep looking, keep
Yep.
waiting, and start packing now.
And the next thing to happen after the food shortage, well, read Revelation 6.
Yeah, I truly believe that the most existential threat to our being right now is food and the shortage that's coming, not some made up fucking cartoon virus.
Yep.
And of course, it's a manufactured shortage. I mean, they've been telling you they've been doing it for the past 3 years. Oh yeah, we got to dump this milk. Can't be used. Oh, these cattle. Oh, we got to kill them. Yeah. Oh, with this crop. Oh, we can't. It's been tainted with COVID. Shut the fuck up.
Tainted with COVID, my ass.
Meanwhile, you have China that's getting devastated by floods in their farming belt. Also, the countries
Right.
that China has been depending on for their food since last year when they started getting devastated with this severe weather, right?
Yeah. So
Um,
they started making like fake cabbage and fake rice and shit. Like it's not even real food.
yep.
Isn't
It's just
fake rice just like a bunch of plastic bits in
Yep.
like a bag?
Yep.
Ugh. What the hell?
Have you seen
Is
that
that-
video of how that guy makes a head of cabbage in a pot of boiling water? He pours like this liquid, a green liquid, into this boiling water, and it starts to make these sheets that would be like the leaves of a piece of cabbage, and he starts folding them over. He pulls it out of the damn thing, lets it cool. It looks exactly like a cabbage. He cuts it down the center. It looks exactly like a cabbage, and he made it from some slurry that he had in a bowl.
Yep.
What the hell?
There's
Oh,
also a
dude.
big problem with fake eggs too.
Fake eggs. Can you
Fake egg?
elaborate?
What are they like grown? Like fake?
No, they're just like how you were talking about how the guy took a slurry and did like some kind of chemical concoction.
Gotcha.
So that's the new diet is all fake foods.
Is that the new
Yeah.
Agenda 21 diet? Fake
Yep.
food?
The new Green Deal.
You gotta love it when they say all natural flavoring on the packaging.
All right, you do because it doesn't even taste natural.
Yeah, baby fetus cells are natural.
Baby, what?
Baby fetus cells, aborted tissue samples,
Oh, that. Yeah, yeah.
That
liquefied.
is natural. They're not lying.
That's true.
And they artificial? Well, that's anything synthesized via chemical. For instance, like this is like way off topic, but children's cereal having trisodium phosphate, and now they changed it to trimeta something phosphate or something like that. It's the same chemical. It's just with a different name, kind of like you would say water or H2O or hydrox or duohydro uno oxy, right? Yeah, something like that. And I don't know if you know what trisodium phosphate is, but
What is it?
it's like a caustic chemical. Usually they use that to clean wallpaper with. But I can tell you from experience, from having this saw shop, that you'll take like chainsaw chains that are just coated in like creosote and like the mesquite sap, and it's just stuck there and nasty looking, and you'll get them in for sharpening. So you take a bucket of water, 5 gallons of water or 4 gallons of water, and like a tablespoon of this caustic chemical called trisodium phosphate or TSP. You dunk the chains, and 3 hours later you pull the chains out and you rinse it off with water and run a soft bristle brush over it, and it's completely clean. It's like lye.
Be
Yeah,
population, bro.
I use a lot of lye in my soap and shampoo maker.
Yep. It's carbon reduction. And that's all they're doing. Reducing the carbon footprint.
You know, the thing that the most living things on this planet need.
Yeah, and they're all cheering for it and championing it.
It's people that cheer for it, bro. They don't understand. They don't understand that kind of stuff with carbon and how beneficial it is to all life
Yeah.
on Earth.
All they
Yeah.
think of is we exhale it, so it's got to be bad. It's a byproduct of our breathing. It can't be good for anything.
Exactly. And what's stupid, bro, is that when you start showing them the evidence, like, oh no, you're lying.
And then
It's
you
just the
tell
same
them,
shit the Globbers do.
well, carbon dioxide is what's needed for plants to create sugar. So, well, I don't eat vegetables.
Yeah, and they
Okay.
still deny it too.
But the animals that you eat do. You see? So if there was no carbon dioxide and everything was sequestered out of the atmosphere, there would be no grass for the cattle to eat, so you get to have your hamburger from McDonald's. And by the way, those buns on the hamburger happens to be vegetables. Genetically engineered vegetables with too much
Yuck.
gluten.
Not even real patties too. Real hamburgers.
Yep.
I can't remember the last time I had fast food.
I just had some earlier. I feel disgusting.
You know what's crazy? One time I stopped by in the city of San Bernardino at the original McDonald's, and like across the street was a corporate McDonald's. So of course my grandfather went to the corporate McDonald's, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want none. And he goes, aren't you hungry? You didn't eat breakfast? And I go, I'm not eating from here. And he goes, well, how about a soda? I don't want a soda from here either. I don't want nothing from this place. And he's just looking at me, like I grew a rainbow horn out of my forehead or some shit, and I'm just like, well, think about it. Look at that wall right there. There's a wall with a big red circle, and it said, caution, these products contain a chemical known to cause cancer. And it lists every item on the menu off, and there's numerous items within that menu that contain that chemical, and it's called caramel coloring. See, burnt sugar by itself is pretty bad, but when you add ammonia salt to it, it's way worse.
Yeah, I've been in the process in the past couple of weeks of completely, well, eventually I will, but cutting sugar out altogether. It's a tough motherfucker to do.
Yeah.
Especially when you got such a sweet tooth like me. I don't know what I'm gonna do without my chocolate.
They have chocolate with more cacao in it.
Oh yeah, it's one of my
I have
favorites.
I have
It's my favorite
I have a
favorite kind.
contact. I have a contact for somebody that has like a couple like the Blanco cacao, which is like higher in the cocoa fat.
Yeah, it's
So
like
you can get
90% cocoa.
no, you can actually get the cacao beans imported from Mexico.
Yeah, yeah. I buy cacao nibs all the time.
Yeah. And he says like when they're fresh and not baked, when you break into it and it's all purple with all those alkaloids, you eat it. Might be a
Yeah.
little bitter, but you're in for a treat of divination.
Yep. Yeah, I'll take a handful, like 3 or 4 pieces of cacao nib daily and just start chewing. They're good too. They acquire taste, but eventually, if you like cocoa, like unsweetened cocoa, then you'll take to cacao. But yeah, the antioxidants in it is just through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, my rooster he's just now reaching his age where he's liking to crow in the morning. I hope my neighbors don't start fucking calling the cops. I'm not supposed to have chickens here.
Oh man.
Shut the fuck up. No more. Get out of here. Dumbass.
Okay, this is going to sound strange, okay? But stars are not giant balls of gas, right? They're not other suns far, far away, okay? Now, hear me out, okay? Sometimes the Bible calls them angels, right? Sometimes in scripture they're called angels. Other cultures have called them messengers or watchers. What if all they are eyeballs from these giant creatures that are covered in eyes on the other side of the firmament that are veiled from our vision, and the only thing we can see is the darkness of their eyes, piercing through the darkness of the void.
Now you can give me nightmares.
And when we can see them, men's hearts would fail them because they will be coming down because the stars will fall to the earth. And that right there is a big problem. How can a giant ball fall to the earth, like all of them all at once, like these giant balls of fire? Great balls of fire.
Because they ain't. Morning, Nightmare.
Four 44. I just, like, I know why people believe in a globe Earth, right? I understand that. But how long would it take for somebody to realize, well, if I've been lied to about, you know, politics, if I've been lied to about history, if I've been lied to about facts, you know, what's to say that these guys aren't lying about the globe? Especially when you go to test it. And any
What if
measurement you make indicates that it's
what
flat
if
in
this
motion.
this deception that they're pulling is so multifaceted that not a single one of us has an
Yeah,
inkling of an idea of what's actually going on?
I'm of that school of thought. I feel it's like an onion.
Like for like flat Earth being done on purpose, and because they want you to believe it's a flat Earth because it's actually something. You know what I'm saying? Like who the
Because
fuck
it's
knows?
actually a giant eyeball.
Surrounded and being stared at by other giant eyeballs.
It's like
I
something that's
would
kind
love
of
to see someone get those cymatic patterns and get them, like classified and documented as far as what frequency goes with what shape and all that different stuff. Yeah, someone was talking about that recently. Is that being done? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure if any of that information was out, would have been so hardly suppressed.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to do even on your own. Just take a bowl or a speaker full of water and start putting frequencies in it and taking pictures of and then matching the frequency with the shape. That way we could start looking at like older, the old churches that might not have been churches and see if those cymatic patterns and stuff actually match up with certain other patterns that we know do what. And you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Start
see,
doing some work.
about there's a lot of talk about keys, right? The key of Solomon, the angel with the key to the bottomless pit and all that. I don't think it's a physical key. I think it's a cymatic, a musical tone. And I think that was the secret to free energy for some reason, which would have released.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
But
human
the thing
beings are
is,
so smart too, and the fact is that throughout history the things that they have suppressed, more than just one person has come up with that idea and probably built the damn thing, like cars that run on water, for instance.
the events of
But we'll never see them.
the events of the crucifixion kind of matched the earthquake in Madrid, New Madrid. Because it was darkness and there was thunderings and lightnings and the earth was shaking and cracking.
Anybody got any subcompacts to look and get rid of?
I don't even know what that is.
Take that as a no.
Well, see, would you use a speaker or would you use an attenuator? I
Like
think that's
a
what it's called.
like a Chladni plate?
No, like a transducer type of thing. Transducer device with the plate on it.
I'm not 100% sure exactly how I do it. I haven't looked into it that far, but at first I'd probably mess around with the speaker because it's already done, it's already put together.
Because I'm just saying, like, the transducer can do subsonic frequencies.
Yeah. I'm sure eventually we'd get there. I think it's something that us as some of us that might have an interest in this type of thing, we should seriously start looking into it because I don't think anybody's doing it. I've heard many people talk about it, but no one's actually doing it. It might, if you think about it, if we can start uh, deciphering some of these different geometric shapes, it could tell us a lot of shit that we don't know now, Like, I think it's
Yeah,
worth
it
it.
would kind of confirm something I saw in a hallucination. It's a hallucination that like was shared with a couple other people at different times through DMT.
And and it's such an easy thing to do, Like it's so easy to do. I'm sitting here telling you how easy it is. I could just as easily go and get the fucking speaker, do it my damn self. But I'm not 100 well versed in cymatics and stuff. So I don't know. It'd be nice to have someone that knew what they were talking about to help out.
Yeah. Thing that I'm kind of wondering about too is that whole siloluminescence.
Oh yeah, sonoluminescence is awesome, amazing.
Hey guys, I heard I heard a little bit of your conversation. I heard something about DMT and geometric shapes.
Yeah,
Can you elaborate? I want to hear this. If you don't mind.
it's
We're
basically an infinite world of fractals. What you see.
I don't know what a fractal is, so I can't like picture that in my head.
it's like a
Um,
bunch of lines that make a geometric shape.
Let me see if I can find a GIF real quick that might explain it.
Sure, thank you.
Who was talking about DMT? Was I here?
I was just talking about
Yes.
it. This right here would be a fractal.
Where are you posting it?
Livestream voice text. This is an example of a fractal universe of numbers. It's called a mathematical monster called the Mandelbrot set.
All right, I'm at work right now, so it's gonna be a while till I can see it. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Huh. Okay. So this is what you saw?
No, but that is an example, an illustration of what a fractal is it's an infinite repeating geometric shape that just kind of implodes on itself like a hyperdimensional cube.
Huh. If this is what DMT makes you see, bro, shit, I want to try it,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
I wanna
like,
try
okay,
it once.
the best way I can explain it, have you ever like push on your eyes and seen like those spirals and stuff?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Huh.
And
That's a trip.
it's all closed eye. Now the colors aren't like this; they're more vivid and real. So it's not like a different type of thing. It's
Yeah.
very concise, right?
Uh-huh.
Like there's purpose to it, and when you see it, there's understanding with it, and you can. But
So
it's like a dream. It's very fleeting. It lasts for 15 seconds.
why take the DMT if you could just rub your eyes? Just kidding.
It ain't the same thing, bro.
Like for instance, you ever done salvia?
No.
That stuff scares the shit out of me. I did it once and I thought it was gonna fall through the floor.
That's very similar to DMT.
Really? Salvia, that's a leaf, right?
Yeah,
Plant?
that's the
Yeah,
sage. That's the
it's legal.
sage,
Oh,
right?
sage. Okay.
And DMT is the spirit, and DMT is the light.
Wait, what?
They're okay.
The
Like with tryptamines, there's a couple of different androgynous like derivatives or whatnot. Some of them occur in nature, but there's certain species of acacia that produce more of one tryptamine than the other. Like the Acacia confucia produces both DPT, which is the light, and DMT, which is the spirit. Whereas Acacia or Mimosa hostilis only produces large quantities of DMT and hardly any DPT.
dude, that's a trip. I'm having a hard time keeping up with you.
Oh, it's all about acid base extraction.
Is this literal or is this like metaphorical?
Huh?
Is
No,
this literal?
this is the you know how certain chemicals have like LSD dubbed acid, right? So-called MDMA is dubbed ecstasy. So
Okay.
DMT is dubbed the light.
Okay, I see.
DPT is dubbed, or no, DPT is dubbed the light. DMT is dubbed the spirit,
Okay.
and sage. Well, salvia is a sage, and I think it's the true sage.
A true sage.
Yeah, the true sage that was used in smudging ceremonies.
Oh, okay, I see. Honestly, this is interesting, bro. Talking about drugs. in this sort of way. It's interesting. Listening to you guys talk about this.
Yeah, I don't consider hallucinogens to be so much drugs as, but I have, I've had addictions all throughout my life. I was gonna, you name it. And yeah, I nowadays I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't care what the fuck it is. Maybe with the exception of marijuana.
That's not a drug. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this in here. It's the Giant Cedars of Lebanon Part 2 by ODD TV, and it's still up.
What's it about? I'm at work right now,
Basically,
so I can't watch it right now.
basically what we've been talking about. It's the giant trees, or the giant cedars of Lebanon, and the fact that the cedar may have been not a cedar, but may have been like an acacia species that produced large amounts of DMT in the fruit.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yeah, and he goes into masonry, the red door, the blue door, the red book, the white book, the blue book.
All right,
The
thank
red
you. I'm gonna
book is
watch
the
it.
magnum opus.
Thank you, mate. I'll definitely watch that later.
Hmm.
Okay, is this it?
I think it's all about vibration, sound, sematics, all these different things we've been talking about. I don't think drugs really have anything to do with any of it, personally.
Yeah. Well, drugs are shortcuts. They're sorceries.
Indeed, they are.
And you know what's crazy? Those
What's
that
up?
use these sorceries are considered profane, but the Freemasons who practice these sorceries call everyone else the profane. Isn't that ironic?
Dude. Yeah, it really is ironic.
Everything they say is ironic.
Everything they say is profane.
Don't the Masons and other secret societies think that we're like cattle to them?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fucked up.
Thus the Vaka. Yeah.
Does the what?
The
The
Goyim.
Vaka. The Vaka. The Goyim. The cow of the cow. We eat the
Oh,
Vakasina.
They have special names for us, basically.
Vakasina,
okay.
pertaining to or from offspring of a cow.
Okay, thank you.
The
Yeah,
same
I
thing with
thought
kids. We've been told to call your kids kid. Do you know what a kid is?
a baby
Words
goat.
have meanings.
Yep.
A kid is a baby goat. So
Or a lesser cattle.
Huh.
Yeah, goats, sheep, and
so
like
call them children.
those are considered cattle as well because you can eat them like cattle, but they're called lesser cattle. It's crazy. And see, a human can be used for food, sport, and or labor, right? But
Indeed.
cattle can only be used for food and labor. That's why I don't like sports.
Yeah, I never had. I played a lot of sports as a kid, but
That's a human thing.
grew out of it.
Sports are for humans.
Now, sports are there to instill a sense of tribal to back up that tribalism you already have inside you. Us against them idea.
Have you seen a couple of those football stadiums? Some of them, when you look at them from the air, and you zoom in just at the right height, it looks like an eye.
The Oculus.
And it even has an eyebrow for it's all geomancy, right? And that's the one secret that the Freemasons hold dear. Their royal art of geomancy.
What's geomancy?
Setting rocks up to bring energies in.
Some people, I don't know where this comes from, but I've heard a lot of people refer to Jesus Christ as being a geomancer.
That's because apparently he wrote something in the ground basically accusing the Pharisees that were trying to have this one woman stoned when he was the one that was guilty of it. So he charged him with the crime and about him spitting in the clay and then rubbing it on the man's eyes, and he could see after that.
Yeah. So geomancy is like astro. I think it's like astro architecture. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Hang on here. I'm gonna look it up. No, that's Germancy. I don't want Germancy. I want geomancy. Here we go. Okay. Art of divination by means of signs derived from the earth, late 14th century. Geomancy, which is French, late. Yeah, and then it goes to,
Science. They could
Earth.
actually call it science too.
Earth, Gaia, Mentorina, divination. Manatina.
Terra.
See Mancy, and then you look at Mancy and word forming
Is
element.
it cool I can take this?
Huh?
Olga and Olga,
What'd you say, bro?
want to buy something?
Word
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, it's not Megan. Mancy, word forming element from the Greek origin, meaning divination by means of mensi, so soothsaying, oracle divination. Mantis, one who divines, a seer, prophet, one touched by divine madness.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
bro.
Huh? Hello?
Yeah, you're there.
All right. Cool. Just make sure my mic's working. Yeah. Thank you for that, dude. I'm really enjoying this shit. I didn't even know that geomancy was a thing before the show, honestly.
Man, you keep coming in here, and you'll learn so much stuff, man.
Thank you.
It's magic.
Yeah, dude. I've been in the server for like 2 years now. Almost 3 years. I've learned a lot.
Then you know.
Yep.
But the hardest thing to know is yourself. Know oneself and let yourself be true.
Tell me about it. I don't know who the fuck I am.
Once I discovered who I am, woo, look out.
Dude, I have no idea who I am, bro. I'm still
That's
trying to figure
a
that out.
deep journey.
I'm a provider for my wife and kids, trying to keep them alive is the only thing I see right now. Trying to survive what's coming.
That's what's up.
That's who I am.
I have none of that shit, bro. So I don't. Yeah, I probably haven't found that out yet.
Were you prepping it all? Did you prep it all?
I've been trying to prep, bro, and I'm trying to get the funds right now to prep. I've been prepping for like a year now, but honestly, I haven't bought a lot. I just have enough shit to keep me alive, like probably maybe like a month or two. It's not a long time, you know.
At least you're doing something, man.
Hey, it's something, right?
A good place to start is two good places. And where are you at, or if you don't mind my asking?
I'm dead center in Los Angeles, bro, California.
Yeah, I'm from Orange County, so they have go to Aldi, and you can buy crates of cans at a time. They're very inexpensive. It's a really good way to fill your shelves. Winco is another good place because they do a lot of bulk stuff. So you can get your bulk oats inorganic as well. So yeah, Winco and Aldi. It's a good place to start.
All right. Thank you. I'll check this out. So Winco and Aldi, right?
Correct.
Winco
You
and
know Aldi, the one where you put the quarter in to get the cart?
No, I do not. Which I'm gonna look that up when I get the chance.
Yeah,
there's one.
They make you pay a quarter just to use the cart.
There's one right there in Ontario.
Do they exist in South Central? Because I'm in South Central LA.
I would imagine.
Yeah, they're all over the place, brother. You'll find one.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't use those things often.
So you're South Central city of
Yeah.
Fallen Angels.
Yes, pretty much, bro. I'm dead in the ghetto, bro. South Central.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time down there too, and I used to have my problems that I had, if you know what I mean.
I can imagine. Man, I wonder what South Central's gonna look like when shit hits the fan, bro. When the food shortages start.
Remember the
My goodness.
Rodney King riots?
No, I do not. When were they?
Oh, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Rodney King riots. That was just a test run, man. It's going to be absolute hell on earth.
April
When did-
26th, 1992. Tell me,
Damn,
do
bro.
you know where you were? I remember what I was doing.
I didn't
I was
exist.
watching the riot on TV and doing homework.
Damn, bro, it's crazy.
Well, I was participating in some anarchy. First spot we headed was the liquor store. You know that we found all the alcohol I can afford. With red lights flashing, I to retire. You know, we turned that liquor store into a structure fire.
The next stop we hit was the music shop. It only took one hit to make that window drop.
Finally, we got
I
our
got
OPA.
ROPA. Where do
Where
you
do
think
you
I got
think I
this
got this
guitar
guitar
that
that
you're
you're hearing
hearing today?
Hey, such a classic band, man. He died way before his time, man. Could you imagine what him and Bob could have done if they'd had
Oh,
another
no.
10 years?
And now they
He
got that
wasn't a
Rome
gimmick either,
guy.
you know. He
Now they
wasn't a
have
gimmick.
Rome.
Who?
Rome. It's like,
Okay,
dude.
yeah.
Like I seen them like 2 years ago. They were gonna play at Morongo. I was like, it's not worth the drive.
Long Beach Dub All Stars is pretty cool too.
Yeah, but it was Sublime with Rome. And I was like, it's not Sublime.
Yeah. They had some good. They had a couple good hits, I thought. Yeah, I remember when I found out that Brad had passed, man. It was. I've never been one to really follow celebrities, but there was something about his music that really hit home to me, and because I was really into reggae. He was a white guy into reggae, and he had that whole reggae vibe sound in the background along with the punk. It was just I don't know. There's something when he died. It's like losing a friend. It sounds as silly as it sounds.
The first band or the first concert I went to was Korn. Had bought backstage passes, all that stuff.
My wife too.
Fun. And then saw a couple of free shows by some bands that were like pop high, like one-hit wonders, like 30 Seconds to Mars and all that. And I'm just like, Puddle of Mud. I'm just like, I'll go because it's a free show.
I won tickets to Warren G when I was a kid on 92.3 The Beat. And my sister, I was too young to win them, so I had to get her on the phone in order to claim them. So she ended up, long story short, she ended up taking her friend, took my tickets that I just won, and took her friend to see Warren G. She ended up making it up to me by taking me to see Heavy D. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Heavy D.
Then one time, like I got the tickets because it was like Rockfest, right? It was like this big 24-hour concert type thing, like Ozfest type stuff. And because there's a new band out there that I really like the sound and stuff, right? It was not Puddle Mud. What the hell was it? Ah, shoot. Drowning Pool, right? And a week before the concert, the dude like ended up being found drowned in a puddle of his vomit. So they canceled, and a couple other things canceled, and we're like, man, this sucks. And then, like they
How
said,
many
there
artists
was
have died that way?
too many of them.
I know Jimi Hendrix died in his puke.
Belushi, Janis
Belushi,
Joplin.
Joplin, yeah.
Almost all of the ones that questioned authority.
Yeah.
Yeah. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing, honey, if it ain't free. Yeah.
Didn't
Hey, guys.
Morrison even go out that way?
The wild night
Van
is
Morrison
calling.
or Morrison.
What was that,
Duh.
Crypto?
Oh no, I just said you said Morrison. Did you mean Morrissey or Van Morrison?
Van Morrison.
Okay.
The
Yeah, I don't.
wild night is calling. Come on out and dance. Whoa, come on out and make romance.
Yeah, I think what it is, right, is in order for these people to get record deals, they have to sign this contract and pledge an oath, right? And when they start writing new songs, like that's kind of edgy, and they're like, you better be careful with that. No, I'm going to continue. This is a great hit. And then they continue on with that thing, and they write like more songs about the same thing, and they go to put it on vinyl or whatnot. And the producer finds out, and they're like, yeah, this is a breach. You're suicided.
Did you ever hear that interview that Dylan did with that black gentleman?
Yep.
Wow. Talk about the most creepiest interview you've ever. I mean, and everything he says it so matter of factly. So there's so much. It just I could feel chills going down my spine just thinking about it. Talking about how he used to have the power to do that stuff. He doesn't have the power to do it anymore. It was how basically it was taken from him, and just what the hell is he talking about?
You know exactly what he's talking about.
Yes, I do, unfortunately.
And so many normies are going to look at you
Yeah.
like you're a lunatic when you try to explain it to them.
Yeah, I was just about to say that same thing. It's like majority of people hear him say that, oh, he means something else. He's using metaphors.
So what was it? Was it John? It's not Johnny Rocker. There's that one blues guy that says, you know, he went down to the crossroads, made a deal with the devil.
Cash.
No, it wasn't Johnny Cash. It was before Cash. Blues artist.
Oh, you're talking about just a good old boys. Never meaning no harm.
No.
It's the same singer.
Shoot.
Waylon Jennings.
No, not Waylon Jennings. It's a black dude.
Oh well, Waylon Jennings sang that song too.
Johnny Lee Walker? Maybe. I don't know.
There's another dude that was real dark that in his own, I don't know, it was like in a dark and a quiet way. Was Johnny Cash.
Oh, it was Me and the Devil Blues was the name of the song. Robert Johnson. Born and raised in the Mississippi Delta, and he began playing the guitar in the 1920s. Today, he's recognized as one of the most important innovators in the Delta Blues. Many fascinating legends surround this music and history. Most prominent being his encounter with the devil at the crossroads. So maybe that is the master record. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees, went down to the crossroads, fell down on my knees, asked the Lord above, have mercy now. Save poor Bob, if you please. Highway 61 and 49. Because you know how so many different themes about that have come out, and like, shoot, even Charlie Daniels. You know, the devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. And now my name is John.
He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. He came up on this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot. The devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. I bet you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you'd care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your souls will say I'm better than you." The boy said, "My name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'm going to take your bet you're going to regret, because I'm the best I've ever been." I don't think my rooster liked my singing. Among many others, I'm sure.
Hey, kind of want to ask a Glover a rhetorical question, you know. If a rooster's sitting on a roof that's facing northeast to southwest, and he lays an egg, what side will it roll off on? Right? Let's see what they say. Probably get out the slide rule to start calculating. No, it'd fall off like the 16th azimuth of, you know, it's like, no. Roosters don't lay eggs.
You tricked me.
Oh, like flat earth, like platypus. I'm pretty sure platypus would. Yeah. It's like he'd probably sit there and say, well, roosters don't lay eggs, but platypi do, and they're the only mammals that do.
I can see platypus, you know, I mean, he's smart. He's no, you know, dummy, but I could see him falling for that, just ready to quickly get the answer out. I'll tell you what, the platypus, that is one interesting animal. I used to be really infatuated with learning everything I could about every animal I could. And that particular animal is just one of my favorites, man. They're crazy. Pretty much anything that comes from Australia is just an amazing, you know, specimen.
It's Darwin's paradox.
Right. The Galapagos. Look, this finch has a short beak. Look, this finch has a long beak. Oh, it's evolution. No, motherfucker, it's an adaptation. But they're the same bird. And one's got a short beak and one has a long beak. How do you explain that?
But my mama said, but my mama said it's round.
Well, I'm gonna go see what kind of antics are being pulled over at Nathan's. I'll see you guys probably in the next hour or so. Peace out, brethren.
I guess I'll call it a morning as well.
It's good talking to you, man.
Yeah. Later, guys.
Later, bro.
Catch you later, Bong.
Yeah, have a good one, bro. I might be off soon too.
10-4.
Good chat.
Yes, sir.
Let's keep talking. I'll say that as a yes.
Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. That silence you hear could represent the substantiation of the global plane that we're still waiting for. It is listen to silence, not a place. That is built reality. They're busy
Good morning. I see you.
Howdy, howdy. Earth's still flat.
It looks flat, feels motionless. Therefore, it's a block. It's a ball.
No, it's a potato. What's up, Gimsy?
All good. What's up with you?
I just caught the last bit of Nathan Oakley's live debate.
Watching debate? Watching a debate? Can you share a link for that?
Yeah, hold on. Give me just a sec. It's funny because I caught like the last 10, 15 minutes. Share. The last chunk of this is hilarious. I didn't see the rest of it. The guy's trying to argue why he can see stars and how triangulation works, but he's trying to curve the damn lines, the straight lines that are supposed to exist. Earth is measurably and demonstrably flat. Measures flat. Navigate it flat. We fly over it flat. We wake up to it flat. We go to bed to it flat. We shoot guns and golf balls on the flat Earth.
You gotta ask the realm about that. I don't think he agrees.
Do you know what? I think I'm new to this, and I should have just started off and said that I'm a flat earther and I'm curious about concave, but not the sphere, not a sphere. I've never been a supporter of the sphere. It could be any shape, whether outside or in. If someone could make a flat Earth map that's interchangeable into a spheroid of some sort, which I believe I've done, then there's two more models that fit in geocentric, and it's quite possible that heliocentric only started in 1880. It's quite possible.
Right, but the problem with that is I take a flat blanket, I can stretch it over a giant beach ball. Does the blanket stop being flat? No.
I think if we can prove that the distances in the Pacific add up, then we can say we agree with that. But if we can prove that there's things missing, like the spaceship graveyard area, then at least one thing we can say is missing. But when one joins into two, the magnetic navigation anomalies of the world is a natural versus a computer, and the conflictions create voids of land that are excused through time zone manipulation, like India has a half an hour time zone. So manipulation of certain things, political, and pushed by higher defense mechanisms, whatever. I think, as you know, this is it. It's setting the limit. We're flat. but where's the limit? Eratosthenes, his flat was matte. His map was flat. So if we can set our perimeter, then we know what our boundaries are. If we know what our boundaries are, then we push our boundaries just a little bit more. And if it takes a year to research every little thing, I seriously, if you type into Google hidden lands in the north, don't write Arctic, in the north, you'll get 2 to 3 articles, great
Mic
articles.
check.
It's not always the first article, it's always the 5th or the 6th, and they're much better than the first.
I'm just as confused as I was when you first started talking. I don't know where the heck you're trying to go with this. Because I've heard 2 or 3 different things. Like, I can take something flat and stretch it over an oblate spheroid, and then oblate spheroid.
No, because you're only stretching it over one side, and the maths wouldn't work out. You can't turn a circle. You can't turn a circle into a sphere.
But right, and that's their problem. They keep manipulating something that is flat and trying to turn it into something that isn't flat, which isn't reality.
Exactly. So if you use something that you naturally know is moving to cause a mathematical calculation of 500 years to come back on itself, which that's happened with our magnetic pole, is come in line with the Greenwich Meridian line. So a 500-year plan, and then they've got a plan for the next 500 years. You know, with calculations, you can figure out what implications you're going to get in at least 500 years with weather patterns and stuff.
With calculations, you can commit fraud.
I agree, and that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. All the people I'm looking into the rugby ball and the football and the history behind it, and it's quite possible that this whole thing is 1850s, man. You know, like every single business, like from Tata to any business that you look up, you'll see that they all started about 1850. And the only company that is older than 1850 is Maersk, which is a pharmaceutical company.
Right, but here's the thing. There's a 100 and something year old lady. They taught her flat Earth in school here in the States.
I watched the video.
They taught flat Earth in school.
I watched the video. She was in Arkansas.
So it's not a new thing. And the lie was proven to be a lie from day one by the people that created the lies in the first place. A lot of these people were like, well, I believe this is what it is. But then they go, well, yeah, you know, that doesn't sound right on reality. So I'm going to not put my name on it. Like what Newton did and a couple other people.
And then you go to the loony bin. If you don't support the narrative, you go to the loony bin because there was something like 180 reasons why you would go into a mental asylum. And all the big buildings, the old, you know, the big buildings all around the world, those big buildings are they use them for asylum, you know, for people calling them insane, going against religion words or preaching certain stuff. I'm trying to think who done a video on it. And
yes, your belief in God. I know.
No,
I've watched.
Sorry, I'm nothing. I don't believe in anything. So in 1880, pretty much, concave came out, flat Earth came out, and I think they pretty much had a ball match, and I think one side said, "Hey, you better use our rugby ball," and the rugby ball was an image of what they thought. The South African oldest rugby ball, it's called a union, not rugby league, rugby union. It's the union v the league. You know, it's a sport that's gone on longer than anything else. And
right,
they
but
pretty
concave, you still have a problem.
No,
I'm not a curvature.
I'm not a concaver as a sphere. So that does give me, I've got a model as in my profile picture, which has 4 pretty much flat sides. Whether it curves out or curves in.
Concave is curved the other way, which means we're not a ball. We're an inside-outy thing. We're something weirder. Which is what the concaver talks about. I know, because I had a buddy that got all into it and spewed all that crap at me for a whole year.
Yes, but he they assumed it was a ball. Nobody proved it was a ball. Cassini said it was a rugby ball. Cassini said that the coordinates, if you make a circle and draw a line at the equator and use your protractor to mark where the degrees are and then draw lines across, you'll find they're not equal. And that's the difference. Cassini done that method, and then the league done the lazy way, because they couldn't be asked to fucking, and they knew the prediction would be that everyone's travels is going to go to the North Pole and then to the destination. No one's going to be going on the equator unless you were like defense or somebody that knew a bit more. I saw a Gulfstream jet that belongs to very few people going across the equator about 2 months ago on FlightAware 24, Flight Radar 24, and it just happened to be a Gulfstream. I mean, that's the only plane that could accomplish that distance at 18,000 kilometers from Indonesia to Galapagos. So if Magellan, which I proved on my channel, didn't cross the Pacific, then that doesn't exist. And it's the craziest thing, but it's the most obvious, because they've got a spaceship graveyard, 9 million kilometers square of a place that nobody's allowed to go to. You've got Point Nemo, which is, yes, it's just a Point Nemo. That is 9 million kilometers squared. So if people, you know, there's a lot of things like the lowest we can go by land is possibly South America, or maybe, I don't think Tasmania is South America, the tip. That's the lowest you can go by land. And as soon as you step onto Antarctica, the whole, we know they're protecting Antarctica, but for me, I believe it's quite, I believe that the South Pole is the attracting pole, because when you do inclination and declination, now remember to just use inclination and declination as in a vertical, horizontal thing. Don't think about the deviation. They changed words. Nautical still use deviation or variation. Aviation still uses variation as their word for declination, and then they redefine our word into declination, thus confusing. Declination's got nothing to do with left and right. It's about up and down. So if you go to the North Pole and it dips down on a moving pole, there's no reason why the back of your needle is actually not pointing upwards. And if it was pointing upwards, because it's being attracted, because in the South Pole attracts the track upwards, the South Pole upwards. In the North Pole, something's attracting the South Pole upwards of the needle. So if there's something above us pulling up on it, then you could easily say something like possibly that the South Pole is that center point above the North Pole, which is a common point that connects the South and the North. And you can go to, you look at the Colosseum, the way that they made them in speakers and stuff like that. To them, I think they lived in the Devil's Bowl. You know, it's a play on words, but the mathematicians will say a spheroid or something curvature, and then the reality is, without, you know, what we see and what we sense is flat. So thank you for listening to me, guys. I've learned from my mistakes before, and I just need to just come forth and say I'm a flat earther and I'm curious about concave. And all I do is I just do maps and I do models and stuff like that. And I pretty much
concave is another lie.
No, but I don't follow that model.
Right, but there is no model. In order to have a model, first you must know everything about it. Everything about what you're making the model of.
Okay,
like a building or a city, like civil engineers, they have to know everything about the landscape and the fall of the rivers and the hills in order to make a model to make a town.
What is the degree drop calculated per kilometer?
For what?
To prove that, number one, a curve calculator that us flat earthers made is incorrect, because you haven't accounted for a sloping of the
Flat
triangle.
earthers haven't made a calculator. That was NASA.
No, it was a guy called, I'll find his name now. He's going Brian Millen. Yeah, Brian Mullen. And
no idea who he is.
If you type in the flat earth, if you type in curve, oh mate. Anyway, so I was always led to believe for the last 5 years that the flat earth calculator that diagram was made by a flat earther in 2016, and attached to that that search that I found was the guy with the beard that talks about the rectilinear experiment. He's got a whiteboard behind him. It's quite quite popular and famous.
Bro, this is news to me that we have a calculator.
No, a flat earther done the assumed curve calculator, and everyone
Yeah.
uses that one. So, but the curve calculator that you find on Google is also incorrect, because I work in kilometers, and then I done my sort of maths on a paper and as you do type of thing, just using basic stuff. And there's no account for the third side of the triangle being curved, but being sloped, because naturally, as your view is going round a very, if it it's flat, but in any situation, whether it's concave down or concave up, which are the original words, it was never convex. It was always concave up and concave down, and they both describe the same scenarios. So the 360 degrees that they gave us will only, with an assumption, give you a 0.009 degree drop per kilometer. And that whole bollocks, we all know that you can zoom in and stuff like that. I'm 7 years, silently researching this and stuff like that, because I'm fascinated. I love this shit, man. It's my life. And my wife hates me for it. I don't tell her what I'm into, because I want to keep it for myself. And not a closet. I'm just, we're all the same here. We're here so that we can talk to other people instead of, learning something new. And I've got no one to tell. I learn new stuff every single day. Like the magnetic pole is moving by 50 kilometers a year, yet the sun tropic is moving by 15 kilometers a year, and the south magnetic moving pole is moving by 15 kilometers a year. So then you ask yourself, why is the north pole moving by 50, which is 0, and it's only moving by 15 on the side and 15 down south? And it would only have to look up and think, well, why did they make 90 degrees north, 90 degrees south? Yes, it fitted in with 24 and 36, but we could have made those conversions work and still work in a centigrade, 100 degrees north and 100 degrees south, which the French were trying to do for a good time. They even had a time calendar and everything sorted out. They used for 12 years in a 100 system, but I never looked into the numbers of that and then to explain that, but I will soon. Yeah, so 0.009 degree drop. That's 15 centimeters drop per kilometer. That's not about I was at 1 foot and I think, no, that's just the boundary. That's the outside perimeter of the whatever you're doing. And they debunk pi. They debunk pi 2 or 3 times. There's amazing videos on there. If they're debunking pi, why did pi become wrong? And pi could have only mean it was the actual extremity of inside of something. It's the absolute extremity to a billion and a trillion digits. But
pi was always wrong.
Huh?
Pi was always wrong, and the North Pole, South Pole moving. This is kind of news to me. I've seen some stuff in the last few days where people are claiming this is happening, but all I see is their assertions, their beliefs that it's happening. I don't see any repeatable experiment to monitor this, considering you're not allowed to go up there.
Yes, but it's the sun pole that's moving, because the sun's tropics are expanding and they're changing. That's why our climate's changing, and the sun pole is what moves. So like a gyroscope or whatever, and you got to access.
Bro, the sun moves. So what? It moves.
No. It changes trajectory. It changes trajectory, and its axis moves clockwise slightly by 15, and it changes the difference that it gets drier in the northern hemisphere and drier in the southern hemisphere, which would mean on a flat Earth that the sun is actually going higher. So it's covering more land by 15 kilometers a year. But that there means that there is a change, there is a cycle. And when we start
the sun changes elevation from the surface of the Earth throughout the year. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I'm gonna go now.
That's nothing new.
I've always got new stuff, and I'm not here to promote myself, but I've spent 7 years and I recorded a lot of stuff that I found. I found there was 1/5 of the world was missing. As crazy as it seems, but there's no traffic in the Pacific like you think there is, and the time zones. I broke down a time zone map of the world. You know, the Mercator, that's 800 million and not 500 million kilometers squared. So I know that it's well inflated. It should be more of an oval shape actually, which they taught us in the 80s. We had oval shaped world maps. They kind of suited it better so that it fitted in with a GPS system, so you can track everything that's going on in the world in a rectangle. That's, I mean, you know, it's kind of a bit of that. And time zones, I calculated there's only 20, because without daily out saving hours and without adjustment of time in any country in the world, there's a 4-hour gap. And you know, you push everything to the side, then you find out there's just a big 4-hour void in the Pacific. And there's probably about a half an hour void in 3 or 4 other places around the world to make up for that. And I believe there's not 360 degrees, but there's only 300 degrees. And they've had to do that because if you put 10 degrees, the missing 10 degrees in the north, instead of making a conversion, no, you put the missing 10 degrees they're hiding, which you can find on Google by typing in hidden lands in the north. Don't write Arctic. It's all about what you type into the search. And then if you put 10 degrees and make your own flat Earth map, everything else aligns beautifully. You start to realize that the magnetic equator is our equator, and the sun equator is only 5 degrees lower than our magnetic equator. And then you start to see a cycle that the sun doesn't, the moon might go away or come a little bit closer to us through its apogee and perigee, or the other word. And the same thing with the sun. It goes forward and comes back, it comes closer and it comes further. But when you start to line all these things up, you realize that there's 33,333.33 kilometers at our actual equator of the magnetic equator, which should be 10 degrees lower by pulling everything down. You don't have to put 10 degrees in the south, because when you put 10 degrees in the north, everything else syncopates. You've got 10 spaces in the top, 10 spaces in the bottom. Put the 10 degrees in the north and it pulls everything out. But the most interesting thing is if there's 10 degrees missing in the north, then does that make the meter worth a meter, or does it make it worth 0.9? And if you haven't changed ages, and then you just have to make a flat Earth map, you can knock one up in 20 minutes, you know, rough scale, you know, but it's enough to say that there's, you know, I've got loads of stuff. I haven't finished them off because I've never had audience. And that's why I wanted to come here to get audience. So that reduces Earth size to roughly between 386 and 400 million kilometers squared. And the flat Earth map works 100%. The ruler to the paper says that there's 11,340 kilometers from Sydney to Santiago in a straight line. And on flat Earth map, it actually goes round slightly, circle, but it's not enough to make, you know, from a 9.99 centimeter to a 10 centimeter. The difference is slightly outside the 33 degree. So our GPS tells us where it thinks we are based on a system that's then way bigger than what we actually are. So if you guys can look into Magellan for me, I'm going to go now. If you can look into Magellan for me, I've got some hints and tips on my channel. Just look for Magellan, and like go there, and I've shown you the pictures of all the islands that he visited, but they're not in the places that everyone think they are, because these maps were reproduced at a later time, lost information, hidden information. The map that Magellan used and assumed was Columbus's map, which had Japan just left of the Americas, and they kind of knew what the Americas looked like because they'd got to the lands of the south and the north, and they discovered it internally, and then got to...
Shit.
Cool, man. I'm going to go now, but Magellan, if we can prove those distances work within the Pacific, fair enough. Forget about time zones. Think about how these guys and what they're up against. They had to drop sound near the continental plate, which means they wouldn't have gone deep into Pacific after they'd almost died just getting there. So they stayed, and they did the same, like when they left Spain and Cape Verde and all that. They always stay close to the lands. They use the trade winds, which make flights go faster at the equator, and flights go faster west of the equator, and they go west at the North Pole and South Pole, because those are the trade winds. It's the jet stream that goes in the opposite direction. It's a flow of, you know, the sun and the moon, and it's how heat up, cool down, condensation, the effects that they have on you know, our everyday life. So you know, just think, you know, if you've got 10 degrees missing up north, that changes the meter to 0.9. There's a lot of implications. Then your effing map starts to scale to the map, because when
Bro,
because if they never prove the meter, then the meter don't exist. So then we've got to measure.
you've got a ton of problems though, because you're wanting to make a map without exploring places that you can't explore. They will not let you explore. So how are you going to make an accurate map when you're not able to go there?
Well,
It doesn't make any sense.
Your map
use
will
the
be close enough, but it'll be missing key sections. I suspect that the maps are like you say, missing key sections in the north because you can't go there because of the way the winds work or whatever. So, like you say, the meter may be off, which appears to be a relative measure based off of a couple assumptions. We need to check the quality of the assumptions that went into the map and see if we can explore it more or less. And there's also the problem of not being able to make a straight line at sea. So you're going to get general land maps, which are fairly well mapped out on top of general ocean schemes that may or may not be fully accurate until we can get a straight line at sea at least. And so they're going to look at the sky like a clock and follow where the sun goes and assume that it's going in a circle centered at the North Pole, essentially, for a fairly accurate-ish, A.E. Gleason map.
Twice the size of that they assumed 500. It's about 1,000 million kilometers squared. But if you take out use the instructions of 400 degrees polar, 300 degrees equator, I guarantee you guys, it will be the best thing that you've ever done in your life. And then you'll realize that you can make a flat Earth map and take it to the man and say, Mark Sargent, you didn't do nothing, man. You represented some of us. But you never. I gave the map to him, and he said, "No, I'm not interested in the map. I won't even look at it because we all agree we don't know our limits, but at least we can look at Antarctica races. How did they do it? We start stripping the stuff down. Lisa Blair, 28,000 at 40 south. If the world was the magnetic equator shoved down 10 degrees, then she was only at 30 south in reality. So there's a lot of things, assumptions when people think that I'm not going in a straight line, but I swear I'm going in a straight line. It's because they assume that north is attracting. But if south was the attracting, it changes everything. You've got GPS that's clashing with you've got GPS that's 500 million kilometers squared big, and you've got the world that's only 400 kilometers squared big. And it's there's 100%. 70%, I'll say there's 101.66 degrees north and 101.66 degrees south, but they're almost like the pole in the middle. There's an actual pole, it's so thin and stuff like that, and it goes right up for the last kilometer, like almost like an area or a spire, a spire or something. The big gaps that we've got, Bermuda's Triangle is directly above the Southern Atlantic anomaly because there is a 200-kilometer issue there, and it ties in with a 300-foot gap that we've got at London Greenwich. And if you times the difference by coming all the way south of whatever that distance is, you'll find out that you're most likely going to get a 200-foot gap in the South America, in the Pacific. So the South Atlantic anomaly. And then you've got the Devil or the Devil's Triangle, or it's called something else, Devil's Triangle. That's directly above issues they've got in Australia with big voids, and they have to have time saving hours in there. Yes, I know to do with time saving and stuff like that, but there's no proof it's 24 hours. Some countries apparently get 14 or 15 hours difference, but you can't, because if there's only 24 hours sunlight, how can you say that one country is going to be 15 hours behind me, but relative to another one? So those time zones, then I took them a case of time zone map. There's quite easy, like if you measure it and then you do the ratios and stuff, do things like measure the width of Africa and the height of Africa, and that will give you scale every single time. So many things, but I've done all this thing and recorded on my channel because you can't explain stuff. Sometimes I'm not the greatest presenter, but I've got a job and I've got a family life and stuff like that. But it's not an excuse. I put enough time in, and you'll see through my presentations that I've done my absolute best to kind of get snippets of what it's about. It's not what they said it is, because 1880 flat Earth comes out, the whole heliocentric model comes out and stuff like that. The Pope only wrote off the rule to turn it into heliocentric in 1850. So yes, they might have believed in 1610, but to get that carried out throughout the whole world ain't going to happen overnight, man. You know, it's through re-education and it's through force. You know, take orphan trains. There's shitloads. It's almost like, are you still listening, guys?
Yeah, I was just going to say the Jesuit schools had a hand in that because they peddle heliocentrism, and the Jesuit Catholic schools would be part of the reconditioning of the population that would otherwise say that it looks flat, probably because it is flat, and have some sort of ancient cosmology coming to bear, saying something else other than the Greek, Pythagorean, heliocentric ball.
But I think you had, the Vikings are the 6 kings. You take the VI, that means 6. For the 6 kings, you've got the 6 kingdoms, for example, in the 1800s. What are they now? The Rugby League has got 5 nations, and they included France recently. Were those the 6 original nations? And then 6 of them are all arguing: is it concave down? Is it concave up? Are we open? Are we closed? There's 6 different variations of what they believe in, and you can shape all those in our playing cards, in our numbers, in our letters, in our everything. The symbolization that we speak and the words that we speak on a daily basis, if you break them up into the right syllables, you will get different outcomes. It's a play on vowels. They translated some stuff years ago. You know what? For me, I'm not conspiracy person or anything. I'm going to be on here and I'm going to say, I'll listen and I won't talk anymore. But I looked up what a jubilee was because I was interested in jubilee, and there's a cycle and it's to do with the moon. It's the same as the Saros cycle or something like that. Moon cycles. And basically the jubilee is when the Pope gives everyone, all the workers, is the word, all the workers, a year off every 100 years. But it does say sometimes every 25, sometimes every 50, and sometimes every 100. Probably a bit like a bonus scheme, when you get shares from the company, But 100 makes sense because it's 100 years. And when they say 25 and 50, it's probably denominations or something else, but down the line or something, to scale. So every 100 years of a 360 calendar, if you convert us going back as far as 46 BC, which could have been 460 BC because it's just a play on decimals and whatever like that. And you can go back that far, go back to 46 BC to today, and then work out how many days they had in a year. Let's stick with Julian, and you'll get close to 2100 AD to convert everything into 360, which means that this year is either 2100 AD or 1100 AD, because I'm sure there's a few people listening that would agree that, yes, the difference between a 1 and an I or a J on a coin and maps and stuff like that is very, very conflicting. I don't think those 1,000 years are there. I really think we're really, I've got 391, but I don't know how I got that. It was something like 371 times 333 of our years, 333.33, which means 333, so not years, days, 333.33 days of our lives times 3 is 1,000 days. So in 1,000 days of our life, in 1,000 days of our lives, 1,000 of those is actually a million days. Yeah. So thanks for listening, guys. I really appreciate it, man. Guys are good, man. That's what I'm here.
I wish. I mean, I get part of what you're saying, but damn.
I know.
In order to have a fixed south, it has to be in one location. But on magnets, south goes around the magnet from the center to the outside. So south, being any direction away from north, it's a big ass magnet.
Which, yes, but if you're using a compass that suits us for the northern hemisphere, that's one problem. If you use a general compass, that's fair enough, but nobody goes down south to actually agree that if you use the inclination, if you look at the inclination map of the world, you'll find that everything is points south. If you apply
Also, Captain Cook got way too much land for Antarctica. He was clocking like 70,000 plus miles. So there's too much land down there for it to be a point tapering to a ball.
Captain Cook went up the west of the Americas, and his journey was exactly the same as Magellan's. He went up the west coast of Americas, take 1/6 of the Pacific out, put 10 degrees in the north, blah, 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 blah. Then you'll find that the journey from South America to Chile, then he has to go northwest, which is all in his logs because they got scared because they were like, hang on a minute, this is not what should be happening because the map is wrong. And he said, go forth and then go up the northeast, the northwest of the slants of South America, and then carry on going straight. They kept on going straight and stopped at all the islands that you'll find on the west of the coast of Americas, south and north. Then he keeps on going, keeps going. He goes to the Tiburones Island. He goes to the Ladrones Island. He goes to the Los Venturas and something like that, or Los Unfortunate Isles. They're all there, just off the shore of the west side of America, north and south. And then he goes up to California. He maps all that shit out, man. You know, but I really believe. I'm going to let you go. So Captain Cook kept on going up there, following Magellan's route. He just crossed over probably north of Hawaii because that was the highest point that the sun would have been. I reckon he might have been just low of Hawaii because
He's trying to break through the Antarctic ice to see if there was a continent beyond, but he couldn't do it. It was impenetrable, like an ice wall. And so with all the land that's down there, it doesn't work on the heliocentric model. It's too much land, and it's not tapering back down to a southern pole point.
Magellan only done 16,000 kilometers because he went up 8,000 kilometers and he came down 8,000 kilometers, which is a straight line on my map. He just traveled a straight line.
I don't know that I even trust him. I'd rather do my own exploration, at which this point it is restricted.
Yes, and
I can't verify any of this shit. I can't even make my own. That's what I would need to do.
Yes. But
ideally, we would verify it ourselves, but we're going to need to have some sort of base to step off of so that we don't have to explore and verify everything. But ideally, we would be able to verify, everything in theory, just in case we're being, lied to. But I would probably go with the North Pole in the center with a southern ring as opposed to a southern pole point.
Look up the inclination of
being
the
about
world.
6,000 plus miles, roughly.
The thing is on the flat Earth map, which I've made, is 66,666.66 kilometers outer ring, and it's 55,000 kilometers just for the perimeter of Antarctica, as they tell us. There's a great guy called Rick Potvin, and he done a wicked experiment on proving what's going on in Antarctica, and he wasn't even a flat earther. He was just a conspiracy guy. RICK space POTVIN, the best work I'd ever seen someone do independently. I mean, he wasn't even.
What's the independent variable in that experiment?
What experiment?
You just said it was an experiment. I mean, it's either a test or it's an experiment, one or the other.
Well, he tested the maps and he tested the distance of Antarctica to see if they matched up. But he made a really cool flat Earth map that you guys have never seen. So I'm just saying it was inspirational for me to start doing maps myself. Because Antonio Subirats reckon he done his, but it was still way bad. Check me out, and I'll speak to you guys soon. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Godric. I haven't had enough coffee this morning. Or was that Godric? Oh, it might have been Gimsey.
What was that?
Ah, it was you. Okay. Bro, for some strange reason, you sound like Godric this morning.
It is me, but what do you say I do? You said Godric and then Gemsey, and I was kind of I was listening to you guys talking to.
It was Godric that cut in and was assisting.
Oh, Meadowlark. That's he's a moderator here. Meadowlark. Meadowlark.
Hi. How you doing?
I wasn't looking at my screen to see who was talking. I was just walking around with the phone in my pocket.
I'll have to look at Potvin dude and see what his map's about. In general, I'd go with the North Pole in the center based off of the circuits of the sun, moon, and stars.
Right? But that all requires independent exploration. The focus he should be on is how he gets to independent exploration. That's kind of what I'm focusing on. How do I get to independent exploration where the military isn't going to sink my ship or
Well,
blow
you'd
up
have
my
to live
plane?
high enough to see the whole shape. Otherwise, you'd have to make certain assumptions based off of the circuit of the sun, moon, and stars coming back relatively to the same position. We would tend to imagine a circle or a circuit over the surface. And so that would lead to the North Pole being in the center, since all compasses point there, with the continents radiating out from the center on some level. It would just need verification by getting up as high as possible to see as much of the shape as possible before hitting a dome or not being able to go up further.
Well, I mean, we could have fun if we could get a house attached to it, like a couple of hot air balloons, and just ride the current for like a week or two.
That would be a good idea. I think in the north
Right.
we're missing key sections though because the winds aren't going to take you there. I think of it like a water circling a drain in a tub. You can go where the water circles, but there's going to be a hole in the middle where you can't go. Well, that'll be like the wind. It'll circle around that whole center, but it won't quite go there. So I think we're
Right.
missing key sections in the north because of that vortex swirl of the wind or the ether or whatever. But I guess we'd have to check it out to confirm.
Heck, even just say Dallas, Texas. You take a house, you put the hot air balloons on it, and you go up. And you hit the jet stream and you ride the jet stream. That would be good enough for me to go around the jet stream, follow the whole path to come back even close to where I even started. That would be good enough as a start. I wouldn't have to start in the north unless I'm trying to do something specific, which I'd really just like to get a better view of what the hell's below me when I get up there. I mean, I've got a couple of ways to fix a lot of these problems, and lasers are generally where I go. If you're wanting a straight line, might as well use a laser, because you could mount that to the ground, and even off the coast of South America, you could point it any direction out to sea. And as long as the people on the boat can see it, they can follow that straight line. I don't know, man. I'm more interested in being able to explore without restriction. I know the Earth is flat. I don't know all the lands here. And until I can explore, I really don't need to.
I'd go with some sort of A.E. Gleason, North Pole in the center, continents radiating out roughly. Whether they're in that exact formation or not, I'd say that they're probably going from the center out. If the North Pole's the center and most continents have a north-south component, An Arctic ice ring surrounding the thing of about 60,000 plus miles, expanding there from where the dome touches down somewhere beyond. So I guess that would give us roughly 20,000 miles across, going from side to side, assuming we have enough land to make an accurate measurement and aren't missing key sectors in the northern center. I'd go with the firmament being about 100 miles up, give or take, maybe more or less based off of elves and sprites and other activity that look like it's hitting some sort of a dome up there.
See, this is why I had the idea. Like 5 or 6 of us go up with balloons, air tanks, and wingsuits. Because you can get a pretty good view. And if you got a decent enough wingsuit, you can ride a lot of those currents, hundreds of miles. But it's just one test. I mean, we'd have to do multiples, which is fine by me. I don't mind jumping off of a perfectly good balloon. It is funny though that they keep calling everything in like the so-called South Pole. Like, dude, it goes off south of the coast of Japan, south of the coast of South America and Brazil, south of Australia, south of Hawaii. It's in every direction. There's no pole. It's just a magnetic point.
Well, metaphysically, the as above, so below philosophy appears to have been part of the ancient Greek heliocentrists and the metaphysicians who were trying to use things that we accept in our everyday life now to make metaphysical claims about stuff that we haven't quite seen, like the South Pole. They say, assuming it's a ball and we're on top of it, well, then as above, so below, it has to be exactly mirrored in the antipodes, with us going down there and it being a mirror image of what's going on here. So I think it's partly based off of just a metaphysical principle as opposed to real exploration.
Well, they're right, but they're hyperimposing their ideology on the metaphysical, which is completely backwards. Completely bass-ackwards.
But like you said, we just need some exploration to help verify this unseen stuff. Otherwise, some of these assumptions may be a little off.
Right, and see, that brings us back down to flat Earth. How do we, as individuals, get to a point where we are not going to be hindered, where we have all of our rights intact and nobody is going to just arbitrarily try and trespass on them? I mean, everything that we talk about flat Earth, we always end up where there's restrictions when we're trying to explore, make new maps, find new things, learn more information. They've got everything barred, which doesn't make any sense. If we're free and we have this freedom, how is there a restriction? Restriction is the opposite of freedom.
Well, welcome to the land of the free, the home of the slave.
What do they call it? Welcome to prison Earth.
The land of the fee.
That sounds like a Roman saying.
Pay up.
Ooh,
Pay up for your freedoms.
I've got an interesting video, and it doesn't go in depth like I would like it to, but it covers the basis, and that's all I needed it to do. I'm already way ahead this video in studying. But it should give you a basic idea. The systems that we have today for identification are relatively the same as what they were in yesteryear. Not much has changed. Except for the fact that the commies will just, make up what they want, when they want, how they want.
Now your neighbors are the commies.
Nah. There's a lot of scared people, and they're scared of the truth. And because they're scared of the truth, they lash out. It's a knee-jerk reaction. If any of you guys get to watching the video I posted, just remember there was a class system in almost every culture. At least that the Romans influenced, because they brought their system everywhere.
If it's got over 1,000 views, I don't trust it.
Are you a Globie?
Nah.
That doesn't make any sense. Either the information in the video is true, or the information in the video is false. That's it. That's all I care about. You could have 0 views. I'll still watch the video and give you 1. And if the information's correct, well, great. I'll share the video.
So how do you personally tease out what's real from history and what's not?
You have to look at the expansion, who changed the rules, and you have to scrape up as much as the culture, as much of the culture that they are trying to erase as you can, and things start falling into place. It's not
Gotcha.
easy.
Yeah, my previous comment was obviously a bit of a joke. It's just more of a flat Earth thing because I noticed flat Earth videos get hardly any views. And it seems that the less views they have, the more truthful it is. But I've always found that to be hard to tell. The history of things. How can we tease out what's real and what's not?
Well, France was called Gaul long before, and the people of Gaul were were relatively peaceful. They're nomadic people. They didn't cause a lot of problems. Sure, they might have had some of their own, but what family doesn't? And then the Romans came in and turned everybody in Gaul into slaves. There's a couple of centurions throughout the time where they actually take people from France and make them personalized servants that were pretty much attached to the hip of this guy. Well, the centurion starts teaching him Roman things, and then the guy's like, "Well, shit, I know how to get my freedom. You guys don't have any authority over me." And the Romans weren't exactly happy about that.
Gotcha.
The biggest thing from history that you can get is who started the problem. I mean, dude, the Roman Empire at their height covered Spain, Portugal, France, about a third or so of Europe, and a large chunk of Africa on the northern side. They ruled that whole area in that sea.
All roads lead to Rome.
Right. All roads lead to Babylon, because Rome is Babylon. It's funny that they don't call it Babylon, because that's what they should be doing. Babylon itself was a city-state. But see, the fun stuff that they hide is where the kings of these nations, hundreds and thousands of years ago, were persecuting godly people. And God stepped in and whooped butt. You have these pagan generals and pagan kings admitting in their own texts that there is a God, a real God. Because they just got their asses kicked by him.
Is that why people used to be God fear? How do you say God fearing people?
A lot of the pagans ended up turning. A lot of the heathens ended up turning after that. But yeah, I mean, dude, there's evidence everywhere. The problem is that's what they hide the most. They hide the truth. I mean, you go back to Canaan. Canaan had it. Persia had it. Hittites had it. They all had the same thing. All these different kings are all saying the same thing about this Hebrew God. Don't mess with these people. Their God's going to come and get you. I mean, why do all these so-called royals post their family line in the newspaper? If there's nothing important to it, then why do it? Because there's something important to it. It's the same crap, though. All these guys are at war with God, and they want people to be at war with God with them. And if you don't want to be at war with God,
if I post my family line, would it go back to Adam? Therefore, they have nothing against me.
if you did the genealogy, like if I were to post my genealogy would actually bring forward titles. It would bring forward things. That's why they do it. They're making a claim to rights, titles, interests.
What, like master and stuff like that?
Well, like,
Or
all right,
lord?
I come from kings. I'm a descendant of like 7 different kings. If I were to go by public notice and how they've ascribed public notice as far as, I guess, organic law, once I post that, I have the right, unless it's rebutted, I have the right to go to any one of those kingdoms and claim my throne. That's just law. That's how it's been. But that's why they do what they do, is to their titles, their interests, their rights, their so-called authority.
You know that in the Caribbean, specifically Borinquen or Puerto Rico, they thought in the public system to everyone that the natives of Puerto Rico were extinct. There were no more. So the people that were the originals of the land, they're not there anymore. And so the administrators took over.
Right. That's like they did here in Turtle Island with my people. I mean, I got 2 different sides of the family. I got natives from here, and I got Europeans. They came here and, oh, we discovered it. What do you mean you discovered it? There's people here. You can't discover something that's already inhabited. It's an oxymoron. So then they started the genocide, destroying the buildings, burning down everything about our culture.
Is that why they have to demonize the natives, saying they were monsters and they were like, kind of like subhuman or something? So they could wage war and say the genocide was correct to do so.
Well, that's the thing. They're projecting. The commies project. Well, these people are savages. Okay, are they murdering you? No. Are they stealing from you? No. Are they kidnapping your people? No. What makes them savages? Well, they don't do what we do. So? They're projecting because they're murdering, they're kidnapping, they're stealing, they're committing war crimes. So all of these so-called victories you see, yeah, the victor writes the story, but they project what they've done onto the people that they've done it to.
It sounds like
So you say it's more of a dehumanization technique, like calling someone Japs or terrorists or anti-masker or something like that.
Right,
I was gonna say it sounds like the Middle East story right now. I remember being in school and they talking about these Taliban people being monsters and stuff.
Right, which they were the landowners, they were the farmers. They were the citizens of that country. How are they monsters? Oh, you mean they're burning the opium fields that you're trying to take so that you can keep heroin production up in the United States of America.
Yeah, we gotta send our young men from here to protect the opium fields, so we can send the drugs back here. And
right, and I got to
more
talk
damage.
to plenty of veterans that came back from Afghanistan. They're like, Because I asked him, I was like, dude, what was going on? And he's like, oh, we were just standing around waiting for CIA choppers to show up in fields of poppies. That's all they were doing. They were guarding poppy fields. There wasn't a war going on. It was bullshit. Because making an illegal law is what they do to demonize the people who are trying to show everyone else the truth. I've been on a watch list since fucking probably 15 or younger, because I don't believe the narrative that I've been told. That's the only reason. Then I started going, well, that's not the law. This is the law. Well, that's another thing, because now I'm questioning their alleged authority. Everybody's talking about these watch lists and people listening in and all this shit. Like, dude, what's new? This isn't anything new. They've been doing this shit forever. Same shit, different day. They demonize people that are good so that they can commit crimes, so that they can profit.
Sounds like business.
Why is the Catholic Church still a thing? When they pump out criminals, how is it still a thing? How is a system that creates criminals, bad people, how is it still a thing? I don't get it. Must mean that there are bad guys running the shit. I mean, dude, if people look into like the East India Trading Company and their history, like in China, all over Europe, goes back hundreds, thousands of years. East India Trading Company's been around for freaking ever. Same Babylonian company that's been running around invading countries, stealing goods since the beginning, from what I can see.
Is that why most city centers have like some type of cathedral, Catholic or whatever? Then they have the bank next to it and the city hall next to it, and the whole town all around it.
I would say yes. Because the golden calf, when the Israelites were in the desert around the base of the mountain, they made the golden calf. That was a centralized bank. That's what they had learned from the Egyptians. That's what they learned from Canaan. They made a central bank. Not only was it, a graven image, but it was also a central bank for them to worship and glory.
Have you noticed that you have the big church, then a few buildings next to it, You have like a library, then the main bank, and the schools, the city hall.
Yeah. I've
Eh,
noticed. Have you noticed that in almost every town you go into, they've got signs up telling you what Mason Lodge is there and how many members
Yeah,
they have, and all the
yeah.
signs. Who are they? Nobody ever tells you who they are, huh? You
Is it
don't
like a
find
big
out.
club?
Well, you generally don't find out who they are until you've gotten in so deep where you've actually committed crimes that they've got you. They've got you. Dead to rights on. So if you
Eh,
expose them, they expose you.
One of the times that you get closest to them is when you're due for your taxes.
What do you mean mine? Can
For the
you prove that?
taxes.
Well, can you
Yeah.
prove those belong to me? That bill is mine? I mean, you manufactured it. Where's the contract? Oh, there's no contract. Okay. So if I don't pay, you're going to hurt me, even though there's no contract. There's no obligation for me to pay other than you're going to hurt me.
Yeah. But if you have like 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 houses around these areas and everything, and people pay the the taxes for the property and whatever.
Right, because their properties are registered wrong. Everything is done incorrectly. They've taught everybody how to do everything incorrectly. Residence in legal land has absolutely nothing to do with a homestead. It actually translates over into a commercial area, a place of commerce. That's why there's tax. Go read the Articles of Confederation. The first 10 articles will blow your mind. Well, if you're not a foreigner, how are you being taxed? Well, you're claiming to do commercial business as a foreigner. Well, why would you do something like that? I got friends taking property out of the tax rolls now. They're fighting tooth and nail to get their property out of the tax roll because they don't owe anything. You have to show me a superior claim. If you can't show me a superior claim, guess what? You don't have a claim. You don't have any evidence. You definitely don't have a damn claim.
Have you ever heard that claim, that saying that there's two things in life that are for sure: death and taxes?
Yeah, and that's a lie.
I always heard people saying that, and I'm like, what the fuck doesn't make? I mean, yeah, sure, death, but
it's a Roman thing.
and
It's a
tax.
Roman thing. If I recall correctly, that came from them. Death and taxes, no. Death? Oh, grave, where is thy victory? Oh, death, where is thy sting? Well, it doesn't seem like death is a for sure thing if there's no sting of death. Doesn't sound like such a bad thing. But taxes, all right, for what? There's only a handful of taxes that are actually lawful in the first place. Most of the taxes are lawful. And the taxes are to be paid by the businesses, not by the people. So they've put off their responsibility to you. And they're making record profits because they're not paying their taxes. They're making you do it.
It's kind of crazy. If let's say my brother builds a house and he says, "Hey, brother, can you help me out doing something here in the house? I'll compensate you for your time." I have to. I mean, I don't have to, right? But the administrators say that you have to give a percentage of whatever compensation, right? You get from that work with your brother.
Yeah, income, which doesn't have anything to do with wages. Again, it's confusion of terms. Wages, every man has the right to work in the industry that he knows. That's a maxim of law. Which means you can't, if I'm a trucker, you can't suspend my license to where I can't work, 'cause that's what I do for profession. You can't stop me from doing my profession. To do so is a war crime. Because now you're stopping me from being able to feed my family. You can't legitimize stopping somebody from being able to feed their family or feed themselves or provide for themselves. You can't do it because you have to cause harm in order to do it.
But by their logic, by the global logic, they'll tell you go find a different job.
Or I sue the people that are starting shit and I bring maxims of law to court with me. But I go into an Article 3 court instead of this bullshit. Article 1. See, most people that I know in the so-called legal community, they talk about Article 3 courts, but most of them don't know what the hell an Article 3 court is. They know that there's no appealable matter. There's no appeal. If there's evidence of a crime, that's it. There's a punishment for the crime, and that's the end of it. The punishment is the end. There is no appealing. Oh, yeah, I murdered your family and I owe you $100 million, but I'm going to appeal this because, I don't want to have to owe you that much money, even though I've taken things away from you that I can't replace.
Yeah.
That's commercial court, where you can appeal everything because somebody did something wrong, but in the meantime, you have to pay. And they may not give you the money that you've paid back, even though they took it fraudulently. Bit of a conundrum, isn't it?
Sure is.
Flat Earth was probably about the last stop for me.
Before what?
I got into Flat Earth while I was studying law and history. And I was about 10 years in to studying law. And I started going back into scriptures looking for the Anunnaki and the Nephilim, and I ended up finding Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a strange order to find it.
Well, first I needed a foundation that couldn't be swayed. Now, I already knew what God said in the Bible, but my subconscious was like, dude, there's something wrong, there's something wrong, there's something wrong. And I'm just like, all right, well, let's figure it out together. 4 years later, here I am. Under invasion, the invaders change the rules, they change the laws, they add things, they get rid of what was organic, what was contracted, and they bring in their system of commercialism. It's all they do. It's all they can ever do. Everything is taxed. Everything. You can't pee in the woods without being taxed, without paying a tax, without paying a fee. The fun part is when people realize that Jesus canceled all debt in the middle of the Roman Empire. There is no debt. There was never meant to be debt, not unless you contracted it. Otherwise, there is no debt. Show me the contract that says I owe you anything and show me where I signed. And show me who I'm supposed to be paying. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, well then there is no debt. Well, there is. Okay, show me the contract and show me who I'm supposed to pay. Well, there's no contract. Okay, so then there's no debt. They always want to double down on you owe them for something that they can't prove exists.
Like a glober.
Carbon tax. What do you mean carbon tax? For what? Well, you're putting carbon out in the air. Yeah, and who suppressed the technology to where I couldn't have a better engine in my car that put out less carbon? Oh, you, the guy who's trying to tax me for the carbon. Huh. Weird that you're playing both sides of espionage. Which both sides of it's still a crime. So why are you not in jail? That doesn't make any sense. When they call evil good and good evil. Well, we're there. We're at that point. Flat Earth. Oh no, that's evil. You guys are just brainwashed. Freedom. Oh no, you don't need freedom. You're just brainwashed. Homeschooling. Oh no, you need to let the state take care of your babies. You don't need to educate. You don't need to train them anyway. You don't need to teach them stuff that we're not going to teach them. They try and call homeschooling, at least at one point in time, sedition against the state. Get the hell out here. How can I be seditious towards a thing that doesn't exist, except for on paper?
And you to be able to participate in this education, you have to do this medical procedure in your children every few months. And also we're gonna cage them inside these metal boxes, and we're gonna put some communication towers next to them, and also a bunch of Wi-Fi inside these cages. And when the sun is out, they're gonna be inside the building. 30 minutes outside, and the rest of the day inside. And after they're done, they have homework to do. So they gotta be inside to do the homework. Just sign right here.
Do you mean autograph? Would you like my autograph? I know. It's amazing to be in my presence. You want my autograph? No, we want your signature. What do you mean signature? I got an autograph I can give you.
We want it in black pen.
That doesn't matter. They've just made shit up. The color is something that they added in legalese. It really doesn't matter. I mean, to them, it does.
What about the capital letters?
Now that, my friend, that is a good question. Capitis maximus, capitis minimus. There's something to study. That should take probably less than an hour, really, to get a bite on that. Capitis maximus. All caps or capitalizing things diminishes the status of the thing it is referring to. Capitis minimus. No caps or all lowercase signifies that there is no loss of status, standing, or rights. Now, are you a name? No. You're a man.
Right.
You're a living spirit from the living God stuck in an organic meat suit, piloting a skeleton mech. Where in law do they have authority over living men? I want to see this. Because the only place that I can find it, that anyone has authority over a living man, is when I've committed a crime. Theft, murder, assault, harm, injury, or loss to another man or woman of their property. I've damaged goods. I've caused problems. Fraud. Theft by fraud. That's the only time any of my rights stop, because I forfeited my rights by doing something heinous.
How about espionage or kidnapping?
That's a crime. If it causes harm, injury, or loss, it's a crime.
So if they are committing espionage and kidnapping, therefore, doesn't that flip the coin on the I guess the damages, the authority? They lose authority if they're committing those crimes?
It would if you had a claim. That's the problem. That's why I brought up the family tree thing and publishing it. There's a claim that has to be made. It's rooted in estate law and trust law, which estate law and trust law were the first laws ever. They're right there in Genesis. You can't miss them. You have a grantor. Boom. Now you got property, land, and water, and air. Now what do you got next? You got beneficiaries. Creation that benefits. You got
What's
to
up,
trust.
everybody?
What up?
What's up, Cuddle? How you doing, man?
What's up?
I'm doing great.
He's teaching right now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, is he teaching that the world is flat?
That's included.
Hey,
That was the smart.
He's teaching on the flat earth.
Hey, did you know that the earth is flat, though?
Absolutely. I already bomb dropped that one before I got off into this.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I know we were at the whole. I know some of us are into politics, some of us aren't, man. But I'm sorry, man. Can we? I'm a little. I don't.
Which definition? Because the definition I have of politics, verbatim, having to do with the law. So if it doesn't have to do with the law, it's not politics, it's bullshit.
Right. I just don't care about the government at this moment. Just trying to expose the flat earth is the job that we're supposed to be doing.
Well, I am my government.
Yeah, but this is
you're your
interesting,
government. and the guy that's saying it's interesting, he's his government. So we got multiple different governments coming together. I don't understand what you mean about this external government. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Right.
Because I don't commit crimes, so I don't need external governance.
Yeah. No, we ain't committing a crime at all. We just over here talking about the earth being flat.
Right? Well, we're kind of talking about the expansion of communism and fascism across the flat earth.
Yeah, go
What
get us
they
a
need to
glober.
know, what they need to know.
Go to the lobby and get us a glober right here, right now.
The what?
Go to the lobby and get a glober to join this voice channel.
Over in the voice chat or
lobby.
Okay.
Go fish us a man.
Let's go see. I'll be right back, man.
Yeah, go get it.
Has Enoch got Tourette's or has he got budgies?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, okay. I've always wondered
First time I heard it, I started giggling because I was like, dude, this guy got blessed with like the best case of Tourette's ever. Because he just makes random noises.
Yeah, right. Those are the ticks, right?
Right. I know most people don't like talking about law because it really shows them more what's there. I mean, how did we get to a point where we believed in a globe lie? How many people actually
as fuck
actually get into that? You know, Rome had to conquer most of the known world in order to get most of these people to believe in the Jesuit lie that was spread.
Yeah, conquering meaning by mass murdering, yes.
Now you got Flat Earth Europe, which is funny because I was thinking there were more people in Europe that were into Flat Earth at one point in time, but now I'm not so sure.
I'm pretty sure in talking about the law thing, in England, the way they got it passed, like on all the birth certificates, you're kind of deemed dead already, right? Do you follow?
Right.
Apparently it was a French law, French language, bill that got passed through English law that actually incorporated that. Which, it's insane. They didn't have...
I keep tossing out The Law of Nations. If anybody hasn't read the book, The Law of Nations, please read the book. If you don't understand it the first time, read it 10 more times. I don't care how boring you think it is. The truth isn't boring unless you're a liar.
Who's that by?
Emmer de Vattel. That book is a culmination of thousands of years worth of laws, organic laws, compiled and explained how things work. So if you have a group of people and they all want to be on the same page, you can have a state, a nation, or a country. It's really simple. It's funny though, man, that people don't want to talk about, they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics. Okay, but those guys on TV aren't politicians. They're cunts. They're not politicians. They don't do anything with the law. They don't talk about law. They have nothing to do with the law. They're breaking it, sure.
Is that the one in the live stream voice text, yeah?
That was a video I posted.
Oh, no. I've posted a screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
Man, nobody want to come.
I know.
You gotta
in here.
try
No one
harder.
doesn't want to come in here.
Yeah, Karma. I heard about flat Earth Europe or flat Earth something over there. Like as I was coming into flat Earth, it was like a big deal, and I was like, "Ooh, this is exciting! Like Europe is on fire with flat Earth." And
Yeah,
I
they
think
were
I would agree with you. I don't see it.
they were touring Europe, some flat earthers, but the problem was with the whole jab thing and the beer bug, they started switching over to that and try to wake people up about that.
Right. But again, when did the government make a law that it can subjugate someone else? That's the thing. You can't do it. You can't make a law to where you have a class system. That's against the law. Class systems are against the law because it's a form of slavery. Slavery has always been against the law. People talk about slavery in America. It was never a law. It wasn't an American law, and the American people didn't vote for it. Never happened. Slavery was legalized in the states through the crown courts in the 1600s. That still didn't make it lawful because the court opinion changed, but courts aren't allowed to make laws. Making law from the bench, that skips out the people even being able to vote on it. So now you have a dictatorship. A guy in a robe sitting on a bench can make a law, and at his whim, he can change any law he wants at any time. He can nullify any law and make a new one. Well, that's not law. That's why they call it case law, but it's not law. You cannot make law from the bench. It is an act of treason. Sure, you can have an opinion on the case, and that's great. But prove it. Show me the evidence of the opinion being justified.
Treason doesn't seem so punishable these days.
Well, no, because everybody's doing it, all the cool kids, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not cool if you're not, committing treason against your country. You're not cool if you know what the law is. You're not cool if you know what nationality means, what it means to the law, what the law in your country says about nationality and naturalization.
And how would the law affect something like the nature and reality where you reside? Aren't they not allowed to mislead their population? Isn't there some legal thing that you could focus on?
There's several things, not necessarily legal, because legal comes from them. Law comes from God and from men, good men. Legal comes from canons, which is all the Babylonian shit. They're the ones that wanted to make money. We're going to be rich. We're going to have all the hookers. We're going to have all these drugs. We're going to be great. And all these people are going to make our life so easy. They're going to do all the work. And all I have to do is all these hookers and all these drugs. That's not a government. That's not a lawful system of governance. But again, this is why they've got people so turned off. They put shit on the TV and everybody's like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics. Okay, what did he say? Well, he was talking about these policies. Okay, is that policy against this law right here where it says, oh, no state legislator may make a policy that, oh, crap, goes against a previous law? Well, it says he can't do what he's doing and he's going against the law. So how is that politics? I don't understand. It's another oxymoron. or paradox, whatever. Married bachelor. Illegally
Like
lawful.
Or like the word politicking. We know it's such a negative thing when you're politicking.
Right, but that's why I generally ask people for definitions. Oxford has one. Babylon has one. The American Law Society that we had previously, before all this commie shit happened, they have a different definition for the same word.
We flat earthers are so weird because of semantics, you know, and wanting to know the actual meaning of something so that when we use it, the context is unambiguous.
Right, and then we get into situations where people want to talk about law and how it applies, and then, oh shit, ambiguity comes out of the woodworks. I know. I like to stick to my semantics no matter what the subject is. Even if I have to do more research, that's fine. But I'm going to make it clear what I'm saying.
You were going to tell me about how we could frame the flat earth deception in the unlawful nature of the lie. How could we do that?
Well, it would be fraud. Fraud with the intent to make a profit, which is racketeering, which is a crime, which is a form of espionage and a form of treason. The monsters mutate quite quickly. But see, they have to say germs mutate, because it's not them changing, you know, the goalpost, moving them around, changing the game that you're playing and everything. It's the germ that's doing it. Even though the germ is still the same germ it's always been, it's never changed being that germ. Never happened. But it's the germ's fault. They do the same shit that the Globies do. It's the same stuff everywhere you go, bub. Any subject you find the facts about, you're gonna have some ding dong coming in telling you that, oh, well, look over here at the birds. The birds are flying, so there can't be any real law. They all do it in every subject matter I've been through. They all do it. Law affects everybody's lives. It affects everything in every life. You breathe because of laws. You have gas pressure because of natural laws. Your organs function because of natural laws. Your blood flows because there's a law. I
So
don't understand.
someone stopping you from breathing fresh air, like holding your neck, that's against the law.
Well, yeah, because they're interfering with your right to participate. Plus, they're doing you harm. Harm, injury, or loss. Harm, injury, or loss.
Imagine having the balls to take the government on for fraud.
Bro, there's tons of people that are doing it. There's people doing it right now. They're up in the district federal court right now. There's a man a couple years ago. They got him on like all these citations and shit. All right, so he took the case and he's like, you know what? All right, fine. You say that all this shit applies to me. Fine. He took all of their evidence and turned around and sued the so-called government in federal court for all of this money that he's supposed to be getting for his pension and everything, because they're saying these things apply to him. American jurisprudence right here, clear cut as day. Codes, ordinances, statutes. Oh, shit. Only applies to government employees. Well, you're saying I'm a government employee. Well, fucking, where's my money? Where's my pension? Where's my health benefits? You can't turn around and say, oh, well, you're not a government employee when I'm suing you for my benefits, because all this shit applied to me 6 months ago when I wasn't a government employee. He got paid.
Do we know how much?
I don't know, and I really don't care, because that wasn't the right route to take for me personally. I would have gone after them for something else. Or for fraud.
This is a bit of a random question, but do you know of the it's like a name, it's a name for something, like when a judge can't rule either way, because I think a judge ruled against a bank once and then the judge got assassinated. And there's like a name for that where judges don't rule against central banks and stuff now. It's like a draw. Are you aware of that?
It's called racketeering. There's a word for it. It's called criminal racketeering.
Fair enough.
if you're not upholding the law as it stands, then you're a criminal. You're a traitor. It's treason.
But do you know the official name, like what the guy was asking? Is there a term, some Latin name for stalemate?
There's something out there for it in legal land, but and according to the law, it's just racketeering or treason. There's no pass go. It either is treason or it isn't treason. But if they're committing crimes and you're allowing them to get away with crimes, and you know that they're committing crimes and you're doing absolutely nothing to stop them, you're either racketeering or you're committing treason, or you're doing both. Which any crime is an act of treason, period, really. If you really think about it, unless you're stealing like food because you're hungry. Because they've denied you the right, according to ancient law, the right to work in your field of your expertise. And now you can't feed yourself because they're barring you from getting into that industry and actually taking care of yourself. Somebody's actively harming you. I'd say barratry. If you're wanting a so-called legal land word, barratry. Which translates into treason. Judges can't make law from the bench. They cannot make law from the bench. They are supposed to.
Right?
They are supposed to, correct. They are referees that are supposed to look at the law and judge the situation based on the law, the organic law. Not the commercial statutes or codes or canons that are not law. Because if they are law, then that's great. Are they private or public? Well, they're private. Okay, so who do they apply to? Well, they only apply to the company that made those laws. Wonderful. So now it's policy. So private law is now called policy. Okay, what does that policy have to do with me? Nothing. So why are you enforcing that policy against me? Well, because, it applies to everyone. Well, hold on. What do you mean everyone? That's ambiguous, and the law can't be ambiguous. Cannot be ambiguous. It cannot. because in order for the law to be ambiguous, then it would have to be null on its face. And then there is no law. So then nothing is a crime.
But wouldn't everyone be unambiguous? But if they were selective, that would be ambiguous?
No, because I think what he's getting at is like, if you identified yourself as a person versus a man, one's dead, one's living. I think if you say everyone,
Everyone must have a driver's license. Well, I'm not everyone. I'm John.
yeah, right, yeah.
Well, everyone includes John. Okay, show me in that definition of everyone where it includes John. Show me. Well, it doesn't say John specifically. Wonderful. So it doesn't apply to John then. Well, it applies to everyone, right? But where is my name on that paper that it says it applies to everyone and John? It doesn't. Well, what do you mean everyone? Like everyone across the world? Well, China has different laws than we do, so how does it apply to everyone? It's ambiguous because there's no... It's not specific. It has to be specific. Well, it applies to everyone. Okay, well, what about the people in Peru? What about the people in Quebec? They don't have to have driver's license. What about the people in the UK? They don't have to either. But it says everyone. It's void for its ambiguity immediately, which means it has no force. It affords no rights. It provides no authority. There is no duty to uphold it. Yet they're doing it anyway. Well, that's treason. To enforce something that isn't a law on people that it doesn't apply to, that's an act of treason. But see, the hard part for even for me to get at one point in time was that some of this is my fault. Some. Not all of it. Some of it. Because I kept saying that I was a U.S. citizen. I don't even know what the hell it is. Never met one. Never seen a U.S. citizen my entire life. Don't know what the hell it looks like. So how can I be one? I don't even know what the fuck it is. It's like gravity. What's gravity? I don't know what the hell gravity is. Never seen it, never met it, never talked to it. The hell's gravity? Same thing. Well, we applied this driver's license thing to everybody by the curving of space-time. Which is basically what they're saying. Might as well be talking about space-time because, shit, it doesn't make any sense. Well, you committed a violation of the code. Wonderful. Bring the full law in before the court, please, and read the law before the record. The entire law. Thank you. Because what they're doing in the revisions is they've left out the part at the bottom of the code where it says harm, injury, or loss or damage to property must exist in order for there to be a violation of the code in the first place. No harm, injury, or loss. Guess what? The code doesn't even apply to the situation, let alone the fact that I'm not a government employee. So that's double dipping, again, double trespass against my right. Right to freely ingress and egress, to come and to go in and out of the other states of the Union, each one its own country, the right to go from the country of Texas to the country of Oklahoma to the country of Arizona. Unimpeded. So what's all this traffic bullshit? Traffic is a commercial term. It only applies to people that are engaged in business on the clock while they're on the public roadway. Well, that's not 97% of us. 97% of us aren't traffic. We aren't commercial. We aren't operating businesses with our private conveyances. So then why are we registering? Why are we getting commercial plates? Why are we getting commercial registration? Why are we getting commercial licensing? Why are we getting permissions? D to the V, what's up? It's flat. We're talking about flat Earth. Kind of. The spread of communism across the flat plane. D to the V. How much more do we have on flat Earth to really talk about? I'm curious. Because I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, but I don't know everything about everything yet. Any globies out there want to come in and try and prove your claims of the globularness of this beautiful flat plane that we live on? I'm ready to shut down the globies with just gas pressure. I won't even get past gas pressure with you. Because no globie can show me gas pressure without a container.
That's probably because you're experienced as well with holding your ground.
Right. I'm not going to budge.
Legally or lawfully.
Oh, so Sasha, so you're talking about how liquids and gases need containers. How everything actually has to have a container in order for it to find its equilibrium. Or how clouds find their equilibrium at, 1,000 feet above the ground, and they make a flat plane on the tops and the bottoms of them. Kind of interesting. It's kind of funny because a few days ago, a Globey didn't want to talk to me. He wanted to talk to one of the older guys because they'll let him obfuscate, and I wouldn't. Sorry, buddy, you got cuddles today. What's up? Let's talk. Gas pressure. Oh, I got a new meme about the Coriolis yesterday. What do you want to talk about, Enoch? About the flat Earth?
Oh, no, I was just trying to get the new people in here trying to talk about talking about their globe Earth. I'm cleaning my vase. But I mean, you're doing a good job.
But they don't want to talk about the flat Earth. They want to believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, bruh.
I know. We should talk about the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus.
Oh, dude, the Globies hate it. They hate it because I bring up Santa Claus and they're like, "What does Santa Claus have to do with this?" And I said, "He's imaginary, just like your curve."
I don't know why they lie to themselves about the curvature being a curvature when there's no curvature.
Because they don't know who they are. It's what all of this boils down to, is knowing who you are, and then it extends from you out. But if you don't know who you are, you're always going to be confused. Am I a muskrat? Am I a caterpillar? Am I yet to turn into a beautiful butterfly? Like, if you don't have a grasp on who you are, having a grasp on much else isn't really going to, you know.
I'm a meat popsicle.
Yeah. Now we're talking. Are you a human? Negative. I am a meat popsicle.
You know what movie reference that is from? Yeah,
Yes,
you gotta
I
know.
do. Yes, I do. The Fifth Element. You know, what's interesting about all those movies, what I just said about knowing who you are, is exactly where they go with it. Who's the fifth element? Oh, people.
Human
The power of
beings.
love.
No person. Just one special person, and it's always usually
No.
she's hot.
One special fiction.
The woman symbolizes the lust of what every man wants and every man needs. That's the reason why she symbolizes who she is. And then Bruce Willis is supposed to symbolize every man's desire to be a man. You know, because that's how we symbolize ourselves as a man. You know, if you look at it, look at it. Just watch it. He's supposed to symbolize what every man is supposed to be, right? And what's her name? Okay, Lilu is supposed to symbolize what every woman supposed to be, right? Not a care in the world whether has short or long, or short or long hair, whether it was orange or black or brown. No, and she has blue eyes, and she speaks a different language, which is foreign, which is attractive, and that's what they point out, right?
I'm just waiting for the time that 3D printer that they print her out that comes out.
So what you're saying is the Fifth Element was really a MGTOW video.
Like, I'm just saying, like, what they try to symbolize and what they put in the movie and try to portray. Look at.
Can you print out your own girlfriend?
Let's not talk about my girlfriend. Let's keep it to the Fifth Element.
Yes, let's keep it to the fictions.
Yeah.
I don't like the word person, because if you actually look it up, it has absolutely nothing to do with living flesh or living spirit.
For sure.
But the fifth element, essentially, she was the fifth element, but it was the pure spirit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who is she supposed to symbolize? Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, who do you think she's supposed to symbolize?
The transgender person.
She's supposed to symbolize someone who's innocent, right? Someone who can protect, someone that's innocent. Like, when you look at children nowadays, who do you think they protect and shit, man? You
Big bada boon.
Yeah, that's how they speak too. That's exactly how they speak.
Now, see, what you do with triangulation is you take those straight lines and then you curve them, and then you no longer have triangulation. But I'm going to keep saying the word triangulation, even though I'm not messing with straight lines anymore, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I don't know how to do triangulation, and then you have to explain refraction.
Right, but triangulation is only used with straight lines, point A to point B.
Exactly, which people don't know what a straight line and array of light does. Apparently.
Well, rays.
Apparently, people don't know how straight lines work. Apparently, people don't know how a beam of light works.
Well,
how
come
does
on, bro.
a beam of light travel?
No, but it's obvious. It just travels at
from
like
point
a radius.
A to B.
No, it travels at the same curving nature of a radius of a ball. Always,
No,
like you shoot a
light
laser.
travel? How does light
and then
travel from point A to B?
You just
From
find
A
the
to
R.
B.
You just
A to
use the
B.
R.
Oh, you're. I thought you were serious.
Well, everybody knows that rays bend at some point in time. Everybody knows that a straight line that goes infinitely in one direction bends, because it's so straight.
After hitting a reflection. After hitting a reflection, a beam of light changes direction. No other way that a beam of light can change direction unless it has hit a reflection of some sort. Correct? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I just feel like these people just don't understand that. I just feel like they're just fucking idiots sometimes. And it's like, look, it's like you explain how an eyeball works. How does an eyeball work? You close your eyes and then open it. How does a invisible ray of light travels from point A to B to form an image in your mind? How does a beam of light travel from point A to B? In a what? In a what? Straight line. And that's what people don't understand. I feel like they're just idiots. Sorry.
Idiot is just a layman, a simple man. Idiot is the wrong term. Because anytime I go into a commercial court, an Article 1 or an Article 2 court, I am an idiot. I don't know what the hell you people are talking about. I'm just a simple man. I know simple laws. I don't know any of this complex bullshit.
Imagination? Well, if you know this, let's use our imagination real quick, folks.
No, shut the fuck up. That's where you just fucked up. If we use our imagination, when no, that's not what we're doing here. We're using the scientific law and the scientific method here. Not fucking using our imagination. Get your fucking head out of that fucking mindset.
But that's the thing, though. It's the same with every subject, bruh. That's why I bring up other subjects. Because it's the same numpty bullshit.
Right.
With politics. Politics only, by definition, has to do with the law. If you're not talking about the law, you're not politicking at all. If you're talking about crime, you're racketeering. You're not doing politics.
Big money poon.
Hello.
Your multipass.
Multipass.
Is that from the movie? That's
big
from the movie.
Better booms.
Multipass. Yes, that's from the Fifth Element when they're getting on the cruise. Yes, that's a multipass. Here you go.
Let's throwing that out.
Anything away from the facts is a lie. It doesn't matter the subject. Anything away from the facts of reality, natural law, is a lie. Anything.
Saw QE's presentation on refraction. It's really good.
Bro,
He broke it down pretty good.
It is. If anybody hasn't watched that yet, I'm with homeboy here. Watch it. If you're a flat earther, watch the presentation. It is worth it.
Oh, I think it's about time to watch another or listen to another presentation by Jeranism. And it is really lengthy, but we could at least watch. As a matter of fact, I mean, we're here all fucking day. Yeah, we can watch it because it's talking about well, it's titled 100 Quotes That Tell Us We've Been Lied To. It's a very good find, and I think we should watch that. I would love to watch it today.
I mean, some people can go down to the cinema and watch it. It would be cool if I could, but I don't have enough bandwidth.
I mean, they played it. They like yesterday. They played QE's show over the Groovy Bot in the live stream for everyone to hear, and I think the same should happen for this 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to.
But I don't have access to GroovyBot yet.
Yeah, probably not now, but you know, whenever it's really dead, maybe early in the morning or something like that.
If I had access to GroovyBot, bro, I'd be playing Why Would They Lie like every other hour. Why would they lie? If you don't understand the concept of lying and what the reasoning is for someone to lie, you need to stop talking because you're immature AF. For real, for real.
That's like the most common thing I see in these Facebook groups. And they always say it like, you know, the one thing I want to understand is, or if the flat earthers can elucidate this for me. Why would they lie about the earth being a globe? Please, someone tell. It's like, why are they so focused on that and not focused on why do these flat earthers think that there is no globe? What is the evidence? I would love to see it. Why isn't it that?
Elijah.
Yo,
It's probably a different question that they're really meaning to ask. They're really meaning to ask, why did I believe it?
Yeah.
Right, but see, when they ask, why would they lie? Ask, what consequences are there to stop someone from lying? Well, it's against the law to lie and all. You can go to prison. Okay. So
Well,
if I can
what
prove,
incentives would be there for them to lie and to push them toward deceiving people?
Oi!
We
I
can
was in the
speculate
middle of a
about that all
sentence. What's wrong with
day,
you?
but you know, why would they lie and why did they lie are two separate questions.
Shut your mouth! The man was in the middle of a sentence. Why'd you do that? Wait for a proper pause.
So sorry, he tends to go on a little bit, so I figured I'd cut in there. But please continue.
well, I mean, it's simple. What's the consequence? Why would they lie? Okay, well, what consequences are there if they're proven to be liars? What's the consequence? Because if there's zero consequence, then
Nothing.
why not?
Well, I think it stems from what I said earlier, right? Because the question they're asking is, why would I get fooled? Why would they lie? Because you believe them. Number one, and then because no one does anything about it. Because like you were saying earlier, maybe half an hour ago, if you don't hold up the law, then you're a criminal yourself. Or something to that effect, right?
Right.
Guess the question maybe we could ask them is, why did you believe?
Well, what's the punishment for fraud? If they don't know that, then they really can't ask anything.
Well, the why would they lie? That question seems to carry with it the assumption that they didn't lie. So, I mean, I don't know. They don't know the history of the lie. It goes back a long time. And they don't have any, they don't know about the history.
Well, they
Well,
can't.
you can hear the question in two ways. I mentioned this before. So it's the, come on, why would they lie? And then there's the, oh my God, why did they lie? Why would they lie to me? Like, and for whatever reason, they're never asking it in the latter way. It's like you're asking why would they lie before knowing whether or not they lied. What's the purpose in that? Like, because what if they didn't lie? Well, then you've wasted a whole bunch of time getting a fake ass answer. Why don't you figure out if they lied first?
How many people committed crimes because of that lie? There's a good one.
Yeah, good point, Elijah. I agree. That's what I always ask myself. Maybe find out if they did lie.
Yeah, because usually, I mean, obviously Cuddles is going to have something to say on this because of the procedure, but when the judge makes the judgment, when he's already set his thing down in paper, then he asks, why would you do that? And he starts cross-examining the motives of the individual that he's already found guilty. Not before. He's already heard the case. But these guys, like you were saying, right, they ask that question before they've heard the case fully.
I have seen that. It's like
So
a
you know what?
daddy
I'm gonna
thing.
start asking. Sorry, I'm gonna start asking this to that question. Can you give me an example of a time that motive was asked about prior to evidence? And then I'll answer your question about why would they lie. Just give me that example. Now, a regular thinking person with all of his cognitive abilities would say, I see your. Someone dumb would say, well, you didn't answer the question, you just responded to the question.
Right. Because it usually stems from you've already, or one of us here or someone in a conversation has already laid down the fact that they have lied by definition or by implication. Either by gas pressure or observations or whatever it is that someone decides to bring up. So then when they've heard that, when they realize that everything that they thought was true is actually probably not true, then they go to that question. Then they go to, but why would they do it? So, well, are you just avoiding the point? Why did you believe it?
I got a better question. Why aren't more people suing now that there is a precedent set that the flat earth is the truth and the globe is the lie?
We should be suing NASA. Fuck NASA.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I think it actually probably wouldn't be that difficult to set up a class action. Is there a corporation, right?
Class action's not founded in very many places, though. It's generally in a commercial setting.
But that's what they do, right? You can hold them to account, and all you need is one element, and that's it. You can hold them to account. You might as well use their own nonsense system against them. I don't know how anyone would go about that, but if you can do that against Patreon for their degenerate behavior, why not do it against NASA?
Seth, could you hop up into the Seth, could you hop up into the VC check-in, please? Go ahead, Elijah.
I can't remember what I said, but it's alright.
Oh, you said if you could do it to Patreon, you could do it to whoever. So.
Right, yeah, and even if they're gonna block you, just the notoriety of that, and the case will be heard by interested parties, right?
Oh,
You can force it if you lay your foundations correctly. You can force that all the way up. I don't know how one would go about that, but I know that clearly they're accountable. They can be held accountable for their actions.
Well, how many, like, I guess, well, I mean, I would think that you can somehow tabulate how many taxes went to NASA from you individually and then sue them for that. Whether it's a big amount or a small amount, it is that you take it to court and actually, then it'll be off GP or principal. It's like, oh shit, well, how? that took precedence. You know, like that just changed the game. That set a standard. I didn't even know that. How the fuck do you win pursuing massive fraudulent behavior for your money
You
back?
know what? You know what there would be a problem in is that the only reason they're funded is because people pay the taxes that they're not supposed to be paying anyway. So that's going to raise a bigger issue. So that's maybe one of the
Well, that
reasons
would
why
take
people haven't done
reading.
it. Say
That
again?
would take reading though. You'd have to go back to 2018 and then every year before that and look at the IRS handbook. Because in 2019 and 2020 they actually took out the phrase voluntary. But if you look at 2018 tax code and you go back 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, guess what? Page 1. It's voluntary.
Oh, so for the last 3-4 years, whatever it was, you can hold them fully to account and there will be no room for anything. And it's really simple, right?
Because in their
So
in their own book
non-voluntary,
it says,
so it's extortion. Non-voluntary, so it's extortion, or whatever the term is, right? Second thing is they didn't deliver on what they said they have delivered because what they said they delivered is against natural law.
Hold it.
You hold them to
Hold
account of
these
that
thoughts.
in the court. Sorry.
Hold these thoughts
Go
right
ahead.
now. I'm gonna call Tony on Skype and see if he can get in here and talk to us about this. Maybe he hadn't thought about this angle before.
Who's Tony?
Sleeping Warrior. He's a lawyer.
Okay. Right, because the same thing with the challenge that they held to a couple of guys who have put money down either in escrow or in promise for proof of the globe, and they won cases in court. So there is not that precedence. I understand what you're going to say, Cuddles. Not that precedence important from that side, but in terms of precedent, not legal precedent, but just the precedent as the word itself, right? So you have that. Okay, it's already worked. So you can use that logic. You can use the formation that they used to make that case, right? And you can go, well, they haven't delivered because they can't physically deliver. Everything they're saying is a lie. Then you go back, you go to the money, and then you go, okay, there's damages, harm, injury, and what's the thing you say, Cuddles? The 3 things: harm, injury, or loss. There's
harm, injury, or loss.
There's all 3 of those in that case. So they're finished. Legally speaking, they're finished. Oh no, that's not the right term. What would you say? Lawfully speaking, they're finished.
Right.
Now, how that would go down is a different question.
I got in the whole semantics word game with lawful versus legal, and it is a bit of pain in the ass. It really is.
Yeah, I know, but it is good to learn because it's important, right? Words have meaning. I'm just kind of checking myself because I don't really care that much about it. I understand some of it, but that's why I'm just asking you, right?
Right.
If it was
Well, that's
me,
why
I would just be like, come at me. Which side of the sword do you want to get slapped with? But obviously, you can't be doing that.
Well, that's why I make the clear line between lawful and legal. One has to do with organic natural law. The other one has to do with commercial canons. Sure, walking across the street on a Tuesday with a slushie from 7-Eleven might be illegal against a commercial canon. However, is it against the law? The actual organic natural law? No, it's not.
Imagine if all the party goers applied that to the pirates, right? Then no, actually, I am allowed to drink outside because it's fully legal or lawful, whatever.
It's not against the law for me to do it unless I'm hurting someone.
I don't know what it's like. I don't know what like the general goings on is like in the States, but over here, if they catch you, They'll just take your drink and pour it down the drain. You'll be like, hold on a minute, what? Which would be funny. I'd be like, okay, now I've got you for injury and loss. You injured my ability to get wasted, and I've lost money or currency.
They manipulate things, though. That's the deal.
Oh,
All of it's manipulated. There was a precedent set thousands of years ago that standing armies are against the law. They're actually against the law of nature, because to have a standing army means that you are seeking war. The law says to seek peace with your brother.
Legal is more like what we're going to allow you to do based off of these rules that we arbitrarily set. The law may say something else.
Yeah, the law says that you can't do that.
Legally, I can allow you to jump off the cliff, but the law of quote unquote gravity or life and death would say that you're probably going to plummet to your death and die, whether I legally allow you to do that on the books or not.
And thank you. I had a brain fart a second ago. You brought me back to what I was going to say. They make these daddy codes to where they have authority over you to make you not do something stupid. Hurt yourself. Because we have to make sure that you're not going to hurt yourself. Even though we're hurting you, we're going to make sure that you don't do it to yourself while we're doing it to you.
Well, legally, I could say you can't cross the street because I don't want the repercussion of you getting hit. But lawfully, you're allowed to do that. You know, there's nothing stopping you from taking your legs and walking across the street by the law of humanity or whatever. But legally, I may prohibit you because I don't want you to incur harm to your person.
Right, but can you prove that I'm going to get harmed if I do it? Or are you going to suppose that I could get harmed if these conditions existed?
I'm probably going to suppose a worst case scenario to protect my property and money. Legally, you have to put on your seatbelt, but lawfully, you can take your seatbelt off and still drive very safely. But legally, I'll prohibit you from doing that just in case you go through the window in an accident and sue me for damages or whatever.
It would be funny.
You gave me a great idea for a seatbelt shirt.
Bro, they already make those.
Yeah,
I don't know where you've been.
I know. No, I know. I probably didn't see it. I'm going to ask people right up front, are you naive in asking that question about why would they lie? You have to be naive. Have you been sheltered? Because if you don't know humans lie and you're a human, then there's something cognitively not functioning properly there.
Wait. Did any of your exes lie to you? Why do you think they lied to you?
They lie to protect another lie, to hide something. But I think they think science is so, well, they say science with quotation marks, is so pure and unimpeachable and so objective. If there was a lie, science is perfect enough to find out something like heliocentrism. Maybe they're wrong.
Just ask them. Okay, here's the question. Why would they lie? You say, when was the last time you lied? Why did you lie the last time you lied? So here's the reason people lie. It's because of fear. Because people lie because they're afraid of getting something they think they deserve, or they're afraid of losing something they have or that they believe they have. Period.
Land, resources, people. There's a couple incentives right there. If the maps are wrong, they're hiding huge tracts of land. Who knows what's on that land? resources, people, bases. Who knows? Hiding the creator, NASA guarding their money, keeping people from asking uncomfortable questions about their black budget. Where's all that money going? What are they doing?
I'm kind of excited to have a lawyer around. I haven't chewed up a bar dog in a little while. And trust me, they don't like me. At all. They like me about as much as these Globers like me, and they don't like me either, because I tell the truth. Like at Longest Mile, I got the cheeseburgers. Cuddles got the facts. I got the facts to loosen your slacks.
Well, in a way, it's like they're putting these institutions beyond reproach. They're so far removed above common humanity. How dare we try to understand the motivations of their leaders or the people inside of those organizations? Normally, if you're dealing with another person in a courtroom, you say, this person's similar enough to me where I can figure out some of their objectives or their motives and why they would have a motive to do this or that or lie. They're kind of saying that NASA is so far above humanity, we can't even dare to, divine what their reasons for doing certain things are, these institutions, and what they do. It's kind of like quasi-religious in a way, the worship that these people have for the CDC, the WHO, NASA, government agencies and stuff. It's very interesting.
Well, technically, NASA is a private company, and there's actually 5 or 6 different shell companies that comprise NASA.
Do you guys seriously think NASA lost or destroyed the footage of the moon landing and all that stuff? Or do you think they still have it?
I've got the meme somewhere where they show us the picture of the shelves that are empty.
Right, but do you think they still have it, or do you think they literally destroyed it?
Oh, dude, I don't think it even existed in the first place, to be honest with you, because they couldn't go beyond the dome. You can't do it.
Well, yeah, true.
It's just
But,
reels
like-
of them faking it. It's just reels of them like in the studio, right?
Right, yeah, true.
Amen.
Oh, they never released that, so didn't really matter, I guess.
Well, they did. I got a copy of that video somewhere too.
I just saw the one again this morning. Was the picture of the guy's head behind the miniature when they were faking it with miniatures before? You guys remember that one?
I think so. I've got the one where they're in the studio and they're actually showing you the full studio. You have like camera 5 or camera 6 that's behind everyone, like recording.
So the guy that asked if we thought that either the technology was destroyed or the other option, what do you think about the nature of the Earth? Do you think it's, this heliocentric system in which we're traveling with the sun in the vacuum of space? Or do you think something else? Oh, no, we're definitely on a flat, stationary something. I mean, NASA or anybody else has never been able to demonstrate that we're in outer space spinning at all kinds of directions and speeds. It's just a cool story, but they just expect you to believe it. They don't give you any evidence or proof. So, I mean, that's really all I can say about it. Did I just leave one? You picked up.
Whoever's trying to talk, I can barely understand you.
Are they speaking in another language?
We got Baller 64 in here. I don't think I've ever seen him. Welcome to Flat Earth Discord 24/7. Where the Earth
Is
is
it
flat.
because you're physically blind? You've never seen him? No, I'm just kidding.
Aha. Aha. You're gonna Toy Story laugh out of me.
I'm sorry, I was thinking of Buzz Lightyear when you said that too.
Woody. When Woody's
Right.
The incredulity. I can't believe that somebody would lie to me. I would know if they were lying. Yes, if you were ever taught the truth of reality to begin with, sure, absolutely, you'd know if somebody was lying to you. But if you were told lies from day one, how would you know what the lie and the truth is? You wouldn't unless you tested it. And that's the fun thing. We can test anything. We can test everything. Heck, even scripture, God tells us, test all things. Doesn't say we can do experiments with everything, but there are a handful of experiments that do exist therein in the scriptures. There's the scientific method that exists there in the scriptures. What do you call a good lawyer? Oh, come on, nobody? It's a good joke.
Probably shouldn't ask my dad that question. I know that.
What do you call a good lawyer? Call him disbarred.
There you go.
Oh, your dad would know the answer to the question. Because very, very few honest
He probably would have
attorneys
said
exist.
dead.
Well, maybe by proximity, you know a thing or two about law. So yeah, I guess well, I'm looking for my friend Tony, but he's not available right now. Well, I guess we were just wondering if we could actually sue NASA for the taxes, because it's fraud. Doesn't really matter, how much we could get. That's irrelevant. We just need to make legitimate that they've defrauded the population.
Yeah.
Not giving him more money every day would be the first step.
Yeah, so it needs affidavits of harms done.
You'd have to start with an affidavit, and then you'd have to go from there. You'd have to build your case and your evidence, and a class action lawsuit is a horrible idea. I like where the head is at with it, but class action lawsuits come from the commercial realm of legal land.
You have to prove
Doesn't even need to be class action. Look, it can be a lawsuit.
You'd have to
Filed
prove they
in
committed fraud,
several.
guys.
I think
could
at
be-
that point you have to set up your own courtrooms and stuff.
It can
and
be
then-
filed. It can be filed in several different courts. They don't have any, and
Y'all would have
so
to
the
prove
whole
they
thing
committed
applies.
fraud.
The whole thing applies to everything else. Jurisdiction, if they have judicial immunity or not. So that all that can be, and they don't. They don't.
You'd have to prove they
what were you
committed
saying?
fraud.
They're harming
Right.
living.
Here's the thing. Here's the
I'm
thing. They're showing us a globe Earth, and well, damn.
Image.
You're right. You're right. I just thought about it because we were talking about it at Nathan Oakley's, and so who was brought up?
Story they invite you to share.
Who's brought somebody was brought up, and they said, well, if it turned out that they said, oh, this person lied about this and that and the third, Andrew Thomas Young, he could say, no, literally in my paper, I detail how rays are theoretical and this is all mathematical. I didn't tell you guys to believe anything.
Right.
The whole thing is an invitation.
But that is still a win, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah, Because fraud protection. Because if they begin saying things like that, because the only reason I brought this up is because is for publicity. Like I said, it's not about the money. It's just can we come at the legal system? Because people will understand, oh shit, why wasn't it that the outcome was, get out of here, little flat earther, the earth is a globe? No, it was something much weirder. And I want people to see that. I'm just trying to figure out how possible it is.
That's the fun thing, though. You have to understand venue, and that's what's being overlooked.
Yeah, that's true. But regardless, if you have 10 or 20 families with all the documentation going back 3 generations, how much funds are those? How much suffering did that cause? Because there has to be harm done to individual living beings, living spirits. See, they don't have any right as a corporation to charge you something as another corporation. Like we're not a corporation. So their laws and things only apply to corporations. So it's about the affidavit. No, I'm a living being. These are all living beings. Like I have this name, whatever, Sonny, of the family, blah, blah, blah. Start writing your name diminutive, right? Isn't that right, Cuddles?
Capitis minimus. It's all lowercase.
Minimus. Yeah, lowercase. First name, lowercase. You're not anything like this capital letter. That's how they tricked us, man. Look, so here's the thing. I get a bill from this agency. They're listing me as a participant. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't a participant mean voluntary? And they're sending me a past due notice when they've continuously not stopped taking the money out of my freaking account.
Well, send them a letter. Ask them for their dictionary, so you know what the hell they're talking about.
Okay. Look, no, I'm just going to call this representative because I already told her she doesn't have judicial immunity herself, and that I am reporting her to the Department of Justice and the Department of Labor. So they started changing their tune. They sent me this other thing, and that's nothing like the other part. They already offered me a court date. I accepted. Then they started changing the terms where I offered the other party a remedy before, just between her and she refused it. So I offered a remedy. She refused. It goes back. I'll go to my court date. They're going to lose their asses. So, and I'll make a precedent of this whole thing. This is really damaging to them.
Take it
So,
to Chancery.
So, no, I'm going to deal with this representative because she's been named personally by me to certain agencies that are supposed to be protecting my rights. So there's a report to the Department of Justice already, and it will go to the Department of Labor. You just have to start fighting back. They started changing their tune. Now she's like, oh, could you please call me because then like when I first offered the amount, the private party refused. Then it was offered again by the agency to the other party, and then she goes, oh, okay, I'll do that much. I'll go for that much. I said, no. That agreement I made with her was personally between her and I. Now I'm going with the guidelines because you're taking twice as much as you're actually able to, even under your own guidelines. And it's not that I'm not willing to pay something, because you know what I mean? Like, give to Caesar, like, if I cause somebody to be deficient in something, but you know, it's really complex. But anyway, no big deal. Like, just gotta start taking back our own, man. It's not that hard. Once I started talking to these people as human beings, I go, you don't have judicial immunity yourself. Do you have collateral? Like, literally, do you have collateral that can back up this amount you're saying I owe? How's your house note and your car sound? If you lose, I get your house note and your car.
How about I get your indemnity bond?
Yeah.
And I hold on to that.
We'll see what happens. Now they're listing me as a participant. I'm going to say, doesn't participant mean voluntary? She has to answer. I said, can you show me I'll say it. Can you show me the document that stated that I agreed to your terms and had full disclosure of this contract as a voluntary participant?
Full closure. Disclosure is not closure. Disclosure is the wrong term.
No, I needed to be able to see the entire contract and all of its functions, all of its elements.
Right.
I never saw all of the elements of the deal. If I sign anything, it was all under duress, and it's actually fraud.
What are we talking about?
Right.
Anyway.
But what you want is full closure. You want to know everything. Disclosure. Dis means not.
I've always heard it.
Disclosure is not closure.
Yeah, I've always heard it called disclosure of the entire contract.
Yeah, in legal land. But when your girlfriend breaks up with you and you don't know why.
Yeah, but I know what it means. You don't have
closure?
to talk to me about these semantics, bro. I know what it means. Don't worry about that.
By the way, we got somebody new here. Baller64.
I know.
You know what?
I said hi to him already. I don't know if he can unmute.
Hey, Baller64. You got control of your mic now.
Wow, Platypus is a psychopath.
Hello, stay muted.
So what's up, man? I barely heard what you said. Say that again.
I'll stay muted, if that's okay.
Oh, you want to be muted?
Yeah, just want to listen, really. So.
Oh, sure. I can just give you a listening pass. I mean,
Earth is flat. It measures flat. It is flat. It looks flat. It tastes flat.
Let's all take a moment to just acknowledge that Platypus is an actual psycho.
Bro, you're late to the party.
Look what he just said in the text.
Alrighty then.
So anyway,
I gave you a listening pass so nobody, will unmute you.
So the UK just signed a deal with a company called Intrusts to roll out the passports, like officially. So.
Wow, that's pretty big, actually.
Yeah, welcome to the New World Order.
Weird shit.
They're already having their full arguments on Fox News and everywhere else about whether there should be a mandate for the vaccine. So, I mean, listen, ready to die, ready to die for this shit, cuz. I don't know what you guys gonna do.
Well, this is the thing. Fox is acting like they're talking about should it be mandated because they're talking about from a governmental standpoint. Which Republicans aren't going to be cool with that. But Republicans have been brainwashed, and they love to say private companies can do what they want to, as if that makes them informed and intelligent. They just say stuff. So what they're going to do is just fold as they use the private companies, and just like we knew was going to happen, that's what's going to happen with this, with their little deal with Entrust. It's up to the private company if they want to use the passport system. Well, yeah, all the private companies are going to use it.
So fuck them.
Right, but that's their opinion based on no evidence of whatever the hell they're talking about. So we're right back to square one with them committing fraud.
No.
Well, it's whose opinion.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
get
yeah.
off the legal
Again, we
battle.
need
This is
we need
about
to
flatter.
see the pins off these motherfuckers. Telling you.
Gas pressure, bro.
Because the suit would bring the you shouldn't be having a suit about the nature of the world we live in. There should not be a suit in existence. That's the thing. I just want it to be in existence for people to go, huh? It's
This is
that
the
serious? Because when we bring up Zen Garcia, like people are moved by that. They're like, okay, I'm like, yo, this is the case. You can call them, you can ask them about it. It really happened. And they go, I don't know how to explain that. That's a good, you got me there. That's kind of crazy. You know, like, I feel like it should be that, but because we keep talking to these nobodies that are insulating the Neil deGrasse Tyson. We haven't even reached Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he's the biggest clown, or one of the biggest clowns of all of them. Just so you understand where we're at. We're still talking to YouTube personalities that popped up overnight. So we need to figure out how to cut through the insulation and get to these people.
Well, everybody's got a different pressure point.
Start personally calling them and asking them for interviews. Go visiting their offices, sending them letters.
I mean, I am curious, considering that Flat Earth won in a district court 3 times already. Why NASA is still on TV? Why any of these agencies are still on TV? Why any of these agencies or their lies are being talked about? It doesn't make any sense. So venue is the issue, I believe, there.
In a world where the server breezes past the fact that in Britain they just now officially decided to roll out passports.
Oh, I thought you said the other way. Shit, hell no. Ridiculous.
Yeah, if America does not stand up for Britain, it's over. So then you can track the companies that owned it. You can track the companies that own this, track it back to World War II. The same companies that owned factories that implemented slave labor are the same exact companies that own it now, own Entrust right now.
You're right.
Look, they've been saying that vaccines in Britain are mandatory, right? Then why are so many people in Britain not vaccinated?
Yeah, but this is where it gets tricky. Whenever people can't go anywhere, right? That's when people are gonna fold.
I know, but can't go anywhere means to the club. Let's be honest. That's really what it means. That is truly, really what it means. It means to the club. That's
Well, that will be the true test. Is what
Because
companies
most
implement.
people
wants to go
never
to the
leave
club
where
anymore?
they grew up. You're right, man. Most people don't even leave where they've grown up.
Yeah.
Most people. That's what I know. So many people from Brooklyn that have never been to the Bronx, which is a part of New York City.
But do they go to the grocery store?
Yeah.
Okay, so like if the grocery stores do it, then we're gonna have a problem.
No.
No.
It won't happen.
I'm gonna walk in anyway, and if they want to do without my $200 or $300 a month or whatever I spend at that store,
Hold
then
on. But
they're
here's
gonna
the
have to
problem.
face me personally, and I'll get it on. I'll get it on video
The
of them
whole
telling
point
me
of
you're
this.
refusing me service.
Have y'all read the SPARS paper? Have y'all read the SPARS paper?
The
The whole
SPARS?
point of this SPARS, yeah, they wrote it in 2017. The whole point of this, it wasn't for the elections or anything like that. The whole point of this was to hurt the economy and to destroy trust in the official lines of health institutions. That's the whole point of this. It's to erode trust in the health institutions.
Disillusionment, yeah.
Yeah. It's to erode trust in government. That is literally what this is for. To create balkanization. They're not going to do the things everything they're saying they're going to do. It's all fear mongering.
It's imagined fear.
Imagined fear, yes. No reason to be afraid.
Make you imagine that you're in fear. Like we'll force you to imagine it yourself with this programming. That's what they've done the whole time.
It's like they show footage of UN troops in Texas. Oh yeah, it's from 5 years ago.
Be very afraid.
Yeah.
No. See, because they know real or imagined, fear is real.
Yeah.
Whether it's real or imagined, so it doesn't matter.
Imagined fear is more effective because real fear spurs people into what? Action. Imagined fear, people get to play pretend.
Yeah.
They'll dress up and play the part. But when there's a real problem, when there's real fear, when there's a real reason for fear, suddenly people want to take action.
Well, it wasn't long ago when it was the war on terror that was the big thing to be scared of, and now it's,
Who was really scared? Everyone was just playing pretend. Everyone was just playing pretend. They were caught up in the witch hunt, just playing pretend.
I could live without them already, honestly. I really could. I actually could right now. If I had to, I wouldn't need even to go to the store to get water or anything. So, you suck.
No,
and
what would happen?
And I'm not going to be fucking afraid of anybody. So, shit.
So, did you hear about the Philippines president saying that he was going to force vaccinations on people if they refused? But get this. Do you know what vaccination he was going to force?
No.
Ivermectin. You know what ivermectin is?
I have heard of it.
Malaria drug?
Ivermectin is an actual helpful anti-parasite drug.
Don't they use it for malaria?
They use it for malaria. They use it for a lot of things, and it's an actual, really effective, helpful drug.
From quinine, probably.
Yeah, it's actually really helpful.
Do you know the Jesuits had control of quinine, the plant, as soon as they came to the Americas? Well, I think it's actually Asian, possibly.
The
But...
Jews, it's the Jesuits. Always has been.
What? What was that?
It's always been the Jesuits.
Yeah. Oh, don't tell anyone, though. That's right. We're not supposed to say that.
not the little hats, the big hats.
When did the truth become against the law? I don't understand.
Since the book 1984. That's when they rolled it out.
I'm pretty sure we had problems before then, buddy. 1812.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Yeah.
When was Machiavelli born?
I'm just being funny.
Has anyone here read Machiavelli?
Machiavelli.
Or rather, trying to be funny. I don't know.
Hold on. Has anyone here read Machiavelli? Whitsit. You read Machiavelli.
Yes.
Okay. Thank God. Okay.
I want to say I have, but I don't remember much of it.
If you've read Machiavelli and you look at what's going on today, then you're not worried at all. And I'll tell you why. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. That may be the term you're familiar with from Machiavelli.
Yep.
He kind of pioneered how to do this, where when you want to take over, what you do is you set up a ruler. That's awful. That's awful, detestable, horrible, terrible, economically illiterate, brutal, terrible, bad for everybody. You swoop in and rescue everybody.
Retarded one, like can't read a prompter. Is that what you mean?
Yes. In fact, you take away your good leader that everybody loves, replace him with someone terrible, and who's everyone going to clamor for?
The first one, yeah, for sure. You're right. Yeah.
Well, the crime rate.
Crime rates are irrelevant. Those are an intentional byproduct.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah. The dialectic.
It's just quite baffling, right? Like I'm not particularly worried, certainly when it comes to the United States. I mean, we have lots of guns, but like the UK doesn't. So like, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to watch it happen. I mean, they can protest all they want to, but what are they gonna do?
They're gonna drive their 1.3 liter mega cars. They're not gonna do anything, are they?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what's kind of, it's just baffling, I guess.
Wait, so I might have just gotten the dumbest response I think I could have ever gotten. I put it in the chat.
The oldies of dumbest responses.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Hold on. Let's see.
He actually told you to screenshot it.
No, I said I'm gonna screenshot this. You want to like re-clarify what or like restate what you're trying to say? And he's like, nope, this is it.
What? The horizon line can't be flat 360 degree. What?
I got him to double down on it, which was the best part.
Look, it doesn't matter what surface you're on. It's always going to be 360 degrees around you.
Yeah, that's how you see.
That's how you see.
Because are you on the
They let this num this numpty use
Chatterbox.
that they
Are you
let
on
this
the Golden Globies server? Because
I don't know what that is. No.
Sorry.
Okay. If someone else is on there, send him an invite to the Golden Globies server.
I got it.
Yep, and have him post that in the Golden Globies.
I thought that was like the single dumbest thing I think I've ever heard anybody or seen anybody type ever.
And they let him inside their submarine? What the fuck?
Wow. Trying to unwrap what what did he maybe mean by that?
Well,
mean something?
he's trying to claim something called I don't know how to pronounce this. Euclidean geometry and how Euclidean, yeah, and how it would, if the Earth is a sphere, it should fill your
Euclidean
field
is all
of view.
done that's all done in straight lines, and you derive curves, but it's all done in straight lines. What's he talking about?
I read it. I've heard of it before, but I've done it, but I just didn't remember the name.
Yeah.
It's all explains, and it says it in every definition of it.
Yeah.
Tell us the sun doesn't go from horizon to horizon. It's never below the horizon. It's not shining from below the horizon. Duh.
Well, anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the audiobook. Hold on here.
According to what he's saying, my square room with six walls, it has to be a ball because I can see in 360 degrees around if I stand in the center and I spin in a circle.
So, did you guys talk to Baller 64?
Yeah, he wants to listen. I gave him a listening pass.
Mm. Yesterday he told us he wanted the VC. So
Here,
okay.
I posted a book for y'all. It's an audiobook.
Appreciate it.
Required reading. Okay.
Books are naughty.
Thanks for that. Perfect. Yeah. I read Machiavelli so long ago that I forgot it. I didn't forget what they were talking about, though. That's for sure.
We'll do a book a week. Next week it'll be The Republic.
Okay, cool.
Plato's Republic.
I have a name for the system that we have now. I'm going to type it in chat because it's funny.
Yeah, the sun moving away from your view. That's it. The sun's moving away from you. It's never going below the horizon, bro. What's happening here? What's happening here is we have failure to communicate, platypus. That's what we have happening here. No, you don't have a ball. Period. And it's not in motion. Period.
It's called lensing over distance with perspective.
Yeah, it's
The
not a
air.
deflection. No, if you want to call deflection going back to the foundations of your fundamental fairy tale, your globe fairy tale, that's what. You don't have a measurement of curvature. All horizons are horizontal. Is level curved? I don't even have to ask you that. I know what your answer is.
Yeah, we're not going to relay through the lobby chat, right?
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have.
Maybe we have Matrash. He wants to ask a question. He was pretty interested in the topic.
No, I'm just listening in for now. Although actually a good one would be, what do you mean by lensing? I don't know if that's something you would discuss here, or if this is just for debate.
Lensing causes an object to appear in a different location because of the distance that you're trying to look at. You have limited vision. You have limited eyesight, the distance that you can actually see. So when something moves out of your purview, it appears to be in a different spot than what it really is. And that's what lensing does, is it causes something to appear in a different spot, almost like a mirage. However, it's just... Oh, Lord.
What's the distance to the sun then in flat Earth? About 3,500 to 5,000 kilometers, correct?
When have we ever measured that?
You will
I'm
never
asking.
hear anyone here attempt to make that measurement.
Oh, I'm asking because I've seen in other places flat earthers suggesting that sort of distance.
It's about 30 to 50 miles, give or take, but that's using trigonometry.
We don't make a
30
claim.
But that's a rough guess. There isn't a claim
A guess on what?
on how far away from the surface it is. Trigonometry gives you a rough estimate, but it's
On something
still
that
not.
it's apparent, you can't give a rough estimate to anything that you don't know the distance to. So we don't even make even a guess because we haven't measured it.
Because they know it can get deconstructed.
Okay, that's interesting. I thought that was at least not measured, but
None of us really
calculated.
claim anything. But the only way to get even an idea is using trigonometry.
But what are we speaking of things we can't measure? We can measure the ground and tell you how flat it is.
How flat something is.
Pretty much.
Yeah, like when you measure your table. Like
Well,
your
the table is within arm's reach. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
that's
we
a
can do
totally
that on
different-
Earth. We can measure it, and we show it's a flat surface every time.
Ooh, I'd
Or the-
love it. You ever measure
Actually,
the distance from one place to another?
The
there,
Earth.
Sonny?
Yes, the Earth. Yeah, shut up, platypus. The Earth shows itself to be exactly what it is, flat and stationary. Do you have proof that it doesn't?
I haven't seen any proof that the Earth is flat. I've seen some experiments that try to suggest it's flat.
No, it's not an experiment anyway. But do you have proof that it's a globe?
For me.
Yeah, or can you provide or go find us an actual direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature, to validate the claim of 3,959 miles radius?
To get a physical measure is quite difficult considering that size, but
Oh, really? Do you know that's 5 miles of vertical drop? If that's 16 feet of vertical drop over 5 miles? Yeah, that's measurable even right there. But go to 10 miles or 50 miles.
Hang on a second. How did we skip from me asking something around the distance to the sun in a flat Earth?
Yeah, because you need the
diverted back
radius
to me?
first. You need the radius first because it's all calculated on the radius of Earth.
Wait, I didn't start saying that there's a globe. Yeah, I'm just responding to Sonny.
Listen, so the thing is, we don't give you any statements or comments or anything that has to do with things we can't measure. In other words, we don't speculate or calculate a distance to a certain area we haven't been to. In other words, the sun, the skies, the stars. I mean, they tell you many stories in the globe. We don't do that.
What makes you think you can measure the
by
distance to the sun in the first place? Say what?
What happened? You think you said that I'm getting tricked?
No, someone wrote triggered by measurement.
Yeah, you are triggered by the
Indio
measurement.
said.
Yeah, you're
Indio
triggered
said.
by that. Sorry.
Triggered.
Indio said, "What makes you think you can measure it?"
What makes you think you can measure the distance to the sun in the first place?
What makes me think? Well, I'd have to doubt what NASA says, and I'd have to claim that all NASA's saying is a lie, and that leads to a question I'd asked earlier.
Oh,
and no one
really?
could answer.
That's how you figure stuff. First, you check it with NASA, and then you decide.
Right. Can you validate anything? Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I go
Can
back.
you
I go back.
validate? Give me a second.
Okay. Can I respond to the guy
Can
who
you
just spoke to me?
validate anything NASA?
Okay.
NASA gives you?
So we have experts who have tools, methods, and means to calculate and provide values, truths that me as a person who doesn't have access to this, I wouldn't be able to validate it.
Oh, okay. So you won't be able to
Now.
validate whatever they tell you, all right? So
Well,
you have to take whatever
personally-
they tell you at faith.
Personally, there are a few things that I can validate.
Okay.
So I can
like?
buy a telescope and look at the planets as they suggest are there, or what they claim to be planets, because I've never been to one, so I can't validate it for myself. And I see some behaviors that suggest or actually correlate to what they've claimed, i.e., Ganymede, or an object that they call Ganymede, moving in front of Jupiter, as predicted by the orbits that they suggest would be there. If it's actually the moon,
They don't
by the
predict.
cycle, by the cycle, just to say, by the cycle, you know it's a cycle. Now, when you think about the word cycle, it means something that continues, right? So if it's a cycle, that means all they did is record it during one of its cycles and say,
Who
"Oh, yeah,
recorded
this is what it's doing."
It wasn't a
Anyone who's
prediction.
anyone who's ever recorded it in history. So what I'm saying is, whatever they're telling you they're looking at, and they're saying, well, they predicted, they didn't predict anything. All they did was tell you a pattern that's happening in the sky, something that we can all see and take note of. But that's one aspect of it. We still have to break down if they're actually planets. How do you know that they're three-dimensional objects? How do you know any of this?
I didn't go to that. I didn't even say that I am able to validate that they're three-dimensional objects.
Really?
I did
Yeah,
say
you said
that
go in
you can
front
see.
of.
With what? A telescope?
It appears to go in front of what they claim to be a planet.
What
You
doesn't?
can see from shadow. You see an object moving in front of. Like I can see one ship passing in front of another, I can see that object moving in front of another. If they could be flat disks for all I know. As far as I can see.
So if the Earth is not a planet,
Yeah, for all you know,
then what?
that thing you think is a shadow could be a hole. For all you know.
Yeah, moving
Right?
across.
Well, let me ask you a question.
With
If
the other
the
objects.
It could be moving. If it's a hole, it's moving behind. Right?
My question, all right, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, man, like, you know, you just talked about experts have equipment that validated X, Y, and Z, even though you have no idea what equipment that is, who validated, who these experts
That's
are.
That's ad hominem. I'm saying that these
No,
people
it has.
are
I didn't say
claiming.
nothing about you. What are you talking about? I didn't
Said
say
that I don't
nothing
have any
about you.
idea. You said that you have
You
no
don't.
idea that I.
You
Yeah,
don't.
okay.
How'd
I
they get
didn't
the
say I
distance?
did.
How did
I didn't
NASA
say I
figure out
did.
the distance to the sun?
I didn't say
You
I
said
did.
that. Listen, you made a claim that experts used equipment and figured shit out. You have no idea if anybody did that shit.
I said that. I take them.
No,
their
you
word on
didn't.
that. That's why. That's how I prefaced. That's how I
Their
even started
word.
what I was saying.
Yeah, no, you said it was an ad hoc.
You even said the word
That's what
truth.
you said.
I said
heard
that
the word truth in there.
they state these claims. They make these claims. And I have to the limit of my ability, validate what I can, if I really care to take that perspective and prove it. But there's a massive amount of that I can't validate for myself.
So how do you validate the premise then? I mean, because you can go down all of these tendrils, right?
Yep.
But the premise is that we live on a ball. So
That's the
how do you
claim, yeah.
validate that?
But like I said, I have to take them to face value on
No, you
the
don't.
information.
No, you not. You don't. You don't have to, because I mean, if you think
I'm
you have
limited in my
to, then
abilities.
you've got to. I don't listen. Then why do you think we're here?
Yeah, why do you think I'm here?
Why are you here?
Guys.
No,
I'm here
why
because I
are you
think
here?
I was curious
If you could
there's
just slow down, right, and have a real conversation. When I ask you why you're here, it's because obviously we think we know something that you don't. Right? So when you say to the best of your ability, you can only do but so much. And we say, well, actually, you can verify and validate for yourself whether or not it's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Your answer should be, well, shit, maybe I've never thought about it, from that angle, because, the one thing that we should be doing is figuring out who measured the Earth because we have a measurement for the Earth. And we do geometry and all of this based on the measurement that supposedly happened, right? So when did this happen? How did it happen? Can we even verify that it is what they claim it is? We can. There's actually a method. There's a formula. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the apparent boundary where the sky meets the ground. All we need to do is verify that that's true. And
Well, the
it's
actual
possible. It's actually very easy. And people come here thinking, oh, it's very impossible to figure out the shit that people have figured out, supposedly. So all you need to do is tell me to substantiate all the shit that I said. What do you mean measurements that disprove that we
I've
live
gone
on a
through all that.
sphere?
I've gone through all that. I've gone through all that, and I understand where you're coming from and what you suggest. I mean, there's a lot
Oh,
of stuff that I've read and heard that I wouldn't have thought of myself. When I first approached it, I thought, no, I don't. This is bullshit. And then when I started looking into it, I thought, okay, well, these guys have a point on some of these aspects. That yeah, it's not as easy to prove that you're on a globe.
Oh no,
not
it's pretty
not
easy
so.
to disprove it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's. I mean, depending on whether it's accurate or not, the proof that you're suggesting, but it is very difficult to prove it based on the stuff that I've seen.
Well, if it's accurate or not, what are you talking about, bro? It's the actual models and numbers.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're not focusing on what I said, right? Basically what Witzer just said. There's geometry, there's an actual figure that we're supposed to be living on. It's called a sphere, right? And that's gonna have certain ramifications if that's actually true.
Yes.
Clear as day. What I'm telling you is not that it's hard to prove that it is, but that we've already proven that it's not. But you don't seem to be listening. So the next question is, how have you determined that? Because if you understood that, like you said you did, when you said, yeah, I've been through all that, then you would have responded with, yeah, I know you've invalidated the radius. I know you've invalidated that the surface is curving. I know you've done that. But that's not what you said. You said it's hard to prove it. It's kind of
No, I
weird.
mean, I took a look at things like the Bedford level experiment, and I took a look at Wallace's rebuttal to that and his version of the experiment, which seemed to add considerations for what he believed the change of the slope of the Earth or the curve of the Earth, whereas Parallax in his buddy didn't. And it seemed like he had a more thorough version of that experiment. I've seen F.E. Core's experiment, and I've seen their attempt to allow for refraction. But again, that I wasn't totally convinced with their approach on that. So while it is raising questions in my mind, and I do want to investigate more and look at it, it's not a.
What was wrong with it?
Yeah, you didn't go. Nope.
Complete.
You didn't go far enough because you're talking about what about, as a matter of fact, what about it? So are you aware of how much curvature there should be over X amount of miles based on your elevation? Like, have you looked into things like that?
No,
Because then I can see how. So then what you're saying is not even relevant because I'm talking about the geometry of the sphere that we're supposed to be living on. You're talking about this experiment. It's not even actually an experiment because you would need a hypothesis test, right?
Change his
So
name to Willis.
Stop. But the real point is this. Okay, so we said that we've invalidated that it's a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. You brought up some things that you've looked into. That's fine. None of that invalidates that it's a sphere. So again, for a person that is looking into things, I would think that you would be asking me, well, what the hell are you talking about? Because I haven't gone that far in my research.
Okay.
You're gonna have to rename him Willis, Elijah.
Willis.
What do you say? Hypothesis?
No, so Indio, you were asking? I thought Indio had a question.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I got lots of questions. Here's my question. Why is your default position to just believe the fantastic claims of strangers? I don't get that one. Like somehow you're compelled to believe what these strangers say. Like that's your default position. They said something,
Question.
I have to believe them.
Good question. Spot on.
And they're complete strangers to you. You know what I mean? You don't know them from Adam.
You're
right?
100% right, mate. 100% right. I don't disagree with you.
That's good.
Not a single one of them. Like, check this out. Here's a fun fact. Not a single astronaut has ever swore under the penalty of perjury that they went to space. All right? So anybody can say anything without liability, right? But swear under the penalty of perjury you went to space, and then maybe I'll take you seriously. Because fundamentally, right, the claim is fantastic, right? It's aching to see and Santa Claus and Bigfoot. They say that there's a place. Yeah, you think about what they're saying, that they go to a special place where things float around and where you drop things and they don't fall. And on one side of something is 350 degrees Fahrenheit, and on the other side is negative 350 degrees Fahrenheit. They're claiming that there's a place that has these physical properties. Now, these are fantastic claims. So they should. Well, yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. I'm not saying that they are faking it. I'm not saying that they are lying, that I admit that they are lying, or I concede or I agree that they're lying, or that they are saying the truth. Right? My position is that for them to be lying, for them to be creating all this, they would need to fake space. They would need to fake moon landings, which I think, there is a decent argument for that. They would need to fake satellites. They would
you
need
think
to
this
fake.
is your own idea?
Who cares? Who cares?
Hold on. Do you think this is your own idea? Everything that you're saying, mind you, I'm asking you this with in mind the fact that someone says the same exact thing in the same exact order as you, just about a few times a week, if not more. So,
Okay.
do you think that the way you've posed that, do you think that that was your own thought when coming to this topic?
Yeah, I thought it was. Ooh,
Well,
why
I'll
did you
fake
change
the ISS with like
Can I
$100.
not have
Dude.
my
But-
name changed, please?
Hey, my man,
I was
I
almost.
fixed the
I was almost.
ISS.
That wasn't the end of my
Yeah.
probing.
No, I know.
Because I just want because you know how people say that they're not into politics, but then you have a family member who talks about, like, you're into politics and you know that your family member's bringing up some form of propaganda. You know it's propaganda, but they think it's their idea.
Yep.
Well, that's why I'm asking you that, because when you ask the question, you're thinking, well, it is a large feat for all of these different, areas in which real people exist that would have to shoulder this kind of lie. How would that even be possible? Right?
That's
But
one
you
aspect of
haven't
it. Yeah.
but you haven't thought about, while asking yourself that question, well, damn, within every power structure that I've ever experienced, I've realized there's a cutoff of information in the military, in the company I work for, even growing up in my, as a child. I'm a child. There are certain things that I'm privy to. There are certain things I'm not. And you go to follow that line of logic for the rest of your life, because there's always an authority that you're working for, and you never know everything. No one ever knows everything. So it's not even as hard as you think. There's a lot of compartmentalization going on. Why would you think that would be that hard? How many people do you think actually know what's going on? There's a guy, Robert Pisano, called this director from NASA. I think I don't know exactly who it was, but he
Deputy director of Hubble Space Telescope.
Exactly. And you know, this guy, he's been watching a fucking screen his whole life and doesn't actually know that it's actually up there because he's never actually seen it. His own words. 20 years. So a lot of people are looking at screens and believing a story.
No doubt. No doubt. There's a lot there that can be faked. There's a lot there that can be fudged. And you're right in saying that my belief is that the magnitude of this and the degree and the depth of this, the duration of this, we're talking about decades, if not centuries, of this, is
Why can't they just
enormous.
be wrong? Why has it got to be a conspiracy? Why can't they just be wrong?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, but they've claimed to have gone to space. They have claimed to have
500 people.
satellites.
500 people claim they have been to space. 500.
Hang on.
So 500 people out of, you know, the billions of people on Earth. And you're going, why would they lie? But I mean, fundamentally, right? So what? Listen, I don't mean to cut you off, but this line of reasoning is just, to me, is kind of silly. Because you're trying to prove that the Earth is. But listen, you're trying to prove the Earth's a globe using.
I won't talk.
Listen, because I'm going to tell you why. Then you're going to realize how silly it is. You're trying to prove the shape of the Earth using sociology. Yeah.
I'm not.
I don't think. Yes, you're listen. You're talking about drama between human beings and whether human beings would lie or could fake something or would do this or would do that. Just subjective opinion about what human beings would or would not do. Right?
No, that's not my argument.
Then what is it?
My argument is the scope of this. It's not that they would lie. Human beings are pieces of shit. They've got enough vested interest to always lie.
Scope in regards to what?
I mean, our channel capacity as infants is greater than any other primate because we need to have more social ability and detection of lies. I mean, we're built to detect lies. That's not the point. The point is the scale. The scale. Right? The scale.
How
of
is
this
that
and the
not a
magnitude
sociological argument?
The scale of it.
Scale of what? It's too large of a human endeavor? Is that what you're saying? That is sociology.
No, it's not just too large of a human endeavor. It's just too large. You're basically telling the entire world something that is utterly false. Like if we go from, we're not just saying we landed on the moon to fake it to show some global dominance over Russia and China in the 70s or 60s. We're talking about lying scientifically forever to everyone.
Scientifically?
Can I
How do you
answer
lie
this with
scientifically?
Slow down, okay?
You're fudging science.
Most people, listen.
Faking science.
Okay, you're listen. I'm going to be rude, but you don't know what you're talking about. Most people that are quote unquote scientists never tested whether the Earth's a globe or not. They've latched on the tradition of being taught that this is true, and they just parrot it forever and ever and ever. They've never tested anything. They're not lying. They believe it. They believe this same as you. They just believe that the Earth's a globe, and not because they went out and got any evidence or proof or did any measurements. It's just because they were told that, and you know their parents were told it, and their great parents were told it, great grandparents were told it, and on and on and on. And it's just a tradition that's passed down, just like any other religion.
Tell them how over 95% of all research papers from all of these universities and et cetera have no scientific to back up anything that they're saying.
Oh,
over
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go type in Google. Go type in Google like replication crisis. Okay. That's what it's called, the replication crisis.
No, I know what you're talking about.
None of these like tests. Well, have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then there's the scientific fraud, which has increased something like 10,000% since 1974, and then all sorts of stuff. Like science is not like people confuse like scientists as if they're ethical and moral people. They're just people. They have no ethical or moral standard better than anybody else. They're just people. Listen. Listen, this should be a big red flag to you. The fact that people see scientists as moral people when science has nothing to do with morals.
Science. Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
What I'm saying is, people, the general population, when they think of scientists, they think of them as ethical and moral people.
Yeah.
Well,
that they
yes,
are
true,
like a
true,
priest, right? Just like a priest.
They're an idol.
Can I let's do this. So I'm gonna give you a logical argument. It's very simple to understand. And after you've heard this argument, I want you to tell me why everyone doesn't why everyone doesn't know the truth about what I'm about to expose to you. Okay? So there's something called modus tollens, right?
What?
If P then modus tollens, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it's just a logical consistency kind of thing, right?
Modus tollens is a formal argument, deductive argument to reach a conclusion. So it'll actually prove things, and Elijah just stated what the form of it is. So,
right. So now I say, this is what I put into the form. I say, if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the horizon distance should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. Now, the horizon is not 1.2 times the observer's height in feet, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of
Oh no,
3,000.
hang on. If you want to be accurate, and I'm not just doubting on what you're saying, but I'm correcting one point that if the Earth is not, or the horizon is not where it is expected to be based on that radius is incorrect. Doesn't immediately imply that the Earth
Guess
is
what they?
flat.
No, exactly.
And
But guess
then
what? But guess what? Everything that you've spoken about, space travel, orbits, distances to the celestial objects, all require the radius in their formulas.
Yeah, totally. I agree.
Mm.
I agree.
So
So then that leaves another gap.
then it's not that it leaves a gap. It leaves you with reality, because the reality is we don't feel movement, but the justification for that, well, they have an answer. The Earth is
Elijah.
curving, but we don't see it because there's a justification for that. You need containment for matter in the liquid state as well as matter in the gaseous state. However, they also have a justification for why that's not needed as well.
No, it
When
actually
it comes
does
to
mean
the
the Earth is flat.
heliocentric
It means the Earth is flat. It means the Earth is flat. Okay, because we know distances of
No.
certain areas on the Earth. No, there's no to it. We know
If you go with the
distances.
logic, then no.
Listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. We know
Whoa. Easy.
distances to different areas on the Earth. Okay, and those don't get to change. So it can't just be a globe that's incredibly big, because it's impossible. So try again.
What I thought was really weird was it was in 2017 they determined that the moon is now considered to be in Earth's atmosphere. I think that's really weird. How could they have not determined that when they went to the moon? It's just I don't know if I heard a good enough explanation to that. Anyone?
They just say it's
I
such a
look-
small amount that it's not very detectable.
Really? Okay. Thank you.
So, hey man, you want to admit that if the radius is wrong, then the Earth is flat, or what?
Nope.
So, do you not understand it, or are you just being
Yeah,
dishonest?
I understand it, but I don't want to admit it.
So, okay, but no, that's
Wow.
fine. That's actually no. Don't
Because the
berate
logic doesn't
someone.
allow me to admit
Don't
something that I
berate
know is
someone
factually not correct.
for being honest. So the next question would be, if you don't have NASA because we have validated that they've lied straight up, which poses a question, well, what the fuck are the universities doing? Why? I mean, all of that. Just in question, right? Obviously, because they're either lying or they're ignorant. But something as simple as what I just stated to you in less than a minute, the fact that there's no actual answer for it other than the radius must be wrong invalidates the entire belief system, which means we don't have pictures, we don't have measurements, we don't have any curvature whatsoever, because that horizon is supposed to be where the ground curves away from you, obstructing your view of other things on this sphere. That's why we say we see further. As a matter of fact, the horizon is 1,000% incorrect. It's that much off. So that being said, and that's just in one example. It's even worse than that. So that being said, if it's not curving anywhere, then what is it then? I don't really care. I just know that I've invalidated NASA and the fact that it's the globe that they've shown me my whole life. I don't have a spare globe laying around. I don't have anyone else that taught me that it was a globe. I don't have any experience of the globe. So the only thing I know is I can see from point A to point B as far as my optical equipment will allow. And I know that optical equipment has limitations. I know about the Rayleigh criterion. I know about perspective. All of those things are real because I actually experience the real world and I know how they apply. But as far as heliocentrism, none of it is real. Invalidated in less than 60 seconds. And my question is, what the fuck is going on with all of these people that you claim can't possibly be lying if what I said was true?
Yeah. Okay.
What you're not understanding, my friend, is once again, we have distances on the Earth. They would have to change if the Earth was a sphere with that big of a radius value. Thus, that excludes that as a viable option. So, what it proves is the Earth is not a sphere.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just one thing. I can say if lunar eclipses happen when wait, I can't do this on the fly because I haven't done it. I'm sorry. But the point is, a lot of people come here saying, well, if it's a flat earth, then how do eclipses work? Not understanding that the heliocentric model states that an eclipse happens when the lunar eclipse happens when the sun, the earth, and the moon are in a syzygy, in alignment with each other. And then you have the earth, right? And the earth is actually blocking the light from the sun. That's what's causing the eclipse on the moon. Except in reality, if you've witnessed one just happened like 2 months ago. It's probably going to be another one in the next 4 to 6 months. That doesn't happen because you can witness the sun and the moon above the horizon, above the ground that you're standing on. Obviously not in a line. That's a geometric problem. That's why they call the Selenilian eclipse the geometrically impossible eclipse, not termed by flat earthers, by the way. It's just too many things that don't make sense. Not don't make sense. It's too many things that are just blatant lies.
I mean, I've seen things like the fact that you can't see Polaris from Cape Town, for example.
What does that mean?
Oh,
What does that
I
mean?
mean, theoretically, the North Star should be visible from around the world.
Wrong.
Why? Why? Who?
Why?
No,
Why not?
but again,
why not? It's not visible.
well,
So
where is it
why
for
is it
you to
not?
say that it? Where is it for you to say that everyone across the earth should see it?
If it's a flat Earth, then considering that it is the North Star because it sits above the North Pole.
But what I'm saying,
theoretically,
but
be
what I'm
visible.
saying is, you're assuming that you should see it, and you're making a few assumptions in order to say that it's not possible, and that's a fallacy. A fallacy that I don't. What fallacy is that? I don't know off the top of my head.
Fallacy of dumbass exclusivity. Yeah,
Is
write
that
that
a
down.
is that a thing?
Is it possible? Is it possible to see it from Cape Town? I thought it wasn't.
He
been
said,
done.
write that
I would
down.
think it's affirming the consequent because you're saying, well, the Earth can't be flat because you have, let's say that there's a star and that star is above the flat Earth and you can't see it. Therefore, that's impossible.
Well, I'm saying that in a
Well, did
flat
you hear what
Earth.
Did you hear what I just said? Because
Yeah, but
I know you're not
that
about
weren't
to
my words.
repeat.
That weren't my words. I'm saying that if in a flat Earth, this star should be possible to see.
Really, how
Why?
far away is Polaris? How high is
Why?
Polaris?
I don't know the distance.
Up. Okay, so you can't see forever. This is a dumb claim. Yeah, you know what is impossible is seeing
I can
Polaris
use a
below the
telescope.
equator.
I can use a
Yeah, how
telescope.
far does a telescope see?
I don't know, but it sees
Okay,
far
so
enough.
we have a whole bunch of I don't knows here. So on the globe Earth, should I be able to see Polaris below the equator? Yes or no?
You should see it to a degree below the equator.
Why?
Because of the angle, it depends on the time of the year. There are certain regions, I can't remember exactly what parallel, you shouldn't be able to see it or you don't see it. And I've been to various cities in the south, that far south, whether it's Melbourne or Cape Town or actually those two, I wasn't able to see it. So
No, the answer is no. You're
me,
not supposed to be able to see it.
Okay, but well, why can't you see it is my question.
You can see it below the equator.
You can't see it from certain points further south.
Okay, but the point is, on a globe Earth, you can't see it below the equator because there's the curvature of a globe Earth in your way, but yet you can see it below the equator, and they say that it's because of refraction.
Oh,
And we
forget
know
refraction. I'm
that
not. I'm
on a
not going there. I'm not going
no, no,
there.
no,
I'm
you're
sort of
not
cutting that out.
listening, my man. You're not
I'm
listening.
hearing.
On
I'm
the
hearing it. I'm saying I'm
globe
not going there.
Earth, it's impossible to see Polaris below the equator.
What?
So you cannot see Polaris from cities like Melbourne or Cape Town.
Oh my gosh, you're not very honest, are you? So you can't see forever. You have a limit to perspective, okay? The Polaris is not thousands of light years away. The lights are much more local, and as you get further away south, you cannot see it anymore. You have a limit to your perspective. But ironically, you can actually see Polaris at times below the equator, and on the globe Earth, you should not be able to.
Yeah, I agree. Theoretically, you should not be able to, which is why I'm not debating refraction or any bullshit like that at the moment. I'm going just to the fact that you cannot see it in a system which is with a sun that is a few thousand kilometers up, seeing a star
Exactly.
that
Who
you
said
can see
it's a
quite
few
clearly.
thousand? Who said it's a few thousand kilometers?
That's
Where are
that's
these
what I
things?
found from other flat earthers elsewhere.
What does
Well,
the sun have to do with Polaris?
guess what?
I'm saying that's
Guess what? Guess what a model is, right? The same reason that I would tell you that the heliocentric model is just a model, it's not reality, is the same thing that I would tell those flat earthers that it's just a model. It's not even a model because you would need to know all the aspects of said thing to then make a miniature version of it.
Are you just gonna let him go by and not to point out that he's using a straw man then? Because he's saying every other 100,000 flat
Well,
earthers.
that's the thing. That's the thing. It's a straw man because first of all, produce this model, and then we can point out to you what's wrong with it, or we could just tell you, well, as actual flat earthers. Well, and let me let
I
you
don't
know.
know the difference between an
Let
actual
me
and a not actual flat earther.
I'll tell you why. Then I'm gonna give it to I think that's Indio trying to get in. I'm gonna tell you what the difference between a real flat earther is and a fake flat earther is. Well, that might be too harsh, but fuck it. I'm saying it right now for simplicity's sake. A flat earther is going to feel the need to fill in the blanks that the globe earth is left, the little hole that the globe earth is left. They're going to be trying to explain how things work from a position that's impossible to give explanation power for, because the scientific method is used to uh, basically give you an understanding of cause and effect relationships. So if you're going to say, well, something is caused by something, well, you have to have experiment. And we don't have that. You can't do that on the earth. The scientific method falls out of that. That's why I was talking to you about measurement, because that's the only thing left. So a real flat earther would say, well, actually, I looked into the globe's claims i.e., it's supposed to be a certain size with a certain rate of curvature, but that wasn't found. It's supposed to be moving, but the detection of movement has never been substantiated or found. The vacuum of space is supposed to be a medium that, well, lack of medium that we could travel to or even exist in the first place, despite the second law of thermodynamics. Nobody can validate any of these three things. So therefore, I'm left with the reality that I don't feel myself moving. I see things moving in the sky. And as far as I'm concerned, water is level and it has to be contained. Gas has to be contained for there to be pressure. These are things that I know for a fact, right? So that being said, that's as far as I go. While I experience a flat and motionless plane, I don't have to tell you anything else. That's the
Oh, no.
difference between me and a fake flat earther. So when you come and ask me, well, why can you not see Polaris? It's because you're strawmanning me with something that I don't believe in.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, okay. I see your point now that that would sound like strawmanning, but I thought that was an agreed model for flat
No,
Earth.
no.
I did not know that that was something that some people who claim flat Earth believe and others don't.
No, exactly. I know. Well, I mean, you seem like a cool guy. You seem like you're not trying to commit fallacies. You seem like you're trying to work this out. And
Yeah,
if I sound like I'm a little agitated, I apologize. But
oh, fuck, I
thank
get
you
it,
for that.
man. I get it. I get it. I've seen a lot of
New
fucking
Yorker, forgive
trolls
him.
in the what's it called, in the lobby, just popping in and just trolling you guys. That's pretty fucked up. I'm not interested in that. I mean, I don't have to agree, but I guess I could debate, and I'll be wrong on a number of things because this isn't my field. I haven't spent much time on this at all. I've just gone on what I've known since I was a kid, and now it seems to be suggested that it's different. As far as I'm concerned, if it's flat or round, I couldn't give a shit. Personally, it doesn't change my life. I'm not ever going to fly to another planet, unfortunately. That's sort of a childhood thing. So it doesn't change how I would live my
But
life.
remember, this is a mental construct. It's not physical. So the people believing in the globe is a mental construct in the first place. So you think it's not going to affect you if you tell everybody that you know that the Earth is flat? I'll wait. I'll wait because
Yeah,
it
it
definitely
does affect
affected
you.
me. And I don't mean like, oh, now I'm depressed or anything like that. What I'm saying is the way people view me, I can't change the fact that they think I'm a crazy flat earther.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, it's
yeah.
actually true, but they don't even have time to listen because they already made up their mind. So
I was told. I
hell
was
yeah,
told from.
if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
actually what I'm saying is if you actually engage the thought and you actually made a decision based on evidence, it most definitely would affect you. But if you ignored it, no, it wouldn't affect you. And that'd be your choice to make.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example. I was told by other members of the management team at work that I needed to be held down and injected against my will. I mean, yeah. So I'm singled out for my own beliefs that I can understand partially where you guys are coming from now, at least, because I'm questioning a lot outside of whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth on other topics. So I get the fact that it will change your life if you do embrace a totally different model view of the world, having new knowledge. Not directly in that, I don't have to say a word about it and I can just go ahead and live my life. It's not going to alter it. But if I do open my mouth, I can see what happens as a repercussion. I mean, if it's
Willis,
hard
there's
enough for
another
me to.
side to this, though. Elijah, I apologize to interrupt you guys, but I just want to say this,
Go for
Willis,
it.
real quick, that it's also going to dismantle the evolutionary paradigm in which you have accepted humans are not apes. And I heard you say that earlier, and it slipped by everybody pretty quickly because you said it so fast. But humans are not apes. Carius Linnaeus was wrong, and they've lied to us about our origins. And that's the whole point. This is all one big lie. It involves everything they've taught you. And that's like, say, if somebody is grown up in Scientology and I try to tell them, listen, the Bible is true, and they say, well, that's not going to change my life. That just means they're scared to admit they're wrong because it's really going to change their life. And trust me, this is going to absolutely change you. More importantly, psychologically and spiritually, and physical, that's just going to follow. You are going to live a different life if you understand this truth. But if you don't like truth and it doesn't matter, then actually you don't matter. So it's that's kind of how it's going to end up either way.
I've changed my beliefs on a few massive things that I base my entire life on. So I don't have a problem doing that. I know what that
You're
means.
almost there, my brother. That means that we're just coming in hot, and you need a little more time, which I kind of felt like from the beginning, because the conversation, even though this is a little pretentious, or is it? Anyway, um, it doesn't often go like this. You know what I mean? Like you don't seem closed-minded. Um, I
I've
think you just
abandoned an entire life on the drop of a hat because I found evidence that challenged it, and proof that
Yeah,
challenged
so
it.
what?
Good, you got to
What I've
warm
been
up.
saying to you this entire time, what we've been trying to point out to you is that like you got to go to the seed, you got to go to the premise that it's actually a globe in the first place. You can say, well, all of this stuff is set up this way. You have these satellites out there orbiting this Earth that's supposed to be this size, because if it wasn't this size, none of that would work. But nobody thinks about that because they're like, well, all of that money, well, all of these live streams, well, all of these rockets, well, they went to the moon in 1969. Oh, what the fuck? It's just so many years of so much knowledge that I think I know. But when you actually go to the beginning and say, well, how do I know it's a ball in the first place for all of this other stuff to be true? That's when it falls apart, because you realize it's leaving you wanting. There's no evidence there. There really isn't.
I will admit, I mean, I'm at a stage where I'm learning on both sides. So from what I've said, I've seen the pushback on what you guys actually believe and don't believe or know or claim, and what globe Earthers believe and don't believe, and what evidence they have. And I am learning on both sides.
That's the most important part, because all I did, I wasn't in here. All I did was stay in a Globe Earth channel and go back and forth with them. And I did that for 6 months because I wanted to learn. I needed to know that I was either crazy or, you know what I mean? Like somebody had to tell me something. I was going to meet these people. These people are well educated, more educated than me. They've got to have the answer. But all I hear is obfuscation. All I hear is justifications. I don't hear one answer for the three things that I want to know, which is the three things I detailed: the curvature, the rotation, or the movement at all in the vacuum of space. Those are the three things I want to know about. You know what they want to talk about? Anti-flat Earth ideas. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Look, yeah, I mean, people's motivations aren't exactly the most pure when they get into groups like that. And that's what I was concerned with this group as well. I mean, some people are chasing after the truth. Some people actually want to know. Some people will trouble themselves and go into the pain of having to switch across to a totally different paradigm, a totally different reality than what they've found comfortable. But then other people need somewhere to run away from and find a way to feel superior against another group for whatever reason, which is normally personal motivation. And that's what I'm afraid of on both sides. Someone who would attack these ideas, i.e. the people that pop in and troll you guys, and some people here who have a trolling attitude, someone who's asking questions or challenging them on facts. Because let's be honest, if I challenge you on something you hadn't seen, I'm not saying I will, I'm saying if I did, and you actually cared to know the truth and you investigated and you found that I was right, you should be also in a position to abandon flat Earth as much as I would be to embrace it. If that's the motivation.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically,
Flat Earth
I'm,
is not,
I'm
flat
purely
Earth
going
is,
theoretically. I'm not saying
flat
I
Earth
have
for
some
me
evidence.
is, that's why I said theoretically, because I want you to understand that I understand what you said. So I'm like, well, there's no reason for me to push back on that. I do understand what you said, but I do want to also clarify that there's no claim on my side, right? So it's not like I can just default to something new because I've defaulted to what I experience. My experience isn't going to change. The only thing that's different is that I had a belief yesterday, and today I don't have a belief anymore. I just accept it as it is. I'm not trying to tell people, hey, this is how seasons work. This is what it is. This is what I don't know any of that shit. I just know that I followed the claims that they purported to be true, found out that they weren't, and I kind of don't know where the fuck I am after that. Pretty much it. I'm still living my life, still very fulfilling. A lot of interesting things to know, a lot of fluff to forget, just like everybody else.
So I got punished for swearing. Okay. Just agreeing with cut the shit who put a wear a mask thing, and I said no fucking chance. But all right, I meant it in a positive way. I shouldn't have used the F word.
That gets us all. It used to get me all the
time. Yeah. Fuck masks. I don't wear one ever. Okay, well, fair enough.
Well, you sound like you're in the right place, anyways.
Yeah, Willis, you're going down that slide pretty fast, bro, and it might get scary, but remember that the truth can't hurt you. It's only going to help you. So no matter how scary it is, it's actually going to make you much more happier in the long run. I put my life on that. Trust me.
Thanks for. No, that's what I was saying before. It's not scary to change. I've changed 3 continents. I've rewritten my life 3 or 4 times. I've abandoned beliefs that I had for the majority of my life on the drop of a hat based on evidence that should have been terrifying, and yet, okay, I don't have balls. I'm just saying that for me, the most upsetting thing is that I won't know everything. And when I mean know everything, not be intelligent and be wise among other people, I mean know where it all started, why, etc. That's the most. Everything else, I can give a shit. I'll do my job.
Well, you actually, it's not true, but you will. I'm before Elijah tells you that you're actually going to find out those things. That's how these people have realized the importance of this fact, because it does give an origin. You don't have an origin without understanding the creator's creation, right? So you're going down that path. Trust me, you're going to find out more than you want to know. I guarantee you. I have. Trust me. I got so much. I honestly feel bad about all the things that I've realized because I don't deserve this truth, Brett. Trust me. You're gonna change your mind about that.
Okay. That's unexpected. Fuck.
So,
I didn't think that would be the case.
Just wait and see.
So
I'm not coming here to argue, but obviously not.
So there's this. So, of course we could be dogmatic and kind of just stick to a very rigid way of doing things, but a lot of us have our own ideas because it's very dangerous to get set in a way like it's very dangerous. And so there's also this idea that well, I won't go there, but I'll just say this. So last year I took an interest in the sky. Like, why the fuck can't I be an astronomer? I very well can. I can be a philosopher. I am the philosopher of my time, right? I'm the astronomer of my time. I can do exactly what they've done. I've watched the sky. A lot of weird things have gone on. A lot of weird things we've documented here that kind of just go over people's heads because they don't pay attention. And these things will point out to you that something is very wrong. I don't know, like, because it's like on the surface, the heliocentric model is correct. Because all they've done is, jack a couple of cycles, they've jacked perspective, they've jacked a whole bunch of things that are true and kind of just pawn them off as something else. And so, anyway, let me get into the point of why I'm saying all of this. So, ultimately, we got to the point where we noted the sun from 5 different locations at the same time. So you have the West Coast here in America. You have Australia and Japan, which are, Japan is kind of on top of Australia in the globe, right? On the globe conception. Then you have the UAE, and you have the Netherlands. All of these places, we all were looking at the sun at the same time. The sun, not sunlight, the sun. Geometrically, that doesn't make sense to me at all. I just open up, Google Earth, or I grab my sister's globe because I don't have one. And I just look at it and I'm like, okay, well, if half of this thing is lit at any given time, I don't see how that works.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
And we have the documents, we have the video, we have the pictures right here in this server. For anybody who wants to know, but nobody ever really wants to know for whatever reason. Whatever. I encourage people, just go pay attention. Like when I say pay attention, don't go out and look at the moon for like 30 minutes and go, all right, that was cool. Look at it all day, periodically. Every hour on the hour for a week. You'll start to notice things. Questions will come to your mind. They'll just come to you. Because we obviously have a belief system, and then you have reality right in front of you, and you're like, wait a minute, I believe this, but I'm watching this. How's that possible? Let me look this up. It just doesn't add up, man.
I would go as far as to say that the flat Earth gives something back to you that the ball Earth concept is withholding you from, because if you believe in the ball and you believe in space and you believe in the space exploration, you immediately have to accept that that is something that is not attainable to you.
True.
And it's only when the full realization comes to you that, there's a monumental lie underscoring all of this. So much of science as well. If you look at the people who first tried to get to the North Pole, they were such horrible shits. They told so many lies, and it's awful. I mean, in any sort of area of your life, if you embark on a course that is going to reveal that you have been told a monumental lie, it's never easy. It's so much doubt creeps in. Nobody wants to. Yeah, nobody wants to find out that they have been like fooled and lied to.
Well, from
I was just
experience.
kidding, Willis. Are you a South African?
No. I believe that, and from what I've seen and experience, and I could be wrong, I'm free to be corrected on this, but when someone does lie to you to that degree and puts a lot of effort, not just, I'm not saying personally, I'm saying you as in population, it's usually to deny you something. It's not to save you from something. It's not to help you in something. It's not to make something better for you. It's something to take away from you. So you do say, and I agree, it would be hard to discover the truths. And they actually are the truths that should reveal something. I think that's probably what Xo was alluding to as well. There's something there more than what we have access to today. Should make it easier to accept.
Yeah, it's a horrible idea, but we live in a world that is filled with very strange things, especially at this time. People are really struggling. Really struggling.
Yeah, hasn't even begun yet. We're just at the beginning of it, I'm afraid.
If you are in earnest, you will find it. You will find out what's going on. The thing is, people are sleepwalking in this world. I never noticed as many things after I realized that, I don't live in a spinning ball. I never noticed that many things. The whole world just became alive to me. You know, the expanse above me, what's under my feet, everything. Sorry,
You had
Elijah.
a stronger connection there.
Very much so.
It makes sense. You said, I think you were saying before, it's unattainable. Space flight and the world outside the planet, which makes us very small. And then suddenly to know that this is it, and you are very, very connected to it. Yeah.
Yes, and it's the same for everybody. You know, what is attainable to you is attainable to me. It's not like Jeff Bezos. Bezos. You know?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that guy's whatever he's doing, he went nowhere. You know,
Yeah.
what did he achieve? He just showed everybody that he's got a lot of money to waste. That's it.
So someone's got to deal with the divorce, I guess. Someone's got to deal with the fact that his wife left him.
Willis, the best part about this divorce is that you don't want the house, you don't want the kids, you don't want the dog. Get rid of all of them. You're going to get a new dog. You're going to have much better kids that aren't brain damaged. You're going to have a whole new house. It's going to be a castle, bro. I'm telling you, this is literally what it is, Willis. And it's hard to understand because a lot of us understand this, but we can't force you to understand this because you haven't gone up the roller coaster yet and taken the ride. You're still waiting in line with your ticket going, I don't know if I want to do this. Trust me, once you do it, then you're going to be like, oh, now I get it. Now I see all these things. Okay, now I know what that crazy XO guy was talking about. And he was right. That's what's going to happen. Trust me.
Bro, I'm just trying to get to grips with my new name. One step at a time.
Take it slow. Right. Just take it slow. You're in line at Disneyland. The line's going real slow, you know, and that's how it's going to be. You got a bunch of Globers going ahead of you because you got to let the special, you know, kids go first. And you're just going to have to keep waiting in line. And trust me, once you do, all this is going to make sense. And you're going to be a new man. Even though you've already changed, you've already given us a couple stories showing that you've already been prepped for this. And this might insult you, but God preps people to do things for a reason. He's going to give you that strife. He's going to give you hard experiences because he wants you to get hardened. You know, when somebody wants to make a sword, he's got to put that sword in fire. That's what's happening to you. You're going to be forged in fire. Now, you can jump out of the fire. You have that choice at any time to say, I'm not ready for this. And that's the best part about it, is that you decide where you go.
Okay.
And also no pressure because you can't know all this right now. And in fact, it's impossible. You have to first unwind all of that baggage, all those lies, and get rid of them and put them in the airlock into that imagined space cartoon and let it all just drift away. And then it makes a lot more sense, right? Like if I continue to believe in something ridiculous, like there's magical balls in space, I can't understand reality. It's really that simple. And we experience this because we test people. You got to be honest with you that we have tested thousands of people. I've tested probably thousands just myself. So the server has, you know, really done a number on, you know, probably tens of thousands of people that don't even come into the room. And it tests the psychology because it sees and it shows everybody else how you are going to react to something when you are shown that you are wrong, right? And you have taken the path less traveled, which is, you know what? Maybe these people are right. And I honestly, you are one of the most, I would say, open-minded, you know, naturalists, I would call you right now, but that's what you were when you came in here. You were a naturalist. I don't want to call you an atheist because that's a terrible insult, and I hope you're not. But the reality is that you're different, and these people are talking to you this way because you're not like the other, you know, 99 out of 100 that we have to talk to, and we got to go through all kinds of ridiculous hoops. Wit's got to come back on here, and Elijah's got to start, you know, pounding sense into these people's heads because they want to troll, right? Well, you're not doing that. So you are different. And I can see that you are going to realize some things and you're going to take this pretty far.
Cheers. Thanks, man. See. I'm open to learning. Always have been. See what I learn.
There's a lot to learn.
Elijah.
It's
Elijah,
really
ask him about the Star Trails, since you mentioned it after I posted it. I did tag him in the photos. I wanted to show him what the sky looks like. This is what reality is, not the things that they showed us.
Before, like,
Yeah, I see that, so.
let me tell you, like people, like, okay, so I understand that there are people out there, obviously, right, obviously, that believe, okay, they take the worldview currently for granted, right? It just is what it is. They haven't put any thought into it, any critical thought whatsoever. They've just accepted it and they see the world through this view, right? Um, but that being said, can you emphasize with the fact that there are things that occur kind of on a daily basis that are hilariously sad and sadly hilarious? One thing being, well, when Comet Neowise came about, and first of all, because I've been indoctrinated and they suggest things through cartoons to children, I was under the impression, and it could just be my ignorance, I don't speak for everyone, I thought that comets were things that were rare and they were predictable, and that when they happen for a fleeting moment, so you better get your telescope out and witness it. But I found out that actually these things occur over the span of sometimes months. Not only that, but they just, they're in the cycle of the rest of the stars and the sun. It's just moving around with the rest of that stuff, nothing special. Not to say nothing special, but um the thing about it is, I what else didn't I know? I'm sorry, I got lost a little bit. But
No, I'm
the
asking
main
what the hell
point,
are comments?
comet, sorry, comet. Like a comet?
No. I know, but I know what it is as far as the globe earther theory. I don't know what it is in flat earther. Flat
No,
Earth.
there's no such thing. There's no such that's what I mean. When I see what I see in the sky, I see what I see in the sky. What can I do about what I see? Nothing. But look at it. I can speculate, but understand that I'm telling you whatever I tell you about it is pure speculation. There's nothing scientific about it for anyone. So anyway, just put that to the side for a moment. Because I'm talking about people pissing down your back and calling it rain, right? That's what's hilariously sad and sadly hilarious. Just try to follow me. And I'm bringing you this story to tell you that there are thousands of others to just be discovered by you to enjoy if you so choose. And so Comet Neowise, something that, so I thought that, well, they were predicted, you know, but they discovered Comet Neowise last year, sometime around this time. And after they discovered it, they then said, well, it'll come around in the next X amount of years. Now we know now they know how to predict when it'll come around, but it's going to come around long after we're all dead. That's useful. I believe you. Sure. Great. Whatever. So now the interesting thing about this thing is, sorry to be very long-winded. I could have just said this and it would have still been as, heavy. This thing is 64 million miles away, right? And then it's 3 miles in diameter. When I saw that, when I you ever see something and then you can't help but laugh for 5 minutes because it's so ridiculous, it's so crazy? That's what happened.
Yeah.
64 million miles, 3 miles in diameter. Looking at the thing with my eyeballs. at the very least, if you say, well, it's the tail is long enough, it's 1,000,000 miles long. Okay, whatever. You'd never be able to see a hair that thin, baby. I don't give a fuck. If I plucked the hair out of my head and I said, Lucifer telescope, do your worst, and they pointed that telescope at me, they're not going to see the hair in my fingers, between my fingertips. You're not going to be able to resolve that. There's no way they're telling me that it's 64 million miles away and 3 miles in diameter. Now, to any thinking person, you'd think, oh, they're fucking with me. They must know that I know, and this is here for me. How else am I supposed to feel? So
yeah,
things like that happen every day here. It's always an article about something crazy. There's diamonds on Saturn or wherever the fuck it is.
Oh, you guys would have loved the Mars landings and the rovers.
Oh, we were there. We were there.
You would have loved it. Jeez, sending back images and sound. This time we got audio.
Yeah, we saw it live, right? And the last 2 minutes of the live stream, they showed a Rick Astley tweet. So they could have picked any astrophysicist, but they chose a Rick Astley tweet in the last 2 minutes of the live stream.
Jesus, nothing like fucking with 7 billion people, huh?
You can't
Okay,
make
fair
this
enough.
shit up. Come on. Like, it's hilariously sad and sadly hilarious.
Well, if anything, I see your perspective. Right?
Have
So
you seen the
I still have my
Arctic
doubts.
In one of the Mars
Actually, let me show
photos
you.
that
Let
they
me show
claim
you
for-
a video.
Yeah,
Let me show you
in one
this
of the
video. Go ahead.
in one of the pictures they sent us, supposedly from Mars in one of the rovers, there is what they claim is a rock that looks suspiciously like an Arctic lemon, which happens to be native to the place where they test all of the rovers.
Yeah, I've seen that in Greenland on the island. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't know that it was native to the island. Jesus. Okay, that's funny.
Willis or Matrash. Check out that video I just posted. The first few minutes is check it out. You'll see something interesting.
Okay.
It's a donut, so I believe that too.
Willis, I guess if they told you that they found
Hold on,
lemons
hold
on
on.
Mars-
He's gonna watch this little video. Right after about 45 seconds, about 42 seconds. Which is
Some
USA versus China.
I'm sorry, Bong. I just wanted to say there's people in chat that do believe there are lemmings on Mars if NASA told them.
Okay, wow, with a copy and paste. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right.
You think that's good? Keep watching. I can't believe this.
Oh, well, the presentation with China and the US is, yeah, all right, people are slack, and you can probably say they just copied something. But to fudge a photo that you're posting around the world as evidence that you are on Mars and you've taken it from this extremely expensive, thanks to taxpayers' money, mission, that's a bit much. That's a bridge too far on their behalf. I think that's not the only example I've seen from this server of.
But you understand that why they do it, right? I mean, it's that the average Joe isn't gonna pay attention because the whole thing is boring. I mean, and they make it that way on purpose. Nobody ever sat through a 24-hour stream of the ISS when it was supposed to be live. And because of course it went down every 15 minutes for like 10 minutes. And even now they're not even live. So they make it purposely boring. A spacewalk. I mean, they sit there twiddling their thumbs for an hour, and then they'll grab a tool and do 2 seconds of I tying up a screw or I switched a one item for another, and presto, my 6-hour spacewalk.
Elbow, no, I'm not watching this. What is, bro? I'm in the middle of a very nice flip right now, and I was not prepared for this.
Oh yeah, it's amazing,
Is
bro.
this I gotta verify that this is legit, like, because this is insane. This is the shit that I would be. If I verify that this is what it is, that's insane. Hilariously sad. I don't. I mean, man,
Yeah.
what the same animator?
Elbow, was this like this year?
Yeah, they I found this in TikTok somewhere.
From this year.
Yeah, this year, and then Japan's 10 years ago.
TikTok is killing it. I'm really curious
dude.
as to why this is happening right now. I'm worried actually, to be honest.
Anyway, I mean, it's all unverifiable. So it's all just looking at the screen and then believing they put a robot on. And a helicopter, right? A helicopter that can fly with on a ball with no atmosphere.
Yeah, but the rollerblade spin faster.
All right, yeah.
I'm gonna give you another one.
Roger, I'm just fucking with you, man.
We know the excuses, right? We know the excuses.
I mean, even when I saw it, I'm a Glober, and I saw it. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like,
I'm gonna give you a good one right now. So I'm gonna give you something good right now. This is just a little something. I mean, probably something you already seen. No big deal. But like, not on my Google, right? Not on Beyonce's internet. Am I a globe earther and this exists? No. Like this, my team needs to get it together because I don't know what's going on, right? But what I'm about to post right now is, I mean, HSSH, hilariously sad. Like, you just want to type it. Is this the one of the planets you were talking about when we first started talking? When you were saying, "Well, I have a telescope and I can just look at." Is this what you were talking about?
Not Pluto specifically, but Jupiter and Mars.
You know that's an outline of Pluto the dog, right? That's crazy. That shouldn't be on Google. Don't do that to me.
Wait, what the fuck?
When I look up this image, don't do that. This is what I mean by pissing down my back and telling me it's rain. It's that blatant. Once people actually, because people, for whatever, they're given these questions about flat Earth, right? And they never actually realize why we're flat earthers. Because we see all this shit. The shit that people don't even know to look at it, bro.
I just saw what Roger posted. That's funny. I mean, okay, I will take the devil's advocate and say that's almost like seeing Jesus on a piece of toast. I mean, it's not exactly Pluto. I see what you're saying, but
If that's how you feel, I mean,
yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I saw the other stuff, which was copy pasted of Mars, and I'm like, yeah, that's quite obvious, right? The copy paste of the Martian surface, and create an image that's
there's a
complete bullshit. But
there's a backstory on Pluto as well, right? Because they originate kind of around the same
no,
time. You know that, right?
no idea.
Yeah. Does anybody know the backstory on this? I know Drace does. Come on, Drace. Roger, give it to us.
Not exactly, but you're right. I think there was like a few years between the creation of Pluto and the discovery of the quote unquote planet. Like a few years.
Didn't it have something to do with the Pluto Disney character too?
Yeah, that's what I meant, right? So Pluto,
Oh, okay.
the animal, the
My
cartoon
bad.
was created, and then I don't know which one was first, but maybe Indio knows it. He has a big brain.
Yeah, I missed it. I just missed part of what you said. I guess I wasn't following. Indio's got a big brain. He does. He has a lot of freaking knowledge, man. It's like a freaking encyclopedia
Yeah, you're
Britannica.
right. You're right, shotgun. My brain is outside of my head riding shotgun right now. Anyway, what about Pluto?
What's the backstory on Pluto the planet and Pluto the dog and Disney? Oh,
I would.
Disney. Go ahead.
I wouldn't know. Like, I don't know. I haven't looked into that. There might be something there.
I remember hearing about it, but I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember who knows, but somebody knows. I mean, it's hearsay then, obviously, at this point. 3 people down the line is obvious, but still. So it's crazy. Disney, that thing, right? So I was watching Aladdin the other year, I think it was. I watched it last year, right? And obviously I'm flattered at this point. And at the end, when Jafar turns into a genie, he banishes Aladdin to the ends of the earth.
Bro, when I was watching the movie and I saw that,
let me get it out. Where Jafar just like kind of teleports Aladdin to this ice shelf. I mean, that as a glober, don't tell me that flat earthers are out here and then have them tell me that and then me look at Aladdin and find that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
So the official story is that Pluto, the dog, first appeared in 1930, and then Pluto, the planet, was first discovered by a farm boy. Was first discovered by a farm boy. What was it? In 1930. So in the same year.
Damn. Jenny has a term for Disney again. You also know that they talk about flat Earth and the original King Arthur. I was blown away because Arthur was like.
Is he dropping out for you?
Everyone knows that the Earth
Yeah, he
explains
is,
to
mate.
him that in the future everyone will understand. Oh no.
You just for about 3 seconds, no big deal.
Oh. Then the wizard explains to him how in the future, which this is in the 60s, right? In the future, everyone's going to know that we're on a globe and yada yada yada. And again, as a globe earther, don't have flat earthers out here running around flapping their gums. And then I go and put that on for my daughter and we see that. Don't do. Why? Am I crazy? Because I thought this wasn't even a thing. Remember, uh, 2015. That's when we came out of nowhere because this is some sort of psyop or something. It's crazy as hell, right? We're just followers because of YouTube, right? All the shit I'm talking about predates 25th. Why does this stuff
But
exist?
the owl is then telling Merlin, don't go filling this boy's head with nonsense, right? When he says that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yo, now this is verifiable. I saw this myself and Aladdin. It was. I'm
Represent.
sure. What'd you say?
I was saying what owls represent.
Yeah.
So owls represent wisdom.
Mm.
Right? And then if you want to get totally weird, the Bohemian Grove owl, maybe it was a little, you know how they're like, the occultists. They'll tell the truth, but it's going to be encapsulated in a pack of lies.
Oh, you mean like
you're talking about the
how
Sword and the Stone,
all
right?
of the military?
Yeah.
That's what I meant. The Sword and the Stone. But what you just said there, they're gonna tell you the truth of the pack of lies. You mean like when they tell you in the flight manuals and the military manuals that for all intents and purposes you're flying over a stationary flat plane? You mean like that?
Yeah, like that. But I mean, especially the people that practice the occult, right? The Masons and, so-called Illuminati, or, all these little crazy sects, right? They occult sects, Bohemian Grove. They do tell the truth. The sandwich with a pack of lies. So we know they worship, right? Moloch the owl. Are you aware of like the little Bohemian Grove ceremony and all that?
Hey, Willis, check out this other video. Oh yeah.
So this Moloch the owl is like Baal, or it's like a bunch of satanic, demonic references to it. So you have this little owl telling the truth, right? To Merlin, right? And Merlin's supposed to be a wizard. So there's a lot of like occult symbolism. We already know Disney's full of occult symbolism. So loaded with it, it's mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's check out the Sesame Street fiction section.
Yeah, I'm just checking that now.
Oh, here's another thing that might blow your mind. Just something that I just, came across scrounging the internet.
Have you seen the Fred Flintstone Flat Earth shit?
Right,
Oh,
Aldo,
dude,
you
it's
mean
like
the...
it's like the intro on my channel. Hold on, I'll post it, man.
I
It's
knew-
freaking hilarious.
Oh, what are you saying, Willis?
You mean the globe on top of the fiction section?
Yeah, and they pretty much say this is a made up story.
And the rocket ship.
And the rocket ship, yeah.
That's astounding.
Oh, thank you, Drace. You got the clip right there at 45 past the hour. Appreciate it. Roger too. But...
I also posted Owen Benjamin. I can't be a flat earther person because his awakening and going through this was pretty interesting to watch because he was so vehement against it to begin with, but yeah, it was interesting.
Definitely.
And then again, remember, like this thing is just, these crazy flat earthers again. Yo, look at this from the Library of Congress. Look at why the fuck am I on a government website with something from I think was it 1897 if I remember correctly. I can't remember exactly what time this. Why is why on a Glober's green earth would this be in the fucking newspaper back then?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they ridiculing it there like they're ridiculing it now?
Yeah.
What?
Right around the
What?
time they trotted Einstein out, like right around that time.
Oh wow, India. It reminds me of the one that the Teen Titans just did not too long ago. Pretty much just saying the Earth is a pancake. With butter walls.
Well, if they write the history of, these past 18 months and you read it like 30 years in the future, it's going to sound like the Black Death 2.0. And they're never going to mention the people who said, well, it's all essentially bullshit. Just think. That is how history comes to us.
That's funny. It's a mutiny. Captain thinks the Earth is
Columbus
round.
says, "Earth is a globe, or I'll stab you." Yeah. Believe in
Yeah.
the globe, or I'll stab you.
Yeah. We'll make you walk the plank. See those sharks down there?
You know what's crazy? Yo, today's a fun day. I'm supposed to be getting off of here, but the crazy thing is, like, you talk to us, we open up, we show you all these things that you might have never come across, right? Like,
Yep.
the beauty in that. Like, regardless of your views, the beauty in that, do you know that 99% of the people that come in here get none of this? They get none of it.
Yeah.
Because they're closed minded. We damn near beg to share what we have with people, and they go, "We don't want any of that. We want you to tell us why the flat Earth map doesn't line up with these flights over here. You tell me that instead. You tell me why the stars rotate in a different direction, but not really, because the stars move in the same direction everywhere for everyone, east to west, right? But anyway, why do they rotate in a different direction in the southern hemisphere? All of these silly ass questions, and we be begging to share, and they don't want it.
You're in a difficult position. I understand you guys more now because you're asked to explain everything that quote unquote authoritative sources have explained in a different way. So you have to challenge all of that. And I admit I come in from a position where I'm trying to challenge your position, right? I'm not going to play it like I'm a flat earther suddenly after half an hour. But I understand that you have to answer all these questions. Like when I said, how high is the sun up, right? The other guys have got an explanation. Why don't you? You don't. Oh, well, you're wrong. And so that puts you in a difficult position because you're going to have to keep on rebuffing that. And now I can understand why some people in the server take a position which is a bit more, well, feeling a bit more personally under attack. It's not just me that comes to you guys like this. I'm wagering you guys day in, day out get hundreds of people that come in and attack what you guys have found to be new information that the rest of us don't have. But you don't have the ability to prove all of it and to explain all of it. So, someone will probably assume that what you're saying is false because you can't prove something, but that's not necessarily true.
I was gonna say something, but Indio 007's gonna go first. Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, I want to say something. Like, not to shit on you, man, but it's a commonly held belief that they have explanations that they actually don't. That's the funny thing. They have these ninth grade stories that they tell ninth graders, right? But like when you look into like the actual so-called quote unquote science, there's nothing to it. There's nothing there. It's hollow.
Yep. Right.
Yeah,
So things like the distance to the sun, right? The distance to the sun's a good one because the sun can't be triangulated by looking at it. And this is about like we can't go to two positions on Earth, have a baseline, take the angles, and figure out where the distance to the sun is. That's not how they got the distance, right? They literally guessed. So a guy named Christopher Huygens guessed the size of Venus. Guessed. And like he used numerology, bro. He guessed using numerology that Venus was the same size as Venus was the same radius as Earth, right? So then they timed its transit across the face of the sun, and then they inferred they inferred the sun's size, and then for once they had a size, they got a distance. But they had to know the size of Venus,
right?
And they just made it up. Literally made it up.
Right. They
admit this.
Real quick, I'm gonna piggyback just because I really wanted to, but I know India was gonna go, so I just want to tell you, Willis, that actually, we're not in a difficult position. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but actually, this is the easiest position. And actually, yes, I do have the answer about whatever you wanted to talk about the sky, sun, moon, and stars. The answer, just to use the stars as an example, if you're going to ask me, well, how far away they are. Or actually, just give me an example of something in the sun, moon, and stars that they have an answer for that you think I don't. Watch what happens. Let's go ahead and ask.
The distance to the sun.
Well, here's the reality. The truth is you can't know that. And that is the absolute fact. Nobody can know that. And the fact is I have to teach you and obviously other people that you can't know that. That's the actual real truth answer. And nothing can even challenge that because we're talking about heavenly bodies that are literally outside of our plane of existence. They're above us in the firmament. Now, the terminology might be confusing, but no man, woman, or child can understand how big or how far the sun, moon, and stars are. They can't know what they are except for maybe biblical verses to give us an idea. There's no knowledge past what we have with our eyes. And you got to realize my position is so easy. There's no challenge against the flat plane of existence. It literally is the easiest position on the earth, period.
Indio says they admit it. It's like what I just posted, that quote from Michio Kaku. I'm sorry, I laugh every time I say his name. You're not going to believe this. And he says, in science, we always say that you make observations. You have a theory. You go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. And he says, wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, admittedly.
And I wanted to say, like, Drace is always posting relevant stuff. And so when we were talking about Christian Huygens or Huygens, however you say it, right here, I guess I'll read this.
Huygens. Christian Huygens. Huygens. Christian Huygens. Okay.
I'm not going to do it right now, but accents are really important to me for whatever reason. Anyway, so the methods for finding the distance between the Earth and the Sun that we inherited from the ancient Greeks never succeeded in giving an accurate result, but rather lower limits to the distance. Astronomical history books tells us that the first measurement came from observations of the parallax of Mars in 1672 by Cassini and Richter. There was, however, a determination in 1659 by Christian Huygens that is both ingenious and accurate and which deserves to be better known. It is described in Latin in Systema Saturnium and in French in his Ouvres comme pleu. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And also in a new book by Van Helden. In 1656, Huygens, living in Paris, had determined at the shape of Saturn and its ring with the aid of a superior telescope and his own analytical skills. Cassini's discovery that the ring was divided into two parts was more than a decade in the future, close parenthesis. Huygens wanted to give the sizes of these objects relative to the size of the Earth. He knew the relative distances of the planets, but in order to convert his angular measurements into Earth's diameters, he needed to find the distance from Earth to the Sun in Earth's diameters. Huygens solved this problem with an assumption. If he supposed that the planet Venus had the same size as Earth, he could calculate the distance in Earth diameters from his measurement of its angular size. Then, with the Copernican theory, he could calculate for the time of the observation a theoretical distance to the planet in terms of the radius of the Earth's orbital circle, an astronomical unit in our terms. Knowing the same distance in astronomical units and the Earth's diameter, he might then calculate the length of an astronomical unit in Earth diameters. Then he might repeat the assumption and the calculation for Mars. When one average is the results obtained from Venus with those obtained from Mars, one replaces the assumption that both planets are the same size as Earth with the assumption that Earth has the size that is the average of the sizes of Venus and Mars. This is the only assumption that Huygens described explicitly. He noted that it is harmonious for Earth having a place between the places of Venus and Mars to have a size that is between the size of Venus and Mars.
Oh
It
God,
sounds
what?
plausible to our modern ears. Just the sort of assumption that a present day astrophysicist would make. It must have been a bold
No.
step for a 17th century scientist, however.
Oh, kind of fits between Venus and Mars, so I'll give it an average. What the fuck?
This is, see, this is
Yeah.
one of the first things I've come across because when I got into this, the first thing I heard was Eddie Bravo say there's no pictures from space. I Googled it and I was expecting that I said, okay, pictures from space. Okay. Raw pictures from space. Unedited pictures from space. And it wasn't satisfying. So I was like, okay, well, how do they know the distance to the sun? And it brought me down this path and it opened up the door to go, whoa, well, how the fuck do they know the size of the earth then? If this seems to be the crux of all of this. And this is what I mean. No one else, when you look at debunk videos or anti flat earth arguments, no one's talking about any of this. And that's the absurdity of it all. So where do you go? The next thing is I need answers. After hearing that, I need answers. So we've talked to PhDs, we've talked to engineers, we've talked to these people. And the reason I'm still here is because they'd rather ask me why the fuck storm systems spin the other way on the other side of the equator.
Don't have an answer for you, that.
It is what it is.
What? That's what they ask you, or that's what you're asking?
No, that's the response,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Whenever
Yeah.
you ask a valid question, that's
Right.
what happens. They deflect, they don't answer, they ask you a question instead. They, it, it's
Yeah,
absurd.
I get you.
And we have thousands of hours of video. I mean, shit. I mean, you talk about there's enough credible people with enough educational background to say, okay, well, based on where they went to school, based on the thing. Okay, so this person should be qualified to speak about this. And then you watch the interaction between them and one of us, and It's childish. Honestly. Thousands of hours. But we're censored, so nobody, I mean, it is what it is. You type in flat Earth, you're just gonna get how the moon proves that the Earth couldn't possibly be flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what you won't find? You won't find somebody saying, I've measured the curvature of the Earth.
I like how heavy it feels in here. It feels pretty good, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's just because I'm smoking a spliff or what, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty chill.
It helps.
I
The
think he should.
immovable Earth.
I think you should listen to Quantum Erasers numpty clips just to get a sense of how absurd they have to go when they start to spin and try to get out of facing reality.
That's true. I'm gonna come back to that because I don't want to dismiss that or jump over that, but I just had an idea. So just like that quote, that citation, right? I mean, we have loads of those, right? It's not just a one-off. So there's this video by Jeranism. Regardless, I don't I have my hangups about certain people and certain things, right? But I personally like Jeranism. Or Jaren. His channel was Jeranism and or is I don't know because they've tried to take it down. It's been up and down with him. But the point of the matter is, uh, when I really he gave me the ability to research things that I needed to see. And his video was titled 100 Quotes That Tell Us We've Been Lied to. When I say 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to, I'm talking about quoting the most notable characters in history. He gives the citation, gives the source for you to go check out for yourself. You verify that shit actually says what it says. And there's 100 of those. There's obviously loads more, but when I saw that before I saw Nathan Oakley and I learned about logical fallacies and scientific method. I saw that and I was like, hell no. Hell no. No, 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 no. So I'm gonna share that video to you. It's 3 hours long. Enjoy. If I can find it. Shit.
Is that from his channel?
You'll never find it the regular way, obviously. You got to go to YouTube, type in 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to, put in relevance, and then go for upload date, and then you'll find that someone re-uploaded it for him, obviously because they've taken down his whatever the case is with his channel now.
So it's good to see Willis hung in there. You guys tripped me out though, because I forgot what his name was now. Before.
Mod Trash 101. The best name, but
So Willis, is your paradigm being challenged right now?
getting new information, that's for sure.
That's good.
Getting at least a better understanding of where you guys come from and my I think why you would support this idea, why some people react the way they do in some of the channels, why there is this sentiment on this topic, what the aspects of importance are as far as showing flat Earth versus globe. This is all knowledge. It's not something that has changed my view of the world at the moment, but it doesn't mean it won't. It doesn't mean it will. It's just something I need to process.
Right. So, in in obtaining new information, then you have to make a decision what you're going to do with that information. So, all you have to do is take the Earth curve chart that they gave us. It shows us specific distances, right, with the amount of hidden, which would be the amount of vertical drop over a certain amount of distance, right? So if you take that chart, you go look yourself 5, 10 miles away, and you see things. Even if you zoom in with the cheap binoculars, you can zoom into islands and practically see their shorelines at 20 miles. It's not a globe. 20 miles would be like 400 feet of drop.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So, yeah. So if you see boats along the way and everything that's going further out from you, from your perspective, is ramping up towards the level of your eye, you get what I'm saying? Like when you look at a long, flat plane, it ramps up. This cannot occur on a spherical shape.
Yeah, geometrically, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So when you're looking at water and everything before you, and let's say oil rigs, like you have one oil rig, you have a boat in between, you have another oil rig, then you have the horizon behind it. Everything is ramping, going higher up as it gets further back. That part right there, especially when you have known distances like those platforms. Did someone go through the Black Swan with you?
I've seen the Black Swan. Yeah. I know.
I assume they had. Yeah. Yeah, so you see how that horizon is back higher up than everything before it. This cannot occur on a globe where the geometry requires 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, there should be a geometric blocking right at that point. 1.22 miles. It should drop away after that.
Yeah, well, I've seen this this example. Explains what you're saying around where a physical horizon should exist on the globe model versus what these images are showing.
Yeah,
and of course it's the common refraction, which I'm guessing some people will just throw challenge to that as well. So I mean,
well, here's the thing with refraction. As soon as someone begawks refraction and invokes refraction, they've given away their geometric horizon. So thanks, welcome to Flat Earth. They just gave it away. They literally admitted that the horizon is not a geometric place, that it is only an optical. So it's over.
Yeah.
They screwed themselves. They shoot themselves in the foot literally if they say refraction. They don't even know what it is anyway. When pressed to ask them what it is, they have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I'm not going to take someone's ignorance on the topic to mean anything around the actual topic itself. I see what you're saying, that just sort of discredits people who try to challenge flat Earth by invoking something that they don't understand, and that's a fair point. You can't really say you're wrong, and then they say, well, why am I wrong? Oh, because of a subject that I don't understand. Well, then how could you just say I'm wrong? I get that.
Well, it's not only that. There's many issues with refraction. One, they're giving up their geometric horizon. Two, it's like even if it's like you need two mediums. Three, even if it were possible, it would only shorten it and it won't increase it, so it doesn't even help them any. It only hurts them.
On that point, when you're saying about two mediums, would that not mean different pressures or different temperatures of air, hence causing light to travel at different speeds? Is that
no?
Still the same medium. Still the same medium.
There's no boundaries. There has to be an actual boundary. Like if they're using Snell's law, which they are, it requires two different isotropic medium, like glass to water, water to air, water to glass, air to glass, air to glass through water, like all of that.
Also, they also forget always the angle of incidence matters greatly. This is something they keep forgetting. If it passes straight through it, there's no refraction.
Of course, it has to angle. Otherwise, there is no refraction, like you say. Okay, I was led to understand that air at different temperatures and or pressure has
Yeah.
a different refractive index.
Yeah, but that doesn't help them either because they need to invert the temperature gradient and create a ramping up temperature gradient that gets worse and worse to try to excuse it, and it needs to be completely uniform with the Earth curve. It's way beyond what they can actually accomplish with refraction, so that's why they actually can't appeal to it. We have a PhD in spectrophotometry who tried to debunk us, and he works with refraction. He understands this stuff, so he went out and tried under the best conditions for the globe and against it, and he's now a flat earther.
Really?
Yeah, his
Okay,
name is
fuck.
Dr. John D.
The John D. Okay. Oh yeah, he's got a YouTube channel, doesn't he? Done some videos. I think he was. Shit, I've seen some of these.
Yeah, watch Dr. John D's breakdown of the Black Swan. Very good.
I think he's gone up against some. Oh God, I can't remember the other guy's name. Mick something. He's trying to suggest
Mick
that
West.
refraction. Mick West, that's the one. That's the one. I haven't seen all the videos. I haven't gone through much, but I know those two. At least
Did
they've
you
got
know
back
that?
and forth.
Did you know that Mick West came on here and got wrecked?
Really?
They've all gotten
Yeah.
wrecked.
Okay, that's
But
interesting.
Willis, I got to tell you this refraction religion didn't even exist till about 2016, amazingly, when everybody said, look, the earth looks flat. So, I mean, there's a reason. It's not, there's like not a suspicion here. This isn't a mystery of why this religion all of a sudden was invented right after millions of people woke up to the fact that they can see that the earth is flat. The problem is, Willis, if somebody is claiming refraction, then they have removed their own abilities to make a claim. That means they can't trust their eyes anyway. So now they are deleted from the conversation. And again, nobody talked about this in World War II, and the Bismarck was getting shot at by the Hood from 12 miles away on the ocean. Nobody said it then, but now all of a sudden there's an atheistic. Listen to this. There's a group of atheists. Listen, this is what's crazy, guys. This is not a mainstream belief. Nobody knows about this magical refraction except for about maybe 15 or 20,000 atheists that are stuck on the internet hiding from reality, using any word they can to justify why the earth looks flat. It's not even an argument. It just shows that somebody is literally brain dead or just listening to the claims of somebody else that's brain dead. It's really, when people go to refraction, that just means they're hiding from truth. That means they're also admitting they can't trust their eyes. So what's their argument going to be, Willis? If you can't trust your eyes, then you're done. So that's how easy it is, bro.
Yeah, I see the point.
It's also there are known refractive effects. There are 5 of them, and they can't actually use any of them to excuse it. So what they have to use is terrestrial refraction, which is just an ad hoc excuse for why the flat world is not appearing globular. So it essentially just uses a radius value and makes the globe appear bigger in the math. So it hides the fact it's flat.
You said that Mick West came on and got wrecked. Do you guys have the day? Because I know you record this live stream, right? Is it possible to find that? That would be good to hear.
Just look on Helio's channel, and it should say Mick West. You know, it should have his name in it, in the title. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, that'd be good.
Do you have the YouTube channel?
Yeah, I did. I think I can find it again. Basically, I've just go to Helio's. Where am I? Helio. It's Skeptic, right?
It's the
In
24/7. The 24/7 live stream account.
Yeah, Helio Skeptic. That's right. Yep.
So I'll do West.
Jay's posted the channel for you. So did Elijah. I was getting ready to, and they've already got it.
The video.
Got it. Thank you. Got it. Mick West, Science Communicator, talks to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Right, that's with 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'll just skip through it and see where that point is. That'd be interesting to hear. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thanks, Elijah. Andres. Okay.
It's real funny because he gives a lot of admissions in that one. And I think he also went on Oakley's, if I remember correctly, and also got wrecked there.
I don't know where Oakley's is. Is that another channel? Is that another server?
Yeah, man, that's where I come from. So that's another server. Let me see what is it? Science versus pseudoscience. So every morning, for me, uh, it starts at 9 here at what do you call my time? Eastern Standard, 9 a.m. To about 11. And actually, this past, what's today? Monday. Last week, there were 4 shows. Very good. Very good shows. Some of the best shows that I've seen in a long time. Um, I've been on that. I've been going to that show for maybe 2 years plus, something like that. It's pretty interesting. They've had a lot of, what's crazy? This Black Swan argument that we had, right? So prior to 2020, there are thousands of hours, like I said, where they placed the horizon at a geometric position to say this is how much that building in the distance is obstructed by flat earther. And we would say, well, it doesn't even matter. The fact is they had a geometric position for the horizon. It's very clear. It's all over. I mean, it's everywhere. And so now to say, well, that horizon is back there because of XYZ, not obstructing anything, is kind of absurd. Because we've been arguing, well, you can see this far, and they'll go, well, look at this. Why is the bottom cut off? It's because the geometric position of the horizon is obstructing it. And now we're like, oh, really? Well, here's the black swan. Nobody ever claimed that the horizon was a geometric uh, location. I mean, that's a quote.
Yeah. Twitchy.
That's crazy.
And
that's
it's
inconsistent.
and
That's not
Elijah,
a coherent model.
and it's only in the trench levels where they use these kinds of arguments, right? The main science communicators will still say boats go over the horizon, right? If you go on your belly watching a sunset and stand up, you can see it twice, right? That is still what they are saying. Nothing about
National
refraction
Ge-
or
now this goes back to the sadly hilarious portion of our conversation, because not only do we deal with the trench level, like Roger pointed out, but there's these people that, for whatever reason, the trench level people we're talking about, they insulate the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of that from us, from not actually addressing what's going on, while strawmanning us in the public, while censoring us at the same time, so that questions like the ones we have don't get out there to the general pop. So what's crazy is, damn, after I said that, what's the last thing you said, Roger?
about boats going over the horizon.
Boats going over the horizon. So National Geographic met up with some flat earthers. Dig this. Now, this is supposed to be official. This is that mainstream sauce, right? And to this day, this is a video that Globe Earthers send me as a debunk of flat Earth, right? So National Geographic, in this one area of the video, they have a boat with it's like a flag. It's red, white, blue stripes on the boat, so that they can see that if the stripes started to disappear from the bottom up, that means it's going beyond the curvature of the Earth. Now, at some point of the video, the guy details exactly what we detailed. Well, not exactly 1.2 times the square root of the observed height feet. He just says, well, for a 6-foot observer, the horizon is going to be at about 3 miles. So we're going to demonstrate that the boat is going to disappear from the bottom up at about 3 miles, right? And then they go to show the boat. And then they start clapping and cheering because some of the stripes are missing from the bottom up, obviously, right? Check this out though. Guess where the horizon was?
Behind the boat.
Sadly, hilariously, sadly, behind the boat.
The boat and higher up too, by the way.
So this is literally a propaganda piece to disprove the flat Earth, and they weren't smart enough to not do that. That's not all right.
Or just deliberately, because nobody's looking, right? Nobody's paying attention. So who cares?
Yeah, the sheep aren't going to notice it. Bah. But the flat earthers, so they troll the flat earthers. Isn't that interesting? They care that much about us.
If you don't mind, I'd like to clip this conversation.
What's
that? One of the better conversations I've had. I'd very much like to clip this.
Well, Sonny, what you're saying around they care much about us, if someone has invested that much to cover up something or to manufacture something, of course they're going to care about a persistent group of people over time that will challenge it. Even when I think, if I understood the history right, Flat Earth Society has been something that has been infiltrated. It is now a, what's the term?
Controlled opposition.
Yeah.
Pseudo flat earthers. Yeah, we had all kinds of rectangular earth ones, inside the rectangular earth, inside the spherical earth, inside the, like, really bizarre.
Dig this speculation though.
Like a scientific Operation Gladio.
Dig this speculation. Because we didn't pop out of nowhere, like people claim, oh shit, you know what? I'll be right back.
Willis, are you South African?
No. I'm not South African.
That should be
spend a bit of
From
time.
the UK.
Spend a bit of time in Australia and South Africa, though.
Oh man, you're in for a treat. Solar's here. Oh,
just
all right.
Picking up a couple of.
What's up, Solar?
Hi, Elijah.
What's up, Solar?
Sonny. The rest of the crew.
Yeah, it's always good to hear Solar. I appreciate just listening to you for long periods of time.
Solar.
Yeah, you're very interesting to listen to. I appreciate what you bring.
Ah, thanks, Sonny. I just try and amalgamate all the giants that have come before me. You know?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Do you have any thoughts on IFRS? Like what Eric Dubay restarted the International Flat Earth Research or whatever it is.
Yeah, it might as well be Flat Earth Society 2.0. It's really ridiculous.
before
I'm
we go there, back to my
exactly.
previous point, because I got cut off. So my speculation was
No, your opportunity's gone, Elijah. It's gone now.
no, it's over. It's canceled. So my speculation is that I don't even know if I can call it a speculation. I mean, oof, fuck it. My speculation is this, right? So we didn't pop up out of nowhere from 2015 because of YouTube, whatever. You know, a lot of people think that. I don't want to straw man anyone's position. I think a lot of people think that. Let me be honest and say that. So what the case is uh my speculation. There were already flat earthers, and I feel like they, like you said, co-opted the narrative at some point. I think we didn't know about the flat earthers because Indio found like a bunch of old like Reddit. I think it's old Reddit. I can't really remember. I hope he's listening. But it was something, and it was like 2007 where somebody made the comment, "There aren't any real flat earthers around to talk to anymore."